Good morning, everybody. You're very welcome. My name is Declan Curran, and I have the great honour of moderating this session this morning. And our session, as you know, concerns the Global Flagship Initiative for Food Security at the UN Financing for Development Summit. And from my perspective, I think this is a hugely important discussion. We're going to visit many aspects of it, but first of all, I would like to thank AgFund and Dr. Al-Qahtani and Badea for their support for this meeting, for their support in advancing the flagship in the context of addressing global challenges. And of course, we have a range of meetings to do that. What we're going to be looking at today, of course, is the foundational aspects of this and why it's important, how it's important. We're going to hear from the communities of interest, and of course, you will see there's a focus here on Africa and the Middle East, and of course, we'll be hearing about the outcomes from the United Nations COP16 meeting on addressing desertification. But of course, it has a hugely global relevance, and this is where I think we need all to focus in building inclusive partnerships, inclusive collaborations, and looking at sustainable responses to global challenges and elaborating capacities for food security in the global context. And of course, global context, I think you can turn to the United Nations SDGs, the following on process, the Pact for the Future. And of course, what we are aiming to do is look for alignments, look for facilitating cooperation and collaboration. And of course, I'm not pretending any of this is easy or simple, but I am saying that the opportunity is in front of us, the need is there, and we have huge opportunities to create, as I would like to characterize it, to create change, to change approaches, and to ensure that they are sustainable and sustained. So thank you all for being here this morning. It's a great honor to be part of this meeting. Having said that, I would now like to turn to our Dr. Konrad Rhein, Secretary General of the Flagship Initiative himself, who will give a presentation and show you where we are, where we're going, and how we're going to get there. Dr. Rhein?
Yes, thank you very much, and also a very good morning from my side to everybody, and in particular, a huge thank you to AgFund and Badea for making this possible. Unfortunately, the screen is a bit small, but we will make sure also to share the PowerPoint after today's meeting with everybody. I want to briefly touch upon where we are and where we want to be in the next 5 years, talk a little bit about what we have achieved so far in the last 6 months since the launch on December 5th, Agri-Food Systems Day at the UNCCD Desertification COP16 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and talk about the strategy and give a bit an outlook where we are heading. So I already said it, that we were launched on December 5th in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This whole initiative emerged out of a partnership between University of Chicago, Innovation Commission for Climate Change, Food Security and Agriculture, chaired by Nobel laureate Professor Michael Kramer, a Nobel laureate in economics, basically to identify and promote the scaling of cost-effective, science-based, scalable innovations that can, inshallah, help millions of people getting out of hunger. And this flagship is a major outcome of this 2-year Innovation Commission. And you see here the launch event again on December 5th, and we are also very honored to have His Excellency Dr. Osama with us here, who was running the COP16, and we are also working very closely together. Who are we? We are really a diverse coalition of around 50 members of this at this stage. So this is a number of governments, MDBs, private sector, civil society, advocacy groups, and research institutes and universities from around the world. And it's really a new approach in cooperation we are taking here. We are not charging a membership fee. However, there's no free ride. So everybody is contributing in one way or the other. Some are helping us with research, like Chicago, like China Agricultural University, National Research Institute in South Africa, NOFIMA in Norway, others. Advocacy groups like Ban Ki-moon Center for Global Citizens in Austria is helping us running a campaign to elevate the importance of SDG 2, food security, in the deliberations here in Seville, General Assembly in New York, and of course private sector, etc. And so it's really an innovative work, a way of the world coming together on food, on the critical issue of food security and SDG 2 and moving ahead. The goal overall remains the same, to scale innovations that can help millions of people getting out of hunger. And we are very honored to partner with IGAD, one of the 8 regional economic communities of Africa. And actually they are chairing the 8 regional economic communities in Africa. And we have the Deputy Executive Secretary here with us, so very honored also to have you with us. And there is a political momentum and great will together with global partners from the Arab Coordination Group, but also beyond with European Union and others to move ahead with a package of targeted activities in the years ahead, and also use this kind of as a case study then for regions, because I also want to elaborate that this is, or highlight that this flagship is a global flagship. We have here around 15 members also in the room, including the Tri-Corridor Initiative from Central America, representing 8 governments, partners of the Americas, working previously in the Caribbean and Latin America, now expanding into Africa, Mauritania, Tunisia. So we are really global, but of course we need to deliver, and I will come to this also. We work across 3 pillars. I already said the first one, we are staying out of the geopolitics. I think this is, after 9 years in the European Commission and 4 years chairing the Global Donor Platform, which is also represented here in the room by the Secretary of the Global Donor Platform at IFAD. It's really critical that the world is coming together on food security and leave politics aside. A core pillar is mobilizing the private sector, and here, we have PepsiCo, Bayer, Ferra Capital, others as members. It's not necessarily about funding, but also, about the research they do, about, the work with smallholder farmers, etc., to bring this in. And the last thing is we want, a quick turnaround. We really want to be impactful at the end of the day. And when we launched the initiative, we already announced the funding for the first 2 projects, which are training for rainwater harvesting, 1 million people in Niger, and digital agriculture weather forecasting for up to 7 million people in Ethiopia. I mentioned we have a strategy in place now, and this is, I can tell you, not a European Commission document or something. It's really a straightforward document, but it gives us, the members, a basic understanding of where we want to be and how we want to go about it over the next 5 years. But also we keep it, flexible, as the realities we are operating in are literally changing at on a daily basis. And so nothing is written in stone, and I think this is very important. A few words on the achievements. We are now part of the Global Donor Platform for Rural Development, hosted at IFAD in Rome, and I think this is very important because we need, as a coalition of, let's say, mostly non-traditional donors, we need to interact with traditional donors. That's mostly the big donor governments there, but also others. We had engagements with European Commission, G20 presidency in Brussels. We were invited by the French government to Nutrition for Growth in Paris in March. We were part of a workshop funded by the US government in the Vatican on food security. We were in the British Parliament, House of Lords, also to present the flagship, and also awarded with the World Sustainability Award for this year. We were at the spring meetings as well. We met with the IGAD leadership there. I'm very happy that we continued the conversation yesterday and that it is becoming very concrete. We were invited by the president of George Washington University and met with the leadership of George Washington University and the School of Business, and they may help us now with making the business case for private sectors to invest, and also joining the flagship as they indicated to me a few days ago. We met the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, who told us this flagship has become a movement now, a global movement on food security, because it has not only, let's say, the funding element and bringing in the private sector, but also advocating for putting food security higher on the agenda. And we had our own event with the help of Declan and his team, together with African Union, IGAD, and think tanks. We had our first stakeholder meeting in Bonn in early May, 2 days, including a donor meeting, which was chaired by the European Commission. We brought everybody together. We adopted the strategy, as I said, and we also were invited by the mayor of the city of Bonn, who hosted us in the old city hall with an evening reception. We were part of the ISDB annual meetings and the OPEC in Algeria and the OPEC fund meetings in Vienna a couple of weeks ago. And it's also very important that the big members, like ISDB and OPEC fund, are really committed to food security, and we were assured that this is happening. Also, we met, I mentioned Ban Ki-moon Center in Austria. I think they're also present here in the room, and they are a member in the flagship, and they will help us running this campaign. But now let me give you a bit an outlook where we are heading. So we will be at the Food Systems Summit in Addis Ababa, and we'll have big engagement there. Then the annual milestone event, it started last year when I was still at Chicago, and this has been agreed that this is now the annual milestone event, will be the Science Summit at the UN General Assembly, and this will be half a day inside the UN and half a day outside the UN, so we can directly address world leaders, ministers convening there on the importance of investing in making the right decisions in terms of investments when it comes to food security. And then World Food Day, we will also be engaging. However, now beyond all these conferences, I think the momentum is there. There's a lot of goodwill, momentum, love for us around the world. But the key at the end of the day, and European Commission chairing the donor meeting in May in Bonn was very clear, the success of the flagship initiative will be determined by the impact on the ground. And we really want to be impactful. We need bankable projects, and I believe His Excellency will refer to this. And we will also need to show that it is working, bringing the private sector on board with maybe taking a step back and starting with a few smaller projects and then scale them up. And there are also a number of activities happening in this context. And then last but not least, we are very proud that we have, the support at the highest levels. 2 days ago, we were received by Her Excellency Amina Mohamed, the United Nations Deputy Secretary General, and she assured us full support. And at the end of the day, this is a global movement. It's not about me, or I should have mentioned it at the beginning, the co-chairs are actually sitting in the middle. Dr. Nasser Al-Khattani, Executive Director of ACFund, it all started with him, and Dr. Stefan Schmitz, Executive Director of Crop Trust. They are both now the co-chairs of the flagship initiative as agreed at the stakeholder meeting in Bonn. We need champions, who see the potential in this, and we are not against anybody. We just want to eradicate hunger in the world at the end of the day. We also have young leaders here, you see, from India, etc. And I believe all our members are champions in one way or the other. And I stop here and thank you for your attention, and I hand over to Declan.
Thank you so much, Conrad. Thank you indeed for your leadership and ability to bring the congregations together. Really, it's a hugely important, so thank you. We now proceed with the signature AgFund Crop Trust Agreement. Here we have Dr. Al-Khattani, CEO of the AgFund, and Dr. Stefan Schmitz, CEO of the Crop Trust. Gentlemen, proceed to sign. If I could ask you to stand up and just hold the agreement.
Yeah, first.
Yeah.
Sign.
Yeah.
The other.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, gentlemen. Thanks indeed. It now gives me a great honour to welcome Dr. Fatima Fatouk El Sheikh Al Toum, who is the Secretary General of the Boards of Governors and Directors of BADEA. And for those of you who are not familiar, and I know we tend to use a lot of acronyms, BADEA is the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, and she is here on behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Sidi Al Ta, President of BADEA and President-elect of the African Development Bank, and of course, an early foundational and enthusiastic supporter of the flagship. Dr. Fatima, I will change seats with you.
I'm fine. You can stay.
Are you okay? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay. Because you have to do the rest of the MC, no? As long as I can reach. Your Excellency, Dr. Osama Fakia, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, of Environment Affairs in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Nasser Al Kahtani, Executive Director of ACFund, His Excellency, Mr. And my brother, I would say, Mr. Mohammed Abdiwari, IGAD, Deputy Secretary, Dr. Stephen, good morning, my brother and dear friend, Dr. Conrad, and Deccan. Thank you so much, and a good morning to everybody. It gives me a great honor and pleasure to deliver these keynote remarks on behalf of BADEA. Good morning, and I think we've all witnessed at first hand what we need to do in food security, especially given the impact of climate change. We have been having a lot of hot weather since we started in Seville, and I think it goes across the world. The Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, BADEA, is especially proud to be a founding member of the Global Flagship Initiative for Food Security. This is not simply another development program. It is a bold collaborative effort to rethink how we tackle one of the humanity's most urgent challenges. What we began as a partnership between BADEA and ACFund and the Innovation Commission at the University of Chicago has grown into a truly global coalition. 50 partners are on board now: governments, multilateral banks, research institutions, advocacy groups, and private sector, and also multilateral development institutions. This flagship represents a new way of doing development. It's a different approach that we are hoping through which we can transform development. It's a science-driven approach in its foundation. It's a coalition-led. So this flagship program does not exist if we are not here today as a group, and more to join us. It's an impact focus in its delivery. So the main target of this flagship is to actually deliver, rather than only create science that will not be unbundled for the community and average person that is trying to produce food for food security and to achieve the ultimate goal of the SDG 2 of zero hunger. We all realize that we are way far from zero hunger across the globe. By scaling cost-effective science-based innovation that can transform food system and reach communities, we are actually making sure that nobody is left behind. We believe that science is a vital accelerator of development, translating research and evidence into a scalable, practical solution that improve lives. With multilateral development institutions like us, BADEA, and the partners on board of this, the scientific community can create a powerful pathways for development to deliver results faster and more effective, with a lasting impact on communities and in economic development and inclusive financing for that development, and that's the main purpose that brought us here. The flagship approach unites finance, policy, science to drive a meaningful change. We have already seen what is possible when commitment is there, when we meet innovation and we have the science on board. Together with ACFund, BADEA is proud to be supporting the first project and the flagship in Niger and Ethiopia. These early efforts are demonstrating that this is not about framework or reports, but about real projects and people. We are particularly encouraged by the strong political leadership that the government of Saudi Arabia has offered us, our generous host country for Badia, but also the regional partnerships that we have with many government and intergovernmental institutions such as IGAD and its member states. Their engagement ensures that our efforts align with national priorities, and we're not parachuting development in the countries. And we are delivering a meaningful, sustainable impact. In a world that is confronting multiple crises, climate change, conflict, economic instability, the Global Flagship Initiative for Food Security stands as a beacon of hope. It is a model of collective action, rooted in science, strengthened by shared purpose, and guided by commitment and equity and resilience. Badia remains deeply committed to the flagship, and on behalf of the new elected president of Badia, Mr. Abdullah Al-Masabih, I have the honor of reconfirming that we will continue to be a founding member and a committed partner to scaling up the project. We look forward to the important engagement ahead, including the UN Food System Summit, stakeholders in Addis Ababa, and the Science Summit during the 80th UN General Assembly in New York. These moments will be an opportunity to showcase of progress, enhance and scale up partnership, and mobilize resources needed for real transformation. As we gather today, let's remember that the stakeholders are too high for the stakes are too high for the measurements that we are targeting. The path ahead of us requires courage, collaboration, and sustained commitment. Together, we can deliver on this promise of food security for all. And allow me to convey a personal message from Dr. Sidi Wulta, the President-elect of the African Development Bank. And I said, and His Excellency is conveying his message that he is committed to the flagship program, and you can count on his commitment for the future prospect of engagement with the African Development Bank and the general continent in Africa. So I thank you all for your listening and wishing all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fatima, and thank you for these warm words and encouragement, and of course a sense of perspection on our futures together. And please extend our congratulations to His Excellency on his recent election, and we look forward to seeing him in New York in September. Thank you so much. I would now like to hand over to our moderator for the panel session, Dr. Stefan Schmitz, whom you've met already. Stefan, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Sorry. This one. Okay. Thank you very much, Declan. Thanks, Fatima, for this inspiring and promising and very supportive keynote from your side. We entered into a real great endeavor with this flagship. We are now aiming at, and as we heard also from my colleague, Dr. Conrad, an innovative approach to tackle one of the greatest challenges in the 21st century. This is the interrelated challenge of food insecurity, land degradation, water scarcity, and climate change. Those things are interrelated, and we have to deal with them in an interrelated manner. This is absolutely important. We will tackle this by striving for more resilient, sustainable, productive, and healthy food system. This is our vision and mission. We do it by empowering smallholders, giving them access to better seed, giving them access to what they really need to become entrepreneurs. Access to knowledge, access to seeds, access to markets, access to credits, access to innovation. That is the empowerment part. But at the same time, we need to deal with land degradation and water management issue. And only seeing this as a package, makes a difference, and I see this as a core of the innovative approach of this flagship initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you now to a little bit of a, let's say, visionary journey over the next hour or so on what next, what we need to do. We know why we are here. I mean, the challenge is clear. We know in essence what to do, but now it's how. How we get there. And I would like now to invite you to the great panelists we have here this morning to start the discussion with, and later I would also like to invite you to join in. Welcome, His Excellency Dr. Osama Fageeh, Deputy Minister for Environmental Affairs at MEWA, Ministry for Environment, Water and Agriculture of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. His Excellency Mohammed Abdi Warid, Deputy Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD. Thanks for joining. And my dear colleague, Dr. Nasser Al-Khattani, Executive Director of AgFund and co-chair of the Global Flagship. If I may start to address you and ask you, Dr. Osama, where do you see the flagship going and being 5 years from now? What would be, from your perspective, the greatest achievements? And where could you see your specific role in this? You are representing really leadership, visionary leadership. And when linking visionary leadership with really commitment and strong action, yeah, what, and how we deal with that? How do you see your role?
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having me here. And I'd like to thank AgFund and Badia for organizing this important panel discussion, and also I'd like to thank AgFund and Crop Trust for launching this very important pioneering initiative, the flagship initiative addressing farmers. Again, I think Saudi Arabia, I think we can look at it at two dimensions, locally in Saudi Arabia, what we are doing, and globally. And maybe I start with locally. Of course, Saudi Arabia is a very arid country. Agriculture is not very easy to really develop in this natural circumstances. So we have our national agriculture strategy and our national water strategy has to be really aligned, because as you know, most of the water demand comes from agriculture. So we focus in really maximizing renewable water resources and reducing the demand on non-renewable water resources, which was the backbone for agriculture in our country for the past decades. I think empowering farmers through the National Agriculture Fund, depending on innovation through like subsurface irrigation, other kind of innovation that is needed, really aligning the crops with the natural circumstances, and most importantly, our food security strategy, where we focused on really sustainability of strategic crops and cutting food waste and loss by 50%. And I think it is very important for us to focus on food production, which is very important. And I think, I mean, it has been mentioned here by some of the panelists, the interlinkages between climate change and food security. I would like to remind you that 33% of greenhouse gas emission comes from the food supply chain. 33%, one-third. So this is very high. If you look at transportation, it's 14%. So it's more than double transportation. Of course, there will be, within the 33%, a transportation element within that transporting food, but we have to realize that food is very important for our sustainability, but it's also strongly linked to climate change. It is strongly linked to land degradation. 60% of the degraded agricultural land comes from improper agricultural practices. So I think there is a room for us to reduce that. And of course, as you know, it impacts biodiversity very much because now most of the forest reclamation is for agricultural lands. So we are losing forests to convert it to agricultural land, and we have to find another way where we have a win-win rather than a lose-lose. Because what happened is that current mode of operation, we utilize land improperly until it is no longer productive, and then we go reclaim more forest. And this vicious cycle of losing land and losing forest, we lose both in climate, biodiversity, and land degradation. So again, I think now I'm going to the global perspective. We, as the presidency of the COP16, I think our main focus is to raise global awareness about land degradation, drought, and strong linkages to food security. And we have organized one day about agriculture and food in COP16. We also very proud that we have a historical decision about food security and agricultural lands in COP16. For the first time, we have a decision on agricultural lands for under UNCCD, and this has emphasized that. So we as the presidency now, we believe that our main role is to really at the policy level, at the global policy level, where we still, I think food security and land degradation and water security, they are still not at the level it should be among global policy makers. And we see this as a priority, and we have been working on that very much. Also, on the water and land linkages, we also launched the Global Water Organization, which will be headquartered in Saudi Arabia, because also we believe that water issues is still not receiving the focus it should be, although the numbers are very scary. A week ago, or maybe 10 days ago, I participated in a panel discussion with OECD to celebrate their launch of the Global Drought Outlook. And the statistics they show are scary. Of course, they are showing that the area impacted by drought has increased by 100% over the last century, but increased by 30% over the last 2 or 3 decades. So actually, most of that increase happened recently. Since 1980, groundwater globally dropped by 62%. Globally, groundwater. And as you know, groundwater is one of the main really storage of fresh water globally. And we have a 32% in reduction in moisture content in soil. And this is also drastic. So really, definitely, we have policymakers to take note of that. Also, you talked about innovation. And I think the flagship focus innovation, and I like what you mentioned, converting farmers into entrepreneurs. Because farmers, who constitute 24% of the workforce globally, and in Africa, it's almost double than that. I think in Africa, it's about 45 to 46% of the workforce are farmers. So really, you are targeting a very critical, sector, both as a workforce and, of course, as very important source of producing food. And I think really the focus on converting farmers to entrepreneurs, access to knowledge, access to seeds, access to innovation, access to finance are very important. And I think this is where we see now flagship make a huge impact. And I think access to innovation and access to finance are very critical. Still, the farmer is the weakest link in the food production. If you look to how much money the farmer makes out of the food supply chain, they get less than 5% on average. And you can do the calculation. Even in Saudi Arabia as well. So we have actually now, this is, we are trying to empower farmers through collectives, for them working together and organizing, because really the farmer focus on producing the crops. But not really, they are not really businessmen. They are not very good businessmen. They focus on the crop, very, very sincere. They give us the best products, but after that, really commercially, they are the weakest. So, and I think what the flagship initiative is doing is great. And I think 5 years from now, what I hope is that really the flagship initiative reach momentum, gain support by governments, by policymakers, by business community, and really providing the adequate resources, because, we still, if we look, I mean, I was in Paris for Change Now. I was there, and there was Simon, then the executive secretary of NIPCCC. He's talking about $2 trillion were spent for climate action in 2023. What percentage of that went to food security and farmers? Minute. There were some figures I don't remember, but it's very, very, I think, less than 1%. So we really still, and that's really because policymakers still are not aware of the significance of land degradation, drought, and the impact on food security. We are not allocating more fund. I think the risk profiles of developing countries and farmer communities need to be looked at again, and really look how can we really find solutions for them to access more fund. And last but not least is the innovation. Innovation holds a lot of potential. In COP16, we have dedicated Innovation Day. We have actually 3 or 4 days dedicated for Innovation Week, Saudi Innovation Week. We have given an Innovation Award, global award for young entrepreneurs, where we have young entrepreneurs really presenting ideas, from all over the world, just as an incentive for that. And I really still vividly remember what Dr. Ismahat, Wafi, the head of the CGIAR, about innovation and some of the powerful innovation that they talked about. I still remember a story about rice, rice cultivation, which is very, prominent, and I've been there in East Asia for centuries, where you always associate rice with the need for a lot of water. And what I know, that CGIAR came up, but also it produced a lot of methane as well, and that's contribute to global warming. They came up with innovation that reduced water consumption by 30%, I think cut emission by 20 or 25% of methane, and raise yield, I think by 10 or 15%. So win, win, win. You win on water, you win on climate, you win on production. So I think flagship initiative focus on innovation, and I think this is the key word, transforming farmers into entrepreneurs is the key. And I think if the flagship achieved into providing farmers with access to innovation, access to knowledge, access to finance, access to market, that will be great. And I think we need to have this as a global model that the flagship can really showcase to the world. I don't want to take too much of this time, but again, I think the synergies and interlinkages are too much to count, really. And then this is one of our main priorities as well as CAP presidency, is the synergies between climate change, biodiversity, land degradation, food security as well. You know, of course, drought has been a major focus in the CAP and in Saudi Arabia. Last week, I think you were there, we really had the inaugural conference to agree on the governance of the Riyadh Global Partnership for Drought Resilience. That was very successful. Again, there is a lot of synergies with the Riyadh Partnership on drought and the flagship, because 80% of drought impacts is impacting farmers and farming communities. So I think these kind of initiatives will strengthen our action agenda, because under UNCCD CAP, we had a lot of targets, we have a lot of resolutions, but we are lacking action on the ground. And this is what the flagship initiative is bringing, action on the ground, acting with the local communities. And I'm glad to see my friend Charles here, because really, NGOs, the people, indigenous people, are very key to the solution. And I'm sure it's a main focus for the flagship initiative, because many of those farmers are indigenous people and local communities, and they have the local knowledge. So they have to be part of the solution as well. Without further ado, I apologize for taking more than I should. And again, I congratulate ACFund and the Crop Trust for launching this flagship initiative, and we all look forward to support it. I am also very pleased to see a number of the Arab Coordination Group who are present here, and I would like to also take this opportunity to thank them, because they really had a very significant presence in CAP 16. They made huge commitments and pledges to land degradation, $10 billion to land degradation and $2 billion to drought. This shows awareness of the challenges, this demonstrates commitment. And it is this kind of awareness and commitment and partnership that really can move the wheel forward, and we can attain progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Osama, for this inspiring and very rich contribution. Just let me try to pick and underline four points which I found in particular remarkable. First, you referred to farmers as being the weakest link in the food production, and to make a change that it is critical to provide farmers with access to innovation in a broader, new ways of microcredits, new ways of better giving them access to better seeds, to markets, credits, and all the like. But giving them access and empower smallholder farmers so that they are not, the poorest, but become real entrepreneurs in the food production. That is, I would say, the first very important point. Second, you very interesting, you referred to the high degree of post-harvest losses and food waste. Yes, 1/3 of all the food produced on Earth does not find the way to the consumer. This is a lose-lose-lose option. It's not good for our natural resources, for climate, for the consumers, for the producers. It is a bad situation. There is no single solution to this. This is a typical example that you need integrated and holistic approaches and coordination. It has to do something with basic infrastructure. Cooling system, access to electricity, warehouses, and the like. It has to do something with organization, with value chain development, to make sure that there is a way from production over cooling, over processing to the consumer. And last but not least, also seeds play a role. We have the opportunities to breed more resilient crops that are less perishable. yeah, that you can better store. So a great example of where all those things come together. Third point, yes, innovation in rice production is a great example. And again, seeds and the genetic resources make a difference. I can say here, of course, we as a crop trust have been heavily involved in this particular example, what they are doing in the Philippines on the rice production, making it less demanding on water, more resilient to drought, and reduce methane emission. Yeah, you need the right genetics, and you need to use it. But before you can use it, you need to make sure that the genetics are there and conserved. Final example very quickly, and this is likewise important. The reduction in water content in soil. That is an aspect, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we always, I think, tended to underestimate. Yeah? You know, I don't know what you learned at school. At school, I learned this. You know, there are clouds, you know, that with the rainfall on the continents and then through rivers find their way to the oceans again, and then evaporation, new clouds, and so this cycle. This is only part of the story. Most of the generation of humidity in the atmosphere comes from the continent itself. Yes, and that is why all deforestation in the Congo Basin, for example, immediately has repercussions on precipitation in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa.
In elementary school, they told us you cannot have a tree without water, but they did not tell us that you cannot have water without a tree.
Yes, yeah. Right, yes. And then again, so that brings us why food production and soil rehabilitation, afforestation, protection on natural forest is so important. Thanks for providing us with this global perspective. Think global, act regionally. Let me move to the specific situation in IGAD countries. Thanks to IGAD's strong commitment to this flagship, I see this very clearly coming that IGAD countries IGAD will serve kind of a pilot region as a front runner in this flagship initiative. Mohammed Abdiwari, could you provide us with your regional perspective on the flagship? How do you see your contribution to achieving the goals of the flagship, and perhaps also where do you see your personal role in this? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I stand on protocol, as has been trailblazed by my sister Fatima, the keynote speaker. So, very quickly, for those of you who may not be very familiar with the IGAD region, the IGAD region is an intergovernmental body consisting of 8 countries in the Greater Horn of Africa, from Sudan, South Sudan, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, and Uganda. So that is IGAD. IGAD lies between 3 main conflict zones, and I'll explain a little bit why I start with the conflict. The conflict in the Sahel, and the conflict in the Great Lakes region, and the conflict in the Middle East. So you can imagine we are in a very difficult position. We are also having our own challenges and conflicts, particularly in the Sudan, South Sudan, and also the post-conflict and fragile situation in Somalia. So with that background, with that context, one might say, is it wise to use it as a launching pad for this flagship in Africa? But our region also has very dynamic and very resilient population, mostly young population, up to 70% of the population, very young. very astute and very well connected to technology and connectivity. Therefore, there is a possibility to leapfrog many of the traditional paths of development, especially in agricultural development. And also, if we can overcome the problems in the IGAD region, then we can overcome anything. I have not even mentioned the problems caused by climate impact, migration, and all the other associated problems. Really, the flagship is a very important configuration. Elements of this have been tried in different permutations over the years. But what the flagship does, as was mentioned by my sister, the keynote speaker, Fatma, to bring all the elements together, the science, the policy, the networking. If we can do that, then the capital will follow, because then the justification and the way out would become very clear. The role of IGAD is to leverage our extensive network in these 8 countries, our convening authority under the IGAD founding charter, whereby we can bring the policymakers, up to heads of states level, that we can put this agenda in front of the heads of states at the Council of Ministers, Ministers of Agriculture, Ministers of Livestock, Water, and so on and so forth. Also, IGAD, we have talked about the science and the capital. Another key issue is, of course, infrastructure, which is very important for agricultural development. You all know that sometimes over half of all crops produced are lost even before they reach either the factory or the table. And one of the reasons of that is the limited and difficult infrastructure. And IGAD is championing infrastructural development in the IGAD region. Just last week, we launched 2 of 6 bridges that will connect Somalia, Ethiopia, and Kenya in the so-called Mandera Triangle. And this will improve cross-border trade. And cross-border trade, the big bulk of it is of course, agricultural products. The other issue that we have already started to have a discussion with the AgFund and Badea and the Trustship founders is to identify. The networking has been done. The science is there. The awareness has been created. Now is to move to the next chapter, which is to actually implement this in concrete, obvious, projects and interventions in these countries, so that we can now put all these elements together. Finally, IGAD, as has been mentioned, is now the chair of the African Union Interrex mechanism, whereby we chair the 8 African Union regional economic communities. So we can leverage that platform also to bring some of these issues to the fore. So really, I'm very excited about this. I want to thank the AgFund group, Dr. Al-Qahtani and his team, and my sister Fatima, the Secretary General of Badea, and Badea has been very instrumental in getting this off the ground, and we are particularly gratified and very happy that now the previous Secretary General is now the African Development Bank President, and we have many elements that we are already doing with African Development Bank in small-scale credit, in many of these elements. So I think we have all the elements that we can bring together, and I think this is a very, really exciting way to go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Excellency Mohamed. Very, very interesting points you raised with this regional perspective, and in particular that you very clearly underlined the great challenge of multiple conflicts in the region. When I discussed with colleagues and experts about the flagship and mentioned that that IGAT being a front runner here, and so that we enter now into a real, on the operational level of cooperation. Some of them honestly told me, oh, poor guy Stefan, why do you start with such a conflict region? And I say, no, yes, we cannot shy away from those conflicts as they are present more or less everywhere today. Yeah, and we cannot shy away because the food security issue is related to conflicts in many regions and in many places. And on top of that, what is important here, we have not just commitment, interest from individual countries, but IGAT as a regional authority is sitting here together. You represent it. And this is important, as we also need policy dialogue. Yeah, you mentioned the lack of infrastructure, the deficits, and the deficits when it comes to trades. I mean, trade, you can overcome those deficits by regional integration, coordination of everything. This is, I would say, absolutely important. It was always, it was, let's say, shocking to see in the past when there has been a famine in, let's say, in Horn of Africa, in Sudan, and at the same time, good harvests at Mount Kenya. Yeah. No, this is a lack of infrastructure, of regional cooperation, and this is also something that needs to be addressed. Thanks for your insight on this. Now I would like to turn to you, Dr. Nasser. The Arab Coordination Group as such has been the driving force in the setup of this, in the creation of that flagship initiative. ACFAND, and together with Badia in particular, and very particular, your strong personal commitment to this. So let me ask you, with that background, being the executive director of one of the lead institutions here, and having your personal vision in mind, please give us a bit of your insight in where you see the flagship 5 years from now and your personal role in this. Dr. Nasser, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stephen, again. Thank you for the panelists. Thank you, Fatima, for that keynote speaker. Thank you, Conrad, for all this presentation. We cannot talk about the future without just touching some of the past. Arab Coordination Group, as you know, they celebrate now 50 years of experience. Whatever I do personally is learn process from our partner, Arab Coordination Group, as well as United Nations. If you look at what we are focusing here, we're all talking about Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. We are like behind. Why we are not, achieving this? You find out this, that the reason why we are not achieving because localization, coordination, and the private sector is not there. So if we look at this and we see that other flagship is initially focused on supporting SDG 2, so it goes without saying, if we are targeting 2, the 17 goal is interrelated. How can we see the small farmer as a champion to help us, while most of them, or 70% of the agriculture we have is coming from small farmers? And we need them to help us, but they are in poverty situation. They are in goal number 1. We want to take them out of poverty, and we need them to feed us. Today, why we put this is in the top of the agenda, when we realize that food security, climate change, and unemployment, which Arab Coordination Group trying to help the less developing country, it's become a global challenge. That's why we look at the past and say, oh my gosh, what we are missing. Yes, we are not going to the root cause, because we're talking about climate change, and we forgot land, degradation, and drought. How can we improve climate change without going to the root cause? How can we improve the land if we ignore 70% of the agriculture happening by a small farmer? A small farmer is not in the agenda. We look at them as a poor people. We never look at them as a micro-enterprise or micro-entrepreneur. Why not? And we thought all the time, and now we do want to be, looking at them as we want to help them to feed us. We are not, because now we're talking about, we want to, empower them. We want to look at them as micro-enterprises. We want to give them the right seed. We want to give them the best insurance. We want to link them in the supply chain. But don't forget that they need access to education. They need access to health. They need access to higher education. You need to empower women, most of them in the rural area. All of this together, we should even consider it. So now we are on the table. If we want to achieve for food security, yes, we want to help them. But if you look at an example, why Ag Fund and the partner chose IGAD country? Because if we help IGAD country, we could help any country for many reasons. One, IGAD area is the most affected area by drought and desertification in the whole group. Second, the support from IGAD country, and particularly with Djibouti. When we visit Djibouti, imagine when you met the people there, the minister, and you met the prime minister, and you met the president, and they're speaking the same language. Believe me, with a visit to just diagnose this, and you see the president, the prime minister, the minister with IGAD is welcoming the initiative. Not just talking about Djibouti, we're talking about 8 countries. And His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, Elias, was with us last night. He talked about other countries more than he talked about Djibouti. He looked at them as a one unit. So what we're looking for to show people this could be scaled up. If we go there and we start with a small farmer, we have to have scientific, cost-effective approach. What we're doing could be scaled up. And this is where private sector get in. Without the private sector, we will not achieve that much. Without involving civil society is the key. If civil society, not to be with the local, talking about not just the production of the food, talking about access to primary health care for women, access to preschool education, access to higher education. During the COP16, one of the small farmers in India, his son, when he went to school in the college, he told them, don't study agriculture. And he was angry not to let his son study. When he became an engineer and came back to the farm, he became an entrepreneur, and he changed a lot, and he made it as a business. They changed the life of his family. Why? Because of access to higher education. And they take it. Why that father, as a farmer, said to his son, don't go to agriculture? Because he knew that small farmer is the poor. So we want to turn it around and look at them. No, they are not small farmer is not the poor. If we look at them as a micro-enterprises, if we give them access to the right seed, imagine today, most of the seed given to the poor people with the disease, with the not resistant. Look at early warning. Early warning is available. Why not with it? Imagine today with our, Sudan is part of the IGAD country. The small farmers in Sudan have access to insurance, to the crop. Why that's happening? It could happen anywhere. But you have it because we have the information for early warning, but we did not design this as an insurance, because we know if there is a drought this year and next year, the third year will be flood. That's known. In Pakistan happened 2009 flood, and 2019 we are an Ag Fund helping them happening, and we expect 2029 again. So this is something even without even using the latest technology. The latest technology اليوم in innovation is available. What we looking at it 5 years from now, we will be getting together saying, yes, small farmer as an initiative, to go beyond food security. It's helping the 17 goals, because people say, you're just talking about small farm. And now you forget climate change, and as His Excellency mentioning that 30% of the emission happening from food security. No, 70 goal is interrelated. We should not do anything. Whatever we do, we have to recognize that we need a sustainable world with the food security. We don't want to make a mess in the world because of the food security, and this is something we could, small farmer grow everything and get nothing. Our exercise in Sudan, when we make a mapping, we found out the crop could be exported, even if there is a conflict. Arabic gum and peanuts. When we study this, we teach the small farmer. How can we aggregate the small farmer? We developed a tool with the University of Chicago through microfinance. You could have 100,000 together. Through microfinance, you could reach them. And we designed something called kitchen garden, because small farmer grow everything and get nothing. What we did with them is that this is the corner, this is your kitchen garden, this is the vitamin you need for your family, and go with one crop. So one area, one crop with peanuts, we link them with the supply chain. Imagine today, small farmer with peanuts selling to a manufacturer in Sudan, where they work too closely with UNICEF for children food. Arabic gum, you still know that. And this is a warning. If we don't take care of the Arabic gum and the tree of the Arabic gum and the small farmer and that, we might lose the Arabic gum. And this is an area, by the way, when we make the study, Arabic gum in 14 countries. All the area around Arabic gum, there is no droughts. We are not science. Let's study it. Because people look at the tree of the Arabic gum just to produce Arabic gum. No, there is something behind. Maybe the production will not big, but they might affect or improve the situation of a drought and work against dry degradation. And this is happening. His Excellency now mentioning something I didn't. He's the one who told us about it. Do you need water for the tree or tree for the water? We found out if there is no tree, there is no water in the area. So put the tree, you will find water. Just wait because of the time. So I do want to take because now it's a time, not just time to act, but a time to cooperate. Now we have to do things successfully with, evidence to scale up things. And we reach a bankable project. As His Excellency mentioned, Arab Confederation Group during COP 16 announced 10 billion. But I remind you that Arab Confederation Group announced in COP 27, 24 million, correct me, for climate change. And during COVID, 10 billion. And the Arab Confederation Group announced to help Africa with 50 billion. The money is there. How can we get together, learn from each other, and with the government, private sector, small farmer as a micro enterprises, NGO together, how can we make bankable project, particularly talking yesterday to the minister, how can we do regional project? And it started with Arab Confederation Group. By the way, most of the things we learn, and we do it for small farmer. We already did it in Sudan, we did it in Yemen, we have the Saudi fund here. Saudi fund is one of the people who helped us when we opened the Amal Bank in Yemen. Nobody believed. And what we want from now, we need people to give the small farmer the right seed, what you call it, instead of giving them, food basket, give them seed and fertilizer basket. Imagine today we do it in Yemen. So small farmer, if you keep giving them food basket, We should buy from them, not just give them food basket. This is where the way we could empower them. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Nathar, for this. I think very clear statement. You very clearly underlined the crucial importance of private sector. Private sector really matters, and when listening to you, the cooperation between government, private sector, civil society, when it comes to forging good, solid, bankable projects as one main mode of delivery of it in the flagship. I think, and that is what the flagship, in a way, makes unique. In the whole global development debate going on, I think there always has been a too strong one-sided focus on governments only. Governments matter, but too one-sided. Often forgotten that there are three pillars: government, private sector, civil society, and only together they are strong and a foundation for sustainable development. We now have roughly 10 minutes for short questions, intervention, short comments from all of you. I would like to invite you to raise your hand, your flag. First you, Aynthe. If you could please introduce yourself very quickly and be cautious of time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I stand all protocol observed, and I joined with my colleagues and friends in their feedback around this. I am Abdul Hakim Aynthe. I am leading the climate and food security at the Office of the Prime Minister of Somalia. So I just want to quickly, and probably in a minute or two, will recap or maybe just reflect why Somalia joined and believed in the flagship, and why the flagship is important. I don't want to spend some time on talking about the challenges, because my brothers have passionately and eloquently articulated the challenges that we are facing. So why the flagship initiative? I think number one, we needed a voice. We need a voice to amplify. I think we are facing in a moment when the world is faced with a more persistent and more protracted challenge, from climate change to migration to epidemics that are really exposing our vulnerability in the continent. So I think we definitely need a voice around the table. We need voices who believe in the agriculture landscape in the continent, especially at the time when we are facing this challenge. Number two, as to why we chose and why we need, I think we also needed some convening platforms to leverage and speak. I've joined the flagship in different platforms where we have convened, but also leveraged partners, friends, and colleagues who have a challenge in terms of, expressing their concerns and expressing their challenges. So definitely we needed a leverage. And thirdly, and most important is, and I always say this is my most important one, is how do we deliver? Are we speaking the same language and mantra that we've been speaking, or do we definitely need to break away from the old challenges and speak about delivery? As you would probably know, the agriculture landscape in the continent is facing an enormous financial gap of $100 billion per year. And now it only receives probably less than 10% of that estimate cost, according to the World Bank and FDB. So we are facing a massive, and we are also have a question of misperception in the agricultural sector because of what His Excellency Ouattara has speaking about, which is the instability, conflict, migration that are all compounded in one locations after another. So how do we also address this perception. Then finally, and I promise, we are also a continent of young and youth, and we believe we can not only feed ourselves, but with a proper investment and with a proper evidence, we can also invest. And Somalia is proudly among the first countries who really joined and believed in, and we also believe to be a champion for this initiative. Not only that, we think it's an important, but also we think that it can also bring a new discussions and a new ideas on the table. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Auntie, for your really strong commitment to the flagship and willingness to be really a front runner. You're wonderful. The next one on my list is Mauricio, representing the Global Donor Platform. Floor is yours. Yep.
Thanks so much, Stefan. I will be extremely brief. I'm extremely happy to be here, and I followed the path of this flagship initiative for a long time. And I'm really, really surprised, pleasantly surprised by how much has been achieved in such a short amount of time, especially after Conrad left the chairmanship of the Global Donor Platform. So for those who don't know me, I am chairing this platform of donors, more or less 40 organizations, 13 of which are sitting on a board, and they include bilateral, multilateral agencies and other institutions, among which FAO, WFP. You can check our website and see the composition of our membership. I don't want to bore you here. Just wanted to bring your attention to a recent product that we've launched during this conference on Monday, which is a white paper on financing food systems. This is something we produced together with a high-level advisory group of 12 organizations. There's FAO inside, there's AGRA, there's a few bilateral donors, IFAD and the European Commission are chairing it. And it is the result of 3 months of intense intellectual leadership and work, because we believe the narrative on agri-food systems need to be tilted in a way. The case the white paper makes is very, very clear. Transforming food systems is one of the smartest investments the world can make. The opportunity is immense because investing in food system is not only a moral imperative, it is actually economically sound. And since FAO was part of the group, we've done some digging in the numbers of the SOFI, the SOFAs of the last years. And we've understood that the transformation we're advocating for is affordable. Current estimates for the cost of transforming agri-food systems is in the order of 1.2, 1.4 trillion per year, which can actually cover the current system's hidden cost, which amount to more or less 12 trillion per year, the cost of food systems transformation. So we're advocating that there is an undeniable business case in transforming food system, and this is important, especially for this conference on financing for development, where ODA is shrinking, is becoming less and less sizable in terms of capital we have. This year is going to shrink by a projected 25% for reasons that I don't have to explain here clearly. And we are all advocating at looking at capital, private sector investment and capital. And the white paper advocates for that. So we have to flip the narrative and to present agri-food systems as an incredibly important business opportunity. It is economically sound. We need, investing in agri-food systems is not anymore investing in agriculture. It advances sectors such as health, infrastructure, environment, climate. No other sector has the power of advancing other sectors and clearly the SDGs, if we want to refer to the SDGs, as much as agri-food systems. So I invite you to download this white paper. It's available on the donor platform website.
We will share it.
You will share it, fantastic. Thank you so much for the time, Stefan and Conrad. Thanks.
Thank you, Mauricio, and thank you all for being so conscious of time. Next on my list is Lucrecia, representing the Dry Corridor Initiative. Floor is yours.
Gracias, voy a hablar en español. Básicamente agradecer por estar dentro de esta reunión para el corredor SECO Centroamericano es una gran oportunidad la que tenemos de ser parte de esta iniciativa y hemos identificado muchas sinergias dentro de los mismos socios que nos estamos incorporando. Por ejemplo, escuchando al señor Mohamed, en la parte de los países de África hay muchas sinergias y oportunidades de llevar a la acción en cosas concretas, una sinergia de una cooperación sur-sur, creo que es una de las oportunidades que podríamos tener dentro de este proceso. Un compromiso de llevar a la acción en el lado nuestro más de 21 millones de personas que viven en el corredor seco, así que es un gran desafío, pero ya hay acciones en territorio, entonces lo que necesitamos es complementar. Así que muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Gracias. Do we have some translation?
Well, Pilar, one of the translators.
Yeah. Thanks for your support. Thanks for.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's for the dry corridor for Central America. It's a great opportunity to be part of this flagship initiative. Has been identifying synergies among the partners involved in the flagship. And as mentioned by Mr. Mohamed of IGAD, there are some similarities among the two regions, the SICA regions and the IGAD region, and there is an opportunity to synergies and to concrete actions. And Lucrecia proposed to consider social cooperation as an opportunity to work together in the framework of this flagship. She mentioned that there is a commitment to action because in the Central America region, there are more than 21 million of people living in the dry corridor, and there is a challenge to tackle the difficulties, the poverty, and the migration in this region. And she mentioned that there are some projects and actions in the field, but there is still some challenge to be filled. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next on my list is John. Could you introduce yourself? And
yes, good morning. My name is John McPhail from Partners of the Americas, President and CEO. I just have a few thoughts. One of the reasons that I am involved in this is that I believe in the vision that you've laid out. I think it's very ambitious, but it's necessary. And if we're to look at doing development differently than we have in the past, we need to have a paradigm shift in how we do it. I've been in development for 30 years and have watched how it's been done a little bit here, a little bit there. But this is an opportunity, focusing in on food security and really looking at it differently. From civil society, I think that I want to share a couple of my thoughts on my perspective on this. We're moving in the right direction by ensuring that we have civil society involved, that we have private sector involved. One recommendation I would have is making sure that there's some sort of coordination on the private sector. I've talked a little bit with Conrad about that, as well as the civil society, and we're looking at how do we contribute from that perspective. A couple things that I think are going to be necessary for us to make sure are in place if we want this to be very successful. One, we need to have a global information system in place to allow us to share lessons learned. And as we look at going to scale, right, I think it's critical because we want to be able to share what are the successful projects that we are trying to implement, right? Two, we should seriously look at some sort of global monitoring, evaluation, research and learning strategy and platform to put into place. I think this is necessary to at least to ensure quality of what we're doing and accountability. If these programs are going to be bankable, we need to make sure that, you know, the funding that we're sure that this is going to be used into something successful. So what better way than to ensure that we all are following the same accountability mechanisms? And then the third thing I would just mention here is, I believe in order for us to start to see impact, we're moving forward with providing clarity on how things work, but I think we need to have clarity on the funding mechanisms. How do we, because I think there's a lot of organizations that are very interested in implementing, but there needs to be clarity on the funding side, both in terms of if programs are going to be bankable through equity or debt. What does that look like? And I don't think it should be one-on-one negotiation. Up to a certain point, there needs to be transparency so that we can really take this to scale quickly, right? Because I could see potentially things going very slow as you have one-on-one negotiations. So what are those high-level criteria that we all need to be working? And from civil society's perspective, we want to be able to share that out and provide it to others. I think we're at a moment in time where there's a paradigm shift in how we do development. And working a lot more closely with the private sector is critical. I'm completely on board with that, and I think that's necessary. So I look forward to continuing to see how we can contribute to supporting that. A lot more thoughts, but I'll stop with that.
Thanks. Thanks so much, John. Paradigm shift in the way we do development. Very, very great. Thanks. Last on my list so far is Charles from the UNCCD Civil Society, the lead champion.
That's good.
Charles, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Stefan. It is my pleasure to take a floor around this high-level roundtable. My name is Oyo Charles Balogun, the CEO of International NGO Africa Experience and Development based in Benin, and we have 4 branches in Africa. Let me recognize, first of all, the high leadership of Dr. Osama, which coordinates the organization of the last COP16 in Saudi Arabia. This is, let's say, my first time to see how the interaction of the civil society is very important. So usually when we go to the conference, the civil society are behind. So we recognize in this preparation how they see the importance of civil society. And let me say that we are very, 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 very happy for this importance of civil society. And we see that during this conference, people are very, very happy because they have importance around what we are doing. Today, we are here around food security. It is very important for me because as I'm talking where we're in our side event in Bonn, in the headquarters of CropTrust, Raoul Folero, you know, is the founder of the Raoul Folero Foundation. He said, no one needs to live happily alone. But first of all, I asked one question. I say, what is the finality of our life? We work, we go, we back, we build. But if we don't have access to help, exclusive food to people. So we have many things to do. I would like to also to recognize the leadership of Dr. Conrad. We met on LinkedIn, and let me say that all is in the reflection. He said, Charles, what do you think about it? What do you think about it? So this interaction with civil society is very important. So we can't succeed. We can't achieve the SDGs without partnership. We can't achieve it. So let me remind that before the COP16 in Riyadh, I have the opportunity to be invited by my colleagues of Saudi, and we talk about the SDGs. And is in Riyadh, I have one reflection. The partnership like a tree, which have a three parts: the roots, the trunk, and the leaves. The roots are like a government, the leaves, the trunk as a private sector, and the leaves like a civil society. It is not possible. When we take a tree, if the tree have a good leaves, this means that the roots are very solid, and the trunk also is nice. So thank you to bring us in the round table, and we are here, as I use remarks, we are ready to work in order to achieve all the objectives of a flagship. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Charles. Before I hand over to my dear colleague, Dr. Nasser, just allow me a final word after this panel discussion and this open debate. Isn't it fantastic? We are moving towards a real multi-stakeholder movement, representative from a regional organization. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as presidency of UNCCD after the UNCCD COP16, the most influential COP in the history of UNCCD, I have to say, with Dr. Nasser representative, one of the influential organizations within the Arab Coordination Group, a group of development finance institutions. We have African countries here being outspoken. We have Latin America, more will follow. These are just a few examples of more than 50 members we already have now. The Global Donor Platform on Rural Development represents a group, the group of sovereign donors, and last but not least, strong civil society participation. Absolutely great. It was a pleasure to be part of that today, looking forward to a great future of the flagship. And with that, I would like to hand over to my dear friend and colleague, Nasser.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everybody. You make our day. You know, the commitment from everybody is really anticipated and appreciated. And I just want to, before we close, we just highlight very important, support coming through the United Nations, coming through the RC system. We had a meeting with Her Excellency Amina Mohammed. She gave us a direction. To be honest, the support we gave, to this project give us hope. And the role played by the resident coordinator, Mohammed, and Mr. Mohammed, the resident coordinator in Saudi Arabia, during our meeting in Bonn. One of the things we, because we like it or not, United Nations is for the people, and they will continue supporting whatever is happening, and we need to support them. And the RC today making a strong role to play a role within the private sector and within the United Nations itself. And this is appreciated by, the SDG Joint Fund, which is now is investing and linking with the private sector. So this is something, we had highlighted, and we in AgFund gonna, support them in IGAD country to show us how can we scale up and bring the private sector. We do an example, because we cannot ignore SDGs. This is what we believe in it. We have to accelerate it. You remember, we went through Millennium Development Goal, and we improve our goal and target by the SDGs. So let's review it and see whatever we have achieved until 2030, and look at how can we look at beyond. And please, your commitment and continue. Let's start looking at this example. The support will continue with IGAD country, and this is where we want to show the whole globe that we could work together. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, localization, everybody should be involved. Youth, women, private sector, NGOs, government, United Nations, international, they have to be there. Coordination is important, and as well as the private sector. We should help the private sector to scale up. Private sector get to make a margin, and private sector paying the tax. If we want to do something, let's do the ground and continue. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your participation, your comment. We'll be taking and adding, whatever we do, and probably I give it back to Declan.
Thank you also very much. It's a very, very invigorating conversation. And I just want a shout out for two things. One is the urgent need for, as many people have referred to, as an aligned global policy basis for everything that's been aspired to here. And please let us recognize the imminence of the EU-AU summit in Angola in November as a focus. I'm not prescribing, but it's certainly a focus. And please recall that the last EU-AU summit had 0 outcomes. How do you achieve that? How do you achieve that? So I implore the leadership here to make sure that doesn't happen again. Thank you all so very much. A round of applause for our wonderful speakers. Thank you. And we will take a group photo now. First the speakers and then everybody. First speakers, then everybody.
We'll have a group. Where should we do it? Huh?
Ladies in the center.
Probably need everybody.
Okay.
Okay, sure. And I have to run and be another.
Okay.
It's a back-to-back day, yeah? It's been like this the whole 3 days.
Thank you. Okay.
And now everybody.
Everybody, please. Where are we doing?
Come and join.
Please come here.
Here. Do we have?
Squeeze in.
Okay.
This is Saudi fun. Yeah.
Bleden.
Ah, das was excellent. Das was excellent.
Matt, please. Everybody.
Das ist, anstatt jetzt Fragen, hat jemand Fragen?
Ja, nee, das hast du genau richtig. Das haben wir
Good morning. Morning to you. Understand this platform.
I think I should be behind.
Thank you all. Coffee is served.
Super.
Please.
Thank you. Hier, ne?
Hello, everyone.
I'm going right behind you.
Okay. Welcome to our impromptu session on one of the most important issues of our time. As biodiversity is extremely challenged in our planet, I've been at a number of events. We've spoken yesterday. We've been at FIBES for many Climate Week events, and biodiversity has been completely absent from the agenda. Yet it's the #1 cause of human loss of life that will be exacerbated very rapidly. We have less than 5 years before we reach tipping points in the Amazon, which will enormously affect global economies, rainwater systems around the world. Agriculture in Americas, throughout the Americas, will be disrupted by these massive disruptions of rainwater. According to Nobel Prize winning scientist Carlos Nobre, who we're working with, who wrote the IPCC report on this topic. So with this accelerated timeline, I've spoken with many CEOs and heads of state who are really not facing the challenge head on because it's not being talked about at the places where policy needs to shift. Indigenous communities have been the front lines on biodiversity preservation. Over 80% of intact ecosystems are stewarded by indigenous people, which make up less than 5% of the global population. So their importance is extreme. And yet they are facing all of the challenges of climate change, of pollution, of land loss, and many other issues. So my organization, Shakti Regeneration Institute, has created a program, an initiative, and a film called The Regeneration Generation. We have participation from over 200 countries. We have numerous scientists who are signing up with us because this biodiversity focus and indigenous focus is essential. What we need is policy. And we're here with some of the top experts. Declan is helping to shape a policy agenda that we are contributing to together to center indigenous rights, biodiversity, and ecosystems preservation. And we're doing this not through philanthropy alone, because that is only a small part of the equation. It's through public-private partnerships as well as policy agenda building that we can actually make this shift. One more statistic I'll throw out there from Benjamin Horton, who is one of the IPCC scientists as well. His focus is on sea level, and his quote was, "If we lose the Amazon, 7 out of 8 people globally will die as a direct result." And that is just one of the tipping points that we're close to reaching, but it is the biodiversity, the keeping alive of the pollinators, the keeping alive of the rainwater systems that is essential for humanity to continue as we have been so far. So, Declan, I'd love to ask you to share your thoughts.
Well, thank you, Indrani. And I am a great supporter of your work. You've taught me a lot. And again, as a result of these conversations, I'm really, really puzzled by the lack of inclusion of indigeneity in terms of public policy globally. Now, that's a big statement, I know, but let's maybe try and break it down somewhat. I mean, with your characterization, very important characterization of the impact on biodiversity, and yesterday you were speaking about a very important point for me, I think, is that, the indigenous community is not looking for help. Yeah, no. It's looking in many respects to be left alone, or at least to be, So, and again, not to be simplistic, but so what I think is indeed the terrible situation is, as I said, the lack of fundamental policy support. Now, I mean that in terms of rights issues, I mean that in terms of land issues, I mean that in terms of research and development, all areas. We don't see policymakers making policy and including in the analysis of those policy evolutions. And of course, when we talk about policy making, just to, by way of understanding a little bit the process, typically they happen in legislatures and parliaments. Typically legislation takes, a number of years, 2 or 3 or 4, however, that's how democracy works. And out comes recommendations, and then out comes policies or recommendations for policies which legislators vote on, they're adopted, and then they're given to ministers, and ministers go and look at implementation. So just looking at a cycle, we're seeing an absence again of indigeneity, and I think that's what I would just like to focus on for a second. And amongst other things, we, in the meetings here today, I mean, if you realize that the FFD4, the United Nations Financing for Development conference here, is looking at the financing for development over the next 10 years, you see. And now what does that mean? It means many, many things. It means the post-SDG agenda, it means the remainder of the SDGs, whatever. But, without being, super analytical on what it means, I think it has to reflect indigeneity in those priorities. And I, as I said, I'm very saddened by the absence. However, I'm very encouraged by the opportunity to change make there. But it requires, and you've provided wonderful leadership, and the community represented here, and indeed others, in advocating and addressing challenges and trying to respond to those. Absolutely important. So if we can take those initiatives and see if we can distill those into simply policy recommendations, and over the next period, by which I mean maybe 12 months, to find a way to feed these into the European Parliament process and to feed these into the UN process on a point of information and detail. And I think it's important to understand these processes. So the United Nations is not a legislature. It doesn't legislate, which I think is a huge challenge. I'm speaking as a super UN fan, but the UN gets up in the morning, it can make all the recommendations at once, which is we'll do today and tomorrow, but then it relies on member states to translate those into legislation. And hate to tell you guys, the chances of that happening are remote. Yeah, remote. Yeah. And that's not new. I mean, that's always been the way. So what I would like really to try and focus here is to see, well, what recommendations can we come up with? And I think that process is, in fact, I mean, I do this a lot. I'm a good Catholic, so we look at the world in terms of right or wrong, you see. But the world is not like that, you see. It's not right or wrong. It's not black or white. It's not up or down. It's not. So we need to look at really a very colorful approach. So I would argue that evolving these recommendations and ideas is actually a very simple process. Yeah, it doesn't have to be complicated. The trick is to put those into language and target them into legislators and with legislators and see, okay, guys, can we have this included in the legislation you're currently preparing on biodiversity, for example, or on whatever, and see, well, can we create policy priorities specifically on indigeneity, indigenous people, and looking at what that means. And what it means, I think, and this is why, again, not to be too geopolitical, and please, jump in, but the geopolitics and the withdrawal from the US, however you want to characterize it, I think is an opportunity to redefine, or maybe not even redefine, but to change, to create change. And I see that as an immediate opportunity. So I suppose what I'd like to focus this conversation on is, okay, what could we do in the next 12 months to create legislation with the European Parliament? There are other legislators, many, and of course they're welcome, and we would target those. But listen, that's my skill set, and would bring other. But if we could use that maybe as a template, as a precedent, and then go to other legislators, and I think they will be very aligned, because if you look this year, we've got at the multilateral process, we've got the various UN initiatives. We've got the EU-AU summit in Angola, in Luanda, in late November. We have the COP process in COP30. We've got COP17 next year. So there's a lot there. So I'm saying, okay, how can we align those? And how can we put forward simple recommendations? And I think the new thing here, I would argue, I mean, correct me if others have other views, of course, but I think the new thing here is coming forward not with advocacy as such, but with policies per se. And again, human nature being what it is, if and I see this I see this a lot. And again, I'm not presenting analogies. I'm just throwing out an example. I see this with disadvantaged groups such as people with disabilities, for example. And, they are advocating, of course they are, you see, but because they don't translate, and again, this is generalization, because they don't translate the advocacy into policy measures, the policy makers say, oh no, another bunch of blah, 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 because they don't know what they want, you see? And again, I'm only characterizing this to see how we understand process is, and how we can be tactical. So can we come forward with some key policy recommendations? And of course, this is very simple because, again, in the interest of total transparency, if you take the European Parliament's proposed legislation, you stick it into chat and you say, okay, give me 5 policy recommendations on indigeneity, and it'll give it to you. Yeah? No, of course we can refine that, but I'm just trying to get from A to B. And if we take those forward in terms of the contact with members of the European Parliament and sit down, in my view, they will support them. I've no hesitation in saying that. Why do I say that? One is because, unlike other legislators, the European Parliament is looking for a global role, is very sensitive to global issues, and I'm arguing indigeneity as is expressed in terms of people's rights, in terms of biodiversity, in terms of nature-based solutions, in terms of broader cooperation to address global challenges, are extremely open to that. And just at a tactical level, in my experience, and I repeat this, often is that, the people, I get up in Brussels every morning, I look out the windows, a long line of people, you can't see the end of it. They're the people looking for money, you see? And you go around the block and there's a short line of people, and they're the people selling ideas, you see? Or promoting ideas. Who's going to get the money? The people promoting the ideas. Because in a democratic process, if legislators get behind an idea, they will fund it. But if you bang on the door, give me money, give me money, give me money, you're just number 99 that day looking for money. You never got the chance to explain what it's for, you see? So I think we have to be really, and I'm delighted we have some colleagues here, but I'm and I would really see this as also a part of the global increased recognition on a resilience approach, and that is the Danish government recently appointed a minister for resilience. And I'm saying, everybody likes something new and shiny, right? So in that sense, again, sorry for the Euro bias here and the tie and whatever, but let's just take that as a microcosm of the world, and let's see what we can achieve there. And given the huge range of interests, again, I'm arguing over the next 12 months, we can have technically would be a European Parliament hearing on indigeneity, and that hearing then will result, as they do, in recommendations, and those recommendations then, if we work together, can be translated into amendments to the legislation. I'm just spelling the system out here so you know. And that happens, and that's a contact sport. It's a contact sport. It's not about email. Of course, you support the provision of information, but it's about sitting down with these guys. And I always keep these meetings for about 15 minutes because you eyeball them, you will know if they're going to support you or not. You don't have to spec it, you don't have to, in 5 minutes. And then you say, listen, going to leave you now because if I don't leave you now, you'll never meet me again. Of course, you want to. So again, it's what I call a contact sport. It's those personal interactions, and Zoom hasn't obviated or replaced the need for those contacts.
Absolutely. Thank you, Declan. I'd love to hear your thoughts on financing and how that intersects with policy in this case.
Yeah, Indrani, maybe you noticed my eyes lit up when Declan said there's a long line of people who just want money. And I recognize...
They're not wrong.
No.
I agree with them.
Yes. 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 No, and why can I resonate with that? Because I used to be one of them. But not anymore. So once you come with structures that work for everybody, where everybody is making a bit of money, it's different, right? But I agree with you, most people on events are looking for money. And that's okay when there's a good purpose behind, where there's a project, whether it's biodiversity or what Indrani is trying to do anyway, to save the rainforest on a larger scale and empower indigenous nations. There has to be something in it for everybody. And when you can make that happen, I'm not talking about the legislative part because that's more your domain. I have no idea how that works. But if you can solve that where everybody's happy, then you may get somewhere. And usually that funding comes from private investors, right? Normal people who want to support a good cause, but would also like to see a return. if you can structure that in one sort of fund or product or icing code, then you're getting somewhere. And this is something I really want to do also with Indrani.
So in terms of financing, there are many options, but the policy aspect is critical to ensure that we're all working in the same direction together. And that's where I believe that these kinds of conferences have an amazing impact, recognizing that the private sector wants to support forest rights. We have carbon credit systems, we have biodiversity credits, we have 120 scientists we brought together developing biodiversity credits for the X Prize rainforest. We have the King's Trust, many different organizations who are able to marshal the commercial, the private sector and commercial prospects as well, agroecology, bioeconomies. But going back to the policy aspects, I'd love to hear from others here on both what's needed and what's possible in your perspective. Gwen, do you want to share your and maybe share a little bit about what you're doing to unite these two parts?
Thank you, Indrani, and good morning, everyone. My name is Gwen Jones. I'm part of a company called Inzatu. I'm one of the co-founders. Inzatu was founded to address climate change. And I'm from an indigenous community. I grew up on the banks of the Kafue River. So I understand inherently the challenges, but as well as the opportunities that indigenous communities face. So Inzatu was created specifically to address climate change using regenerative agricultural practices, agroforestry, increasing biodiversity, and also, very importantly, protection of wildlife. This is often left out of the narrative when it comes to food production. And what our company has done is we have created a very holistic framework to address all aspects of rural community life. Why did we create Inzatu as a for-profit company? Well, it's because only 4% of climate finance goes to our food systems, and only a mere 1% goes directly to rural smallholder farmers. 1%. So we knew with that percentage, we had to create secure market value chains if we wanted to make a difference with that. So Inzatu creates a push-pull effect to drive economic returns that in turn uplift rural livelihoods with a women and youth focus. How do we do it? We work with food manufacturers in Europe, the US, and in Asia to create products that use the ingredients our farmers produce. That ensures stable markets. Because it's not enough just to train the farmers on how to do regenerative agricultural practices. We have to create markets that actually drive those activities, because farmers are not going to produce new crops like indigenous grains if they don't have a market. So we had to create that. So the crops that we focus on are coffee, cocoa, tea, honey, cashew, and as I mentioned, indigenous grains. So what are indigenous grains? Well, indigenous grains are from the category called lost crops of Africa. We have 24 lost crops in the cereal category. 24 lost crops that were indigenous to Africa. This is important because indigenous grains are highly nutritious. Maize, which has become our staple in sub-Saharan Africa, only offers 3% nutritional quality, whereas the indigenous grains represent up to 26% of nutrient. So this is important because our activities also directly affect malnutrition, which is 45% in 0 to 5-year-olds across the continent. So as you can see, Insato is different. It's a different food company because we are actually, it's a grassroots company where we're working on the ground, but we're also offering secure, stable markets in Europe. Right now, we are roasting our coffee beans in Italy, and we're in Conad, which is a retail chain in Italy. So the concept is proven. It's a proven concept. And what we need is how do we scale this? We've proven the concept in Italy, Montenegro, and Poland, where we are retailing our coffee beans through our brand called Injuki. And now we're ready to scale that through cacao, with tea, cashew, and the indigenous grains. With the indigenous grains, it's extremely important because, as I mentioned, it's fighting the food and nutritional insecurity in Africa. And we're doing that by creating protein bars, which have those ingredients. So as you can see, we are really doing a direct, from grassroots to market opportunity for farmers. So we can expand on that a little more as we open the panel for back to Indrani.
Well, I'd love to, so that's wonderful what you're doing. It's wonderful that we have financing structures. Astrid is working for animal rights and nature preservation in these regions. I'd love to see how we can circle back to policy and what is needed from a policy perspective to support these kinds of projects.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Yeah, in terms of policy, I have spent a great portion of my life dedicated to lobbying, testifying before Congress, civic action, and particularly getting young people interested in taking this action and sort of coming into their own as citizens. And this is extremely effective, especially among young people, because I believe that they have a very powerful voice and they have an innocence and morality to them that often gets lost or muddled as you get older. So that's very, very important. But that's more on the citizen side. Living in the US, it can be very frustrating to work with government. Obviously, every 4 years, you sort of get turned around. And, well, we've experienced, not to get into it, but we've experienced that recently, and it's definitely become a lot more difficult to work through bureaucracy to get any kind of actual legislation written down and passed. It's very, very difficult. USAID got pretty much shut down, the EPA got cuts, I mean, a lot of things. So when these things happen, people have kept mentioning resilience. Obviously, that's really important. And I think focusing on the citizen is also very important because at the end of the day, there's corruption, there's bribery, there's people who are not acting within the best interests of the people of the country, truly. And what we have at the end of the day is our voice as a community and as citizens. So I think focusing on what individually we can do and what we can do with our civic voices is really important.
Thanks, Astrid.
I'd like to go to Eli, but before I do, the financing and policy are not different silos. How did the European Union pony up the gazillions of euros in reconstructive finance during COVID-19? How did the European Union, just as one example, sorry for the Euro bias, but the endless cash for defense very recently, how did that happen? It happened because policymakers put in place the training wheels for capital market investment, including in development. On the one hand, guarantees, and the other hand, insurance. Those two are the gift of policymakers. And if everybody plays by the rules, they don't cost anything. I'm not saying everybody always plays by the rules, they don't, but that's, yeah. So these are, they're intrinsic, absolutely. Eli?
I think you have to hold it quite close.
Quite close.
There we go.
My name's Eli. My new nickname is Mr. Resilient. I'm liking it. I'm here representing a group of people called the Resilient Collective. And I think we would all join immediately because they're the folks who've realized our world is burning and any other discussion is secondary. What maybe I could contribute, and I like where you're coming from, is we tell ourselves stories. And I think the stories that win, they create the gravity that changes the world. And if you don't have the story, though, and if it's hidden, there is no gravity. And I don't think it's obvious to 8 billion listening Earth citizens how bad it really is. What is really going on? The biodiversity challenge, we think heat's the only issue, gas is the only issue. It's not a really wonderful statement to say there's a whole bunch of ways we end this planet. So that's the negative. So the positive is, I mean, other than 4 or 5 people, you know, the other 8 billion want this planet to thrive. I think the problem is how disempowered we become. Waiting, sitting. The groups that have always done this, and the reason we can say always is the ones who didn't do it aren't around anymore, are the indigenous people who are still here. I think there were indigenous people who didn't tend to their world and try to be stewards, but we don't hear from them. They died. And so our oldest people on this planet are wise because they figured out that they need to tend to their earth. So that's, I think, a story that needs to come out, and I think we need to rebrand it a bit. One, if you don't see the problem, you won't solve the problem. And so I love that you use story to help. We have a platform that we call a story platform too, where we're trying to take mobile phones. This is not a technology fetish, but more of something that's in your pocket already that you might use for good instead of for junk. And the fact is, a mobile phone can help us tell science-grade stories if that's what we put our intention to. So one of our programs is called Oasis, and it's taking that phone to create a network of all of us that can tell science-grade stories for biodiversity, for positive methodologies to do restoration. And we're working in coral and biodiversity, which is not my expertise. But that's where I think, I mean, coral is, it's sexy. You need a good-looking character in your story. The rainforest too, but it's so hidden. So one of the things I think is really important is that we really get the stories out. And they're not just gonna be movies. They need to be more like TikTok level. And we need to be able to show citizen stewards all in the rainforest, all around the world, showing what's going on and showing that they can do stuff so that we can enlist an army. So to that point, you know, defense gets plenty of money. In fact, money is entirely imaginary. I'm not good at finance, but I understand this. It's entirely hallucinated and based on consensus that we will make more of it. European Union says we will make more, and then later you call it debt. But today it's new money. So why not change this to biodefense? And the bio is our planet. And the army is the indigenous army, who are the elite troops. And they are Earth Stewards leadership, and let them be the generals and let us be the, I'm not good at army, who's the bottom of the army. I'll be there. Put me in training, I'll sign up. I can be a tech kid. But I think reframing our indigenous people as our leaders of Earth's biodefense, training the rest of us on Earth stewardship. And I really think the place we can go and where maybe the policy, the money is there are positive sum games here for companies. And there are large companies that either by realizing that if they look bad, they will make less money. If they look good, they will make more money, or that simply morally, it's the right thing to do. And I'll even call one out. I don't usually do this. We have a partnership with Samsung. They have a group whose job is to make their mobile technologies useful for sustainability. You can judge however you want. It's what they're doing. They are helping us a little bit with this. But the idea is like, I mean, how many people think we needed to invent cell phones so we could get on Instagram or Facebook? I mean, it was literally, in my opinion, the greatest loss of human technology and distraction ever. But these technologies could be just as useful for citizen storytelling, sharing methods, forming a social network of us that is good, and you can still sell your phones, and you can still make money. And so that's what I'd like to see is like, one, create gravity. Things fall downhill, you can't push. We need to make Earth's biodefense gravity. And then you find the ways to do that. And one of them is through this sort of, the story creates such a strong moral compass that we're like drawn to it. But I think the other one is you have to make it easy. And I don't think we're doing that yet. Activating people in the way we think of it is hard. Making it so when they walk through the door and all of a sudden there's this lush, beautiful space and they feel so good and they're like, oh, this is obviously what I'm going to do. That's the policy I think we need to look for. And I'll end with, he's a hero of mine. His name's Steve Downs. I hope you're hearing this, Steve. He was at Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, and he was, I think, the chief technology officer. And he said, if you want to change the world, you have to create the choices that can. They call these choice architectures if you're a nerd, but we're not creating good choices. And so if I have to look at policy, and Declan's my policy guru, you have to make it so any of the choices are good choices. And I think we can convince industry either behind the scenes, if it needs a gun to their head, it's usually a pink gun with love, not a hard gun, or just publicly be like, this can make you money. And especially, I've been calling this the hot snowball. And in our session later today, we'll say, listen, kids, there's a hot snowball coming down in 5 years, and it will burn you. And the kinds of conversations we're having right now, they are way too calm for that hot snowball coming towards you. So I'm in with whatever you're doing. I'm on your army. But let's maybe, let's get the real deep, hardcore branding people that helped manipulate and destroy this planet, and let's turn that kind of thinking towards what we do and our biodefense force and Earth stewards. So.
I love that. Thank you. And that's actually what we're doing. Our background is in marketing and branding. We work with all the top celebrities. I was discovered by David Bowie, and I work with Beyonce and Lady Gaga to help brand their image in their start in their careers. But this is something that affects everyone on a massive level. And climate is so talked about everywhere, and yet very few actions are taken to really create the situation in which we can continue as a species. Biodiversity is critical for that. Climate has such a huge impact on biodiversity, so it's not that these things need to be handled separately, but we do need to make those massive shifts. The company that I co-founded, Open Origin, is creating green ammonia, and that is a huge part of the solution, allowing for shipping to be revolutionized, to no longer be the biggest polluter, but instead be completely clean. We have green ammonia that is the same price as gray ammonia. So you have the options now. We have the technologies. We have the capabilities to move massive amounts of the world forward. But we still have legislation. We still have all kinds of challenges. We have, in America anyway, the oil and gas industry is massively subsidized, many other parts of the world as well. So we're not facing real competition. We are in a reverse of how policy should be supporting climate and biodiversity. And then we're working in Brazil with many communities. We're working in Colombia with the Arhuacos, the Puyanawas, the Ashaninkas in Brazil, and many communities in the US. All of them facing similar issues where developers are taking land, manipulating laws, or just outright stealing. And you have the local police that are supporting the developers because they're the ones who have the policymakers aligned. So many different fronts that we need to work on. The European Union is leading in many ways. They passed a resolution about shipping that required that shipping updates and starts to reduce its emissions. And really, there's no way for the shipping industry to do that unless they transform their choice of fuel. So all of these things are happening, but they're so slow. Can I ask your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but it's quite exciting, actually. Let me introduce myself. It's Rabi Al-Fadel, the co-founder and CEO of FILA. It's a company we set up 5 years ago, 6 now. It's to do with regeneration. What led me to it, I'll give you very quickly my background. I worked for maybe the first 4 in the UK in sustainability, so we do a lot of sustainable framework, developing buildings, smart cities, and you name it. Quite a long time ago now, becoming a bit weird to mention this, in the 90s. And eventually that led me to be involved after being asked by United Nations and a few African Union leaders to be involved with Jeffrey Sachs onto the Great Green Wall of Africa, looking at that. And my hat, where I was an engineer into sustainable design and designing wind turbine renewables and integrating passive buildings into all what we're trying to do. And suddenly when I was studying the Great Green Wall, originally it was to do with planting trees, but the biggest asset actually is the social capital that's on that sort of line. And then you start to discover the importance of the community on the ground and the treasure of their knowledge. Now, the desert maybe covered the land, but the community is still there, maybe in a way oppressed, but more and more the rural community becoming part of the new blueprint of the energy in the future, and you name it. Especially they are sitting on the largest, biggest assets, which is land. Secondly, is one of the main things that I was trying to champion for years, even when I was doing my design in my previous, still I have another company called Zero Energy First. I was part of the carbon trading. I don't know if anyone heard about the Formula Zero before. I was part of the people who set it up. And then it went to Formula E eventually. And we left it. We tried this through university, carbon trading, but I kept on saying carbon belongs to stock market, and that is not well connected to people. That's why I call my company, rather than Zero Carbon, Zero Energy First, to get more tangible approach to it. Then studying this, so I uncovered that sort of wall, they call it. Actually, it was a trading route. It was a spine of civilization, and so much into it. And that, alongside when I was lecturing at the universities and being part of what I was trying to do, is the science approach to think, again, this is the biggest problem, and that would lead me to the indigenous people here. I don't think science is teaching us the holistic approach to things. There's something inside our brain that is becoming dormant, and we are using information. The storytelling is actually on the other side, and it's extremely important as long as you are using the right information. But it's by far more important than information. This is one side of it. Now, who has that capability of holistic? Actually, indigenous people. And when someone is telling me indigenous people think about a museum, it's dignity, it's holistic knowledge. It's actually the leaders of the blueprint of the future. Because in a chaotic world that we're getting into, it's not the car, it's the driver the most important one, because there's nothing to predict. It's how you're capable of driving through that, everyone. Understanding the second bit, which is biodiversity. So when I went to study biodiversity, people, they talk a lot about biodiversity, but in fact, they don't understand it. Now, you think to increase the number of species, it's not. It's to get the equilibrium of the species that are required. And to understand that, I mean, I'm talking about an engineer and scientist in a way. It's nearly, I wouldn't call it impossible, but you need to tap into something different in your thinking to be able to manage this very one here. So linking biodiversity to indigenous, into the future, into the dignity, into the holistic approach, this is a storyline that needs to start to be built up. And that dignity that exists in the indigenous actually, it's by far more important than we think. Actually, this is the trait of the leaders of the future. And I think that's something people, they need to think about. The other thing is, people, they do talk about circular economy. I mean, I was approaching everything as an engineer till I decided I need to go to Cambridge to study sustainable finance to understand this complicated, more or less things that they keep on throwing at us. I think maybe we call it circular economy because we are in a square economy at the moment. And what's making it square is the lack of understanding of the social capital that is required to make it circle, and that on every single component of our economy. So I will leave it to that, otherwise I will not finish. Gwen, she knows me. So that's it.
Indrani, a quick word from Bledin.
Yeah.
Other corner.
So, good morning. So my name is Bledin Rees. I'm the deputy chair of a health organisation called ECH Alliance. I don't know anything about, no expertise on this particular topic. I'm a simple lawyer, but I did spend 4 years at the Department of Health as General Counsel of the Commercial Directorate. So I have an insight into policy and how to persuade things. So there are two contributions, or at least two suggestions for you. Tackling the question that you set around policy and the art of the possible, there is an initiative in Europe already called Health in All Policies, and the idea being that healthcare needs to have a place in any type of policy. So climate and green agenda naturally fits into that. So I think there are a series of EU politicians and some EU initiatives that will link with this agenda. Secondly, there's a wider policy around green health in healthcare and a realization that healthcare is in some ways the biggest polluter. If you think about people moving to hospitals from home and back, and then the supercomputing and AI uses. So I think that there is a policy platform in healthcare that you can liaise with, jump on the bandwagon if you like. Yesterday there was a very interesting comment made by an African lady who, when she was talking about the need to inform people around challenges, and she was talking from a science perspective, and picking up Eli's point about you need to get the message out about actually how significant this is for everybody. You need to get the balance right, because she talked about a paradox where if you inform, you then raise anxiety. So there is a requirement in this communication to get the message and information out, but not to scare people such that they actually disengage with the challenge. And I don't have the answer about how you do that. I'm sure others have, but it really resonated with me, the point that she was making. I would suggest that the more ambassadors that you have, the better, and there are some interesting potential ambassadors that I can think of. Yesterday, we had a conversation with Professor Death, an indigenous gentleman, and so I really relate to the idea of involving indigenous people for the reasons that other people have advocated. But the other one that interests me is sport, and professional sport that has large communities of ordinary people who attend games. That's an interesting audience to tap into and to see which sports will align behind this. So if you think of football, or soccer as the Americans would describe it, that has a very big place in South America, in Africa, so a natural place. So I think there are some things that you can talk about, and if we can help you in terms of outreach into health, we'd be very pleased to do that.
Thank you so much. I think health is, of course, very important. Planetary health is about human health. And when we lose our forests, we gain COVID and other diseases, zoonotic diseases that jump from the animal kingdom into the human kingdom directly as a cause of deforestation. So figuring out how to align nature and the real world around our arbitrary sort of separations of policy groups and the human structure that doesn't actually fit anymore into the world that we live in is it's you're absolutely right, but I'm really seeking innovations into how do we do that, how do we accelerate it, because we're bringing the ambassadors to the table. We had here yesterday Mere Takoko. She's creating the legal framework for personhood of whales, where whales are now going to be treated as humans and their health and rights on a par with human rights, which is fantastic. But at the same time, human rights are being violated all over the world. So, people who are looking at indigenous rights and saying, well, on one hand, we're killing off hundreds of indigenous people every month in the Amazon just for speaking up, for getting in the way of the mining companies, for example, who we depend on for our technology. So it all comes full circle, and we have to find the ways to have radical collaboration to overcome these sort of artificial separations between us. Declan.
So just to invite the representative from Benin.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, love to hear from you.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunities. I mean, we are together in this community, civil society. We have this conversation during the COP16 in Riyadh, around the COP16. The indigenous community, they want to work beside the civil society, but we have the same. All this civil society. So, I mean, the conversation around how to get financed in order to help the communities, in order to tackle the climate change effects. I mean, this is a reality. But let me tell you something. It's very simple. Those who are creating problems for humanity, I mean, the big manufacturers, all of those, they don't want to help. They don't want to give money. All the discussion around the COP, this is the main idea is there. They don't want to stop. They will still doing, and those, I mean, the less developed countries like Africa and the Latin America, we are faced the climate change effect. So you remind that since the COP in Paris Agreement, where they promise $100 billion per year for those countries. What is this money? So in my hand, this is very simple for the less developed country. Let us use the simple project around our communities. Because when we go to our communities, those who are most affected is the vulnerable population, the women, the indigenous, and like this. We have a chance to have just a small grant with a French institute. This is a 2020. Let us we take an example. In West Africa and Central Africa, we eat more cassava. To cook cassava, this needs more woods. Yeah. So we think about it. So as soon as we steal this one cooking with cassava, we are destroying the environment, we are destroying the wood. So we take all waste organics around them, and through the biodigester, we give them the biogas and the biodigester. Now we have, the best practice. People are calling us around the world because the video is on the YouTube. These are simple things. Yeah. We are looking for a big money. The big money are not coming. But now, what we are doing? How we can do now before have the big money? My idea is very simple. Let us work around circular economy. It's very simple. We can help the vulnerable population. Let us work with them before the big money come. The circular economy. Very simple. All waste around them, let us transform this in a biogas. This is alternative energy. Because the climate change effect, the problem energy problem is the main things we want to find. If we don't find a solution for the energy issues, we will still negotiation. But indigenous population, civil society, we are the same. But other things, there is a problem. When we take the nature, the ecosystem, all of things, they have their language. Those who have the language, the code of nature is indigenous population. But if you don't accept to work with them, is as I'm talking today, it's not possible to attend the SDG beside the civil society. They have all. Don't put them behind. All the meeting in United Nations, they put us behind. It's not possible. We can't.
Yeah.
We can't. So the indigenous population, they have what they call today natural value solutions of so and so. I don't know. They have the nature code. They have the nature. I don't know. They have it. Yeah. So if we need United Nations, international organizations, all of this, we may work with them in order to find solutions.
Thank you. No, you're absolutely right. Indigenous people need to be in the forefront of these conversations. We have rooms full of people talking about climate, and no one has any solutions or any real willingness to change. The indigenous people have given up everything in order to preserve their ecosystems. Go ahead.
Just listening, of course, intriguing conversations, but maybe just getting into a bit of an activist frame of mind. It just occurs to me that there's an opportunity, or indeed a need, to convene an indigeneity parliament virtually before the end of this year, because we need to capture imagination. I think the issues are, we don't need to discuss them. They're self-evident. Yeah, what we need to do is connect. Yeah, and agenda set. And sorry, but I think we just need to be very, very tactical. And just listening to you, I would really be intrigued with the idea of assembling a global, what I'm calling a global indigeneity parliament, which would take place on a day, for example, in December, with an agenda, with outcomes that you can then blast into everything we're talking about.
I think it's a great idea. And we've also been talking about creating a UN agency.
No, precisely. And this could be the launch pad for that. But I think that could, and I'm talking about having this to discuss specific amendments into specific parliamentary reports. And of course, I would work to, we'd engineer this very, very clearly, yeah? And to have I'm calling it a parliament. And the parliament would have preparatory meetings, it would have committees, it would convene, and it would adopt, and would do all those things. And if we do all those things, we're just using the same language as legislators, And this would be, I would see, a New World Convention in terms of bringing the people, creating their voice, but being very, very specific and linking it to the agenda launched here, which is the UN, FFD4, Road to FFD5, 10 years, how do we... And again, I'm a super UN fan, but please be aware that the United Nations is not a legislator. It's not a regulator.
What about at COP30? Because indigenous people will be very represented there. Communities from all over the Amazon will be there. The world will be in the center of the Amazon, and yet they're still marginalized even within their own.
Indeed. No, I would, in one sense, I think that's a perfectly logical idea, but the noise, trying to cut through the noise there, whoa, I would say.
Yeah,
we need a clean, a day or a week where there's nothing else happening in the world except indigeneity, Yeah. Of course, it would relate to, absolutely.
I'm not sure that representation is to the level that it should be, to be honest with you. It's more like folkloric and doing certain bits and pieces here and there. It needs to be deeper, and that is crucial. I think that the whole thinking has to be different. I like the way that you put it in. It needs to be a ministry, but the ministry needs to have a proper vision, proper impact, and proper value, and right at the same time. But I wanted to add to what you were saying. I mean, in FIDA, what we are doing, we are creating, we have our trees that they sit actually in the synergy between food security and energy security. So it does both at the same time. And it actually enhancing the yields of the intercrops between themselves. Still, oh, sorry. I don't know why it's not working unless I'm pressing something wrong.
It has to be real close to you, like this close.
Pardon? Like this?
Yes,
okay.
there you go.
All right. To add to what you were saying, we've been studying this. I mean, when I was doing the Great Green Wall for the last 15 years, we had a lot of species actually came to us through desk studies. And we exhausted everything that we have. And we ended up like a 60-something type of trees within the Sahel, but they are very economic, resilient, nitrogen fixing, you name it. I went to Nigeria. I have a few farms. We have some things on the ground, and we have guys that we're working with, part of the community. Imagine when I've been in Nigeria in and out for the last 35 years, and talking about the data, went in my trip, people on the ground, they told us about 3 species. We've never seen it. No one mentioned it. And they told me what exactly this species is for. From health point of view, from whatever they use it, there's still so much there. Without the community, nothing. I was with the GlaxoSmithKline Beechen research director, and she told me 65% of our discovery, actually we go to ask people, what is this used for, rather than the laboratory.
Absolutely. Indigenous people have over 2,000 products of the forest in the Amazon that are not utilized by the rest of the world, not even known. That's according to Carlos Nobre, the Nobel laureate. And what's so extraordinary is there are cures for all kinds of ailments. I've seen people be cured of incredible things that, without the medical establishment. And pharmaceutical companies know that. Most of our modern pharmaceuticals, I think over 80%, come from traditional sources. So we have no lack of understanding of the importance, but the indigenous communities don't get the benefit of their thousands of years of research and development, and of their stewardship of the remaining forests from which we gain these plants. It really goes across the board. I mean, the rights issue is central to environmental issues. If we can support indigenous rights appropriately, that will support environmental rights. And when we've tried to do environment straight on, we've faced a lot of resistance. But the indigenous rights is something that need to be upheld from a human rights perspective. This is land ownership. It's quite straightforward in many cases, much more so than trying to prove the importance of nature, because it's known. It's not. It's just a question of priorities, and I think that the idea of having a special convening for that would be fantastic, but it needs to have teeth, and it needs to have partners that can help.
No, it needs to have teeth, I think, but that's for the community to create the teeth. And I think just with regard to COP30, I just listening to you, I think you or we, if I could humbly say, I think we'd be falling into the trap of being defined by COP, and I think this epitomizes the problem. That's the problem. I think it's standing aside from that and creating, you defining your agenda. I think in terms of teeth, I would point to a certainty that there would be amendments accepted, there would be reports accepted. Absolutely, but of course I would argue it does need to be foreseen as a departure point in a process.
Well, I have a great idea. We are convening a boat going from Manaus to Belém the week before COP, and there's going to be a large number of people going to COP who have never experienced the Amazon and who are really interested in having an experience without actually having to run through the Amazon and face the challenges of being there. So that might be an opportunity, and maybe we can, it could be interesting.
Could I say one difficult thing?
Yeah.
Well, a good and a bad. A long time ago, somebody told me something that I didn't listen to or believe until I got old enough. And it was that power is never given, it's only taken. And I don't use the word rights because you only need to ask for rights if you don't have them. So the original, I also have another word I like. I like original people. And the only reason I really learned this or like it is because I like a singer named Sally Nyolo. Do you know her? I would encourage every single person to go listen to her and her song about original people. And she says only original people can hear the song. And I think there's a song we're not hearing. And when you hear that song, you don't want to destroy this planet anymore. But the thing I think of here is we have people power, yeah? And you can unite them. And I would not ask for things. I would start taking.
Actually, let me say something. We all have a different angle, right? And analytically speaking, it's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of stakeholders. There's some people who can move whatever needs to be moved. We're all more or less aligned in what we're trying to do here. So let's just do that. And you don't need United Nations, in my opinion, or in the long run, of course, you need a legislative structure to execute certain actions that we want to take. But basically, I think with the knowledge we have here in the context, our respective networks, we can get somewhere. And then, as you rightfully say, in the end, when a powerful movement starts to grow, you automatically create a FOMO effect. People want to be associated with you. You don't have to do much anymore. Well, the execution of what we're trying to do here, biodiversity, empowering indigenous people, that needs to be done, obviously. But once you get that going and all the stakeholders agree and you know, have an agreement on who does what, you're getting somewhere.
Thank you. So we have a plan, a fund, actually a bond structure that supports indigenous biocultural and biodiversity rights. And it's very practical. It's about land rights, protecting the forests, protecting the ability to preserve the forests using technology. We have satellite partners. We have a 3-star general who's from the US military background who has access to all the satellites. We have all the pieces. So we're excited to launch that and invite everyone to be part of this collaboration. It works with nonprofits and for-profits, and that's very important because most of the nonprofits that are doing wonderful work spend 80% of their time fundraising as opposed to implementing what they're there to do, but they have great knowledge and relationships. And then the for-profits who are chasing the bottom line at the cost of the world around them are starting to recognize that they too need to be invested in the long-term solutions. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Aaron.
Am I on? Thanks, Injani. So first of all, my name is Aaron King. My company is Masters Capital in London. And just to give you a quick background, my career began in 1987 in banking, and I've remained in the financial world ever since. Our company has been raising finance since 2006. That's what we do. Clients come to us with ideas, and we find solutions. So my angle that I come in on this is, and I hope this doesn't come across too negative, I have absolutely zero confidence in any government making any meaningful contribution to the resolution of this project. We've seen over time and time again, through means like COP this, COP that, whatever you want to call them, all these wonderful messages they come to the table with and promising the world, but no action really takes place. And so my view and my take on this is a very simple one. If you really want to get action, the very thing that you need is financial resources. How do you get financial resources? Well, we do that day in, day out. It's very simple, actually, to raise money. It's the easiest thing in the world, believe it or not. But you have to set the right program in place. Now, I've been very fortunate to work in different aspects of banking. And the area that I've been working in since 2006 is an area that many people aren't familiar with. And that's because it's the area that is used by the powers that be to create liquidity like that. I won't go into the details, but suffice to say that the reason we're able to raise liquidity very quickly is that I've utilized that experience and the contacts and the platforms that I sit on that are not necessarily in the public view to utilize banking instruments, the likes of which Indrani's just addressed one, which is bonds, and raise liquidity. Now, the reason why this is very effective is very simple. The people who have got the money and who's willing to invest the money requires a reward. You have to incentivize them. And so what you have to do, in my opinion, is create structures where they're willing to throw in 100 million, a billion into it, knowing fully well that there is a return, what we call an ROI, return on their investment. It has to be set up as an investment. You can tell them, you can preach to them, you can tell them that the world is ending tomorrow. It's irrelevant, I can tell you this. I work with so many business people because, you know, I said this to a gentleman yesterday. I said, do you think you can really understand someone who's going through poverty? You can't, because you've never experienced poverty. Now, you may be able to empathize a little bit with poverty, those who are going through it, but you can't really understand it. And the folks that have got the money and are willing to put into these projects do not understand, do not really comprehend the message you're sending. It's irrelevant. Why? Because in the current moment, they're comfortable. You tell them the world is going to end tomorrow, yeah, okay, I believe you. I may not believe you, but it's not in the moment because they're driven to make money. They're driven. So I'm saying let's use that. You want to make money? Fine. We create structures, put your money in there, we'll give you a return on your investment, and the funds come out. We utilize the platforms that folks like us utilize, where liquidity is generated very rapidly. So we use the system. We use the banking system, we use the investors or the corporations, whatever, put those two together, we churn it out, the liquidity come, and then you folks distribute the funds according to what it is. You can bring the Aborigines, you can bring the Aztecs, you can bring whoever you want to the table. You can show them the videos. For that moment, it might twitch somebody's heart, and they walk out of that forum. I'm sorry, that's the end of that. You're not getting any money. And it's been proven over and over and over again. We talk about COP30. I'm sorry. You'll get more promises in COP30. But will you actually get the money? No. So, sorry, lastly, I'm just saying, I think we just need to focus on utilizing investment structures, pulling together finances, and we could generate the money quite easily to put into these projects. Thank you.
Yeah, let me add something to that. I happen to have met Aaron about a year ago. I'm a regulated wealth manager in Switzerland. What he just explained works. So I invested in one of his structures with my network. It works. And I agree with Aaron that, you know, in the end, an investor just wants to have a return. If in addition you give that investor a good feeling about the project that's behind, that's a bonus. But it works.
Very, very briefly, I'm going to say something which is absolutely right. I keep on saying for the last 30 years, if it doesn't make money, it's not sustainable. As simple as that. So this is something, but there is a unique ingredients in this mix. It's not like exhausted assets, actually is assets without seeing value at the moment. Talking about human capital, talking about degraded land that has a huge value if you put it properly. That means for an investor, they can see if we put it right, they will see that there is a big ROI coming from it if it's well managed and well sort of set up. So there is, in a way, money making for the good way of doing it, but we need to ring fence it. The structure has to be carefully looked at, because by the end of it, the input has to go back to the community,
Absolutely.
to the biodiversity, to the wellness of the future.
Thank you. So what we're working on is a fund, actually a bond structure, that empowers indigenous communities, because they're the proven ones, the only ones in human history who have given everything to preserve nature, even over their own interests. You know, the rest of our communities have been quite happy to destroy the world around them and then run out of food. Indigenous people think ahead, and part of what's wonderful with their management structures, their social communities, is how resilient they have proven themselves to be. And and capable of handling all the aspects of management, not just, it's not like a corporate structure where you have experts in just planting. They're doing every part of the ecosystem management. But the challenge that we face is really building this structure big enough, scaling it up so that we, for example, with the Amazon, it doesn't work to just save one corner of it. What happens when we lose a significant part of the Amazon is the entire system starts to crumble. The climate is shifting, and we're seeing it already. Trees stop sequestering carbon, they start emitting carbon. Fires burn uncontrollably because they no longer have the resiliency from the water systems they're used to. So we need a systemic approach, and that's why we come to these government convening kind of places, because we need systems results. We have to take systems approaches. And so I believe that this way of structuring, if we make it sufficiently large enough that we can include indigenous communities around the world as key stakeholders, and other communities as well. It doesn't have to be strictly indigenous. And the nonprofits certainly fit well into those structures because they have the cohesive capacity, and then the for-profits as well. Like what Gwen is doing is very exciting because she's bringing together communities throughout Africa using the same principles with a profit motive, which is great. This is how money is supposed to be used. It's supposed to be as a way to connect people, to create a more fluid exchange of capacities. There you go. If you press the red button.
Yeah, I think it's gone off.
I think providing a success story is a key. And this is that to find the project that will give you a success story is not an easy job.
That's why I'm excited about what Gwen's doing with Nzatu, because they have a success story, which.
Coordinating together, working together.
Yeah.
Basically working on projects that are economic at a certain scale, engaging communities.
Yeah, I think it's terrific.
Oh,
Yes.
it's
Okay,
that's
great.
cheers.
I wanted to add on policy, please, Indrani. As we've been talking about indigenous rights, etc., I was thinking of cases like in my own country, in Zambia, and I'm thinking, how do we propose to the UN? How do you include this in your document about how do we protect indigenous rights in the carbon markets? Because if you think in Zambia, we have large tracts of land that are just being given away to different carbon companies, and the indigenous people are not participating in that. So I would like if you could add that aspect, if you could capture that in your document, in your proposal, because that is something really that needs to be decided at policy. Because yes, our business is driving those changes incrementally, like Charles from Benin, how he was saying that using simple solutions that make a difference, and Eli, what you were saying about the storytelling, because our products will have a QR code that consumers can actually directly link to see how they're produced, who they were produced by. That is what conscious consumers are demanding now, because 40% of consumers, that is how they buy now, especially in the US. They want to know how their products are being produced. And that storytelling is very, very important. So there's a strong business case there, because these are the products of the future. And this is what Nzatu is doing. However, at policy level, how do we get our governments in Africa to protect our indigenous people? How do we get them to understand that we cannot just give away those large tracts of land to carbon companies? I don't know. I think that's something that we need to include as a question, as part of those recommendations. Thank you.
Can I?
Yeah, just one thing on the carbon credits, because I think it is an incredibly important tool. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. It's been highly discredited because of its success, Of course, there are many bad actors, but there are good actors as well. There are ways in which carbon credits have been used to protect large amounts of forests. But part of the challenge is incorporating indigenous rights into that, where often communities are removed from the land in order to protect it because there's a misconception that the indigenous people are going to be harming the forest or hunting the animals. They do use some wood and they do hunt, but it is always in a very controlled, limited way, knowing which species are safe, and those are often very much on a localized basis at a certain time of year, a certain way of hunting that preserves the integrity and actually improves the resilience of the entire ecosystem. And those are they're experts of management of the ecosystems that even the science is often struggling to catch up. Go ahead.
Can I try 2 more uncomfortable lessons given to me that they still echo? I'll never forget where I was, and I'm not going to say who said this to me, but I was walking around talking the way we're talking, and somebody pretty well known came up and tapped me on the shoulder. And he said, you know, Eli, if you got the biggest baseball bat you could have, if you had all the power you could imagine, you'd make no fucking difference in this world the way you're doing things. But if you went to the top 5, let's call them assholes, the biggest gorillas in the room, the polluters, the haters, and you got them to change by 1%, you'd have a billion times bigger impact. And this was a huge lesson for me, and and it makes me unpopular, because my favorite place to go sometimes is right to the enemy. And I'm not arguing to make them your friend, but I think we need to spend a lot of attention at whoever the big ones are. Stop calling them our enemy. They're probably just trying to make money, like most people. Most of them, given the choice to be called out as evildoers, would prefer not. And so I think one of the places we drop the ball is putting our attention to the people we call evil. And I think we should invite them in and, or do terrible things to them. But I think the invite them in is the better route. And we don't do that enough. And
I like that you hold space for both options, but
they're sticking the carrot. And then I'll say one more thing. I think America learned this lesson, and I don't know if the world needs it or not, but America is a mixed country. It's not even really a country. It's more like a gravity pit that the world fell into. And sometimes people who have lighter skin claim it as theirs, but then sometimes people bring up that there were people with darker skin that they were there, but maybe they were related to people from another place. It gets kind of muddled. And the biggest thing that I've run into is when we talk about one group, and we did this a lot in the last 20 years, and in fact it's part of our left political apology that we need to start every conversation. And it could be with our love of indigeneity or our love of people who are different from us. But what we miss is that we disenfranchise all the other people. And so I am into our 5% of indigenous people, our original people, call them lasters. They made it. They are our leaders. But let's really not forget the 5% of the people and find a way to not make them feel disenfranchised. That's what happened in America. And I mean, I'll say it. There are people in Kentucky, in America, who have white skin, who have shit lives, and they suffer and they have drug problems because of the same endemic politics. And they have been left behind, and they haven't been heard. And we make enemies of them when they are right there, your natural friend, and have indigenous wisdom of their own. And so to the extent we can find this way to not create yet another other, I don't know how, because you need to talk about our original people. But the way we can find a story that we're all in this together, I'd like to find that one too.
I like that.
So our project is called the Regeneration Generation. And so it's really about everyone having a critical role in being a good ancestor for the next 7 generations. It's not about pointing fingers, and the indigenous communities that brought us to this project, that asked us to share their perspective, they said we need to share everyone's perspective and we need to have these conversations. So we helped them to come to Davos and speak there, to come to Singapore for the X Prize, to come to the United Nations at the Science Summit, which we did for the past 4 years. So these are about collaborative conversations. It's not about saying one way is better than science. Science is fantastic. The gentleman from the medical establishment. I mean, these are important relationships that we need to cultivate. So I completely agree with you on that. At the same time, if we are excluding certain groups because they're not used to those processes, they don't want to engage with the process, they don't trust the process. So there's a lot of lifting needed to help those communities to connect in ways in which their voices are equal. And it makes it difficult when they come to these kinds of conventions and then they don't get in, and then they say, well, I'm never coming again, these are the challenges they face. I think that where we can really make a huge difference is through alliance, through building collective partnerships and through empowering those partnerships with financing. That's the critical part that everyone needs. And then structuring the activities, because there's so much competition between groups, between the nonprofits, between countries that are pioneering wonderful strategies, but they can all work together. These are similar problems faced all over. Yeah. Wait, let me try the red one again.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, this meeting is very, very, very important, and let me share something. What you just said is very, very important. The collaboration between us. There is a problem. My group want to go here, those groups want to go here, but if we are not together and have one voice, we are dealing with a United Nations, the big, but if you there is that's right. So I want to share my experience under UNCCD, the United Nations to combat desertification. During the 2 years, I was the chair of a panel. We was 5 around around the world after the election, and I was also Africa representative. To organize the last COP in Riyadh, we have opportunity to meet the Excellency. I work very closely with them, and let me talk that we have this is very special. Because if you take all the COP around the 3 conventions of Rio, I never see how the country, we asked the country, is working very closely with the civil society. This is my first time. This is my experience. So what you are telling is very important. Last United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, France, I have the opportunity to meet the president of COP himself. I meet him. And also in Bonn, we meet also. I mean, if we don't work together as you are doing, I don't know if you know Hindu. Coming from Chad.
She is part of our group,
okay.
Hindu Umaru. She is wonderful. She's speaking tomorrow on Zoom.
I mean, the time arrives to each of us to live is, this is for me, this is for me, this is for me. Let's work together. And the same thing I'm talking about, the partnership, it is not possible. We can't. Let me say, if you work together, this is not finish. We may work with the private sector and also be in contact with the government and partners. We can't solve. But first of all, we need to be together first. And if we talk in the same voice, it's not finished. We may be working with private sector, work with government in order to have solution with our, because what we need is so big, so many things to do. And I mean, I agree with you, and I would like, after this close meeting and a very strategic meeting, what I would like to tell is to call all of that group. There are many groups. Tell them to let us put in place one network. I'm thinking before going to Belém, but God grace will be there. I'm thinking in order to have a close head of the civil society, I don't know, an NGO or to work with the presidency. We're beginning also. If you can begin now, in order to see how they can, why not help us to be there? Because if we can work together, very closely, the partners can help us. Because the main problem of civil society is finance. How to have bills, how to be to have hotel. But this is a very physical things. But the main thing is how to work together, how to have one vision. And because if we don't do like this, all that we are doing is very writing, theory, but we may be progress in our fights.
Beautiful. I love that. Hindu is part of our group. She's working with us. Hindu Umaru. Yes, we've interviewed with her for the film. She's going to be on a panel tomorrow by Zoom that we're conducting. And the president of COP19, Susana Mohammed, the Minister of Environment from Colombia, she's aligned with us. We've interviewed with her. She's also very much supporting what we're doing. NGOs, we have many. We have 15 NGOs that are combined, and we are welcoming any others to join. The idea is to show that this is not a minority. We are not representing a disenfranchised groups. We are representing the most important experts in how do we manage our environment, how do we manage business so that it can be in harmony with the needs of society, which businesses want to be. So it's not about pointing fingers, although occasionally we do need to have policy protections as well, so that it goes both, on both sides. But to reward those, we're having an award system that we'll be having at the Science Summit to award the companies that are doing the best policies. That is the key way. Yeah, and we're friends with the marketing departments. We understand that they have massive marketing budgets that are usually used after there's a scandal. So instead, let's preemptively, let's say, these are your weak points. These are the places where you're creating problems for your community. Let's avoid that it becomes a scandal that then you have to fix, and instead let's work together to prevent that. Often they don't realize it. They don't even know that. I had a meeting with Mark Benioff. We had a dinner at Salesforce with the 20 top CEOs of Europe. This was right before the pandemic. And it was incredible. He went around the table and asked each CEO, what are you doing to protect the environment? And one old guy, head of a company, I won't mention who, he started to cry. It was a no-camera room. He had heard many people saying all the things. He said, look, I can tell you bullshit like these other people have said. We're doing this, we're doing that. But I know that we're doing a lot more harm than good. And my children have been hounding me about this. And so I've been bringing it to my board, and my board says, well, we can't lose any profits. We have to keep growing, so I'm really caught. I don't want my kids to hate me. I've worked my whole life to empower them, and now they're telling me I'm destroying the world. So what can I do? And I realize that we have to support corporations. We have to view that these are all humans. And at the same time, policy can create this structure so that there are penalties for the bad actors and positive benefits for those who do well. If there are not the penalties, then they have no excuse for their shareholders. That's part of the challenge. They need to be able to say, we're going to have to face a big fine if we don't change our behavior.
Can I just...
Yeah, there's one thing, just very briefly. I like the fact that you said it shouldn't be just indigenous, because so many communities, they share the same problems. But where the indigenous can really lead, because they've transformed themselves gracefully, they've gone through this very one, and they can carry all these sort of injustice issues and to say how to lead that. And everyone will start to be backing up the indigenous. That you shouldn't keep them away or to say about just us rather than you guys. But you need to choose the topics carefully, and they need to be when and how and who to talk to, because they are quite large in number. And especially now is the opportunity, talking about the States, let's say, and elsewhere. I think that's crucial to choose those topics.
Thank you.
Yes, and-
Sorry, let's hear from Aaron for a second. Very good.
Look, I think there are two parts to this entire thing. There's the part that everyone is talking about, the collaboration, the strategy, how we implement it, bringing this party to the table, this party to the table, all the rest of it. You can have the most beautiful design. You can have the perfect solution. But ultimately, before you can execute that, you need money. That's the problem. I've been listening to these programs forever at all the various levels, and I can hear all the beautiful intentions, but nothing is being executed. So why? There isn't a willingness, as I mentioned earlier, by government to do so, because there's no incentive for them to do it. Their main business is just to get back into power. I don't care what you say. That's what they're doing all the time. So you have to get the liquid to move forward these ideas. Collaborations are fantastic, but those are things you can work out. When our clients come to us for money, they're building a massive resort and all the rest. It's done beautifully. And for the last 5 years, they couldn't raise money to put this into action. So you have to focus now, I think, at least throw some of your energy towards what we've discussed earlier. So putting together the financial structures, creating this golden goose that lays the golden eggs so that you could implement your beautiful picture and bring all the parties to the table. One last thing, if you don't mind. Just a suggestion that Gwen raised, how do you get those countries to... One of the ways which we're working to do, and I think it's very effective, is to introduce tokenization. You raise the value of the asset, in these cases, whether it be minerals or just trees, whatever. We live in a digital world today, and there's an awful lot of money in the digital world. And in fact, I can tell you, quite a lot of our clients want to spend their digital money because many of them put it there, and many people don't know they've put it in there. But they're happy to invest and get a return. We need to start introducing these things to those governments. Tokenization is the easiest thing to do. It doesn't harm the... in fact, we are currently discussing with the Guyanese government in South America. They've got swaths of land which has been abused by gold mines, etc. And our idea is to hand over the land to us. We'll tokenize it, and we'll replant on the land. So there's two benefits there. Keep the resources in the land, raise liquidity off for the land so the government gets that, and put back trees into the land. These are some of the ideas I think we need to start. And these are practical, very simple ideas. Please get off this program that you need to involve governments. You ain't going to get anywhere. I'm sorry. We need to start focusing on the private sector and come up with these collective ideas and put into place.
Well, let me add to that. Capstone species is a really great way to tokenize nature, because you cannot keep the jaguars alive if the rest of the infrastructure isn't intact. So there is actually a program around biodiversity bonds for jaguars. It's very small, but one of our partners is doing that in Peru, and it's really interesting. The challenge is getting large investment into jaguar bonds because it's not well known, and each area has a different capstone species. So it requires more diversity, but it's also very exciting to be able to do that. So thank you so much for those comments. Gwen?
Yes, I love that idea, tokenizing our natural resources. And Costa Rica is has been very successful with that, with their parks, their national parks. Yes. But in talking about indigenous communities, I had a thought. Working with First Nations in Canada and Native American communities in the US, one continent, but such different approaches. Native Americans in the US just want to be part of the mainstream economy. They don't want to be seen different. They just want a seat at the table. They want to be part of business. So I think also as we are framing the narrative about indigenous communities around the world, we also have to take into account each country, each region approaches it very differently. The indigenous people in Zambia, for example, we have 72 dialects, several tribes. The tribalistic nature of our countries also make it difficult to create a blanket narrative in one particular country. And as I mentioned, even just between Canada and the US, two completely different natures. When we talk to Native communities in America, they don't want to be seen as selling crafts. They want to be part of business. They want to see their brands in the grocery stores. So I'd love to be part of that also, Indrani, on that
Absolutely.
aspect.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I think we're going to go for lunch now. But this has been really exciting to hear all of your perspectives. I believe that we have so much alignment and so much to do. We have all of the answers on the table. Now it's just a matter of weaving these together in the best possible ways to maximize the outcomes for all of humanity and all of nature. And thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you.
This could have gone on. It's so exciting. We had a nice team. Yes. All of us.
As always.
Good afternoon, everybody. You're all very welcome. Delighted you're able to join us here in this very busy week. Hope you had a good lunch and are well rested, but not too well rested. Delighted here to be able to provide some facilitation for our next session entitled Nutrition as an Economic Multiplier, Financing Better Food Systems for Sustainable Development. And I must say I've been looking forward to this session because it seems so fundamental to humanity, you know, that we even have to discuss this. It really boggles the mind. But here we are. And as you know, I think the context is particularly significant. Some of us, and more of us, will be, you know, engaging in these multilateral fora, you know, hugely important. Zoom hasn't made that exercise redundant. There's still value in coming together and speaking, right, Sylvain? And meeting. Some for the first time, of course, but there are many new colleagues that I'm delighted to see. And again, and I know I've said this 1,000 times, you know, this is not a meeting, this is the beginning of a process. I think that's hugely important to reflect on, because from my perspective, I mean, I'm a bit of a, sometimes like to think I'm a policy wonk. So therefore, for me, when we look at these issues, I say, okay, where's the policy basis? And I hate to tell you, and I hate to tell myself, that this is really a fundamental challenge. We live in democracies, most of us, I think. And of course, you know, therefore you would expect that these policy environments are enabling, but I don't think that they are. And the reason I say that is because, you know, I'd be a frequent attender at United Nations General Assemblies and many other meetings, and of course I pay particular attention to the outcomes and recommendations, but you don't see those translated into legislation. Very often there are some exceptions. So I think that's just a tremendous, it's a reality, a tremendous weakness, but as I said, I'm a good Catholic, so I look at things in terms of right or wrong, you know, and the world is not like that, so we can't look at things in terms of good or bad or right or wrong. I think we have to have a much more inclusive and progressive approach. So really, that's just by way of sort of some contextualization. So I'm hoping out of this meeting we are going to be more informed, better sensitized to some of the issues. Of course, thereby, I'm not saying that solves the problem, it doesn't. However, it does get us down the road in terms of how do we create an enabling environment. The policy is not everything, but I think without a policy basis in its various forms, I won't describe them all, but you get the idea. Without that, I think we're kind of, you know, sometimes spinning around. Life is one conference to the next without this underpinning foundational connectivity between them reflected in, for the sake of a better term, democratic processes. As I said, it's not everything, but without that foundation, the downstream stuff becomes hugely challenging in terms of funding, in terms of cooperation, in terms of increasingly regulation that impacts, and of course those regulations and most policies that have a global relevance are essentially northern, designed to impact on everybody else. It used to be called the global south, but is now more correctly called the global majority, and you know, I'm there. I agree with that. I was reading a couple of weeks ago an interview with the foreign minister from India in the Financial Times, their lunch feature, you know, where they have lunch with whoever. And, you know, fascinating discussion. But my takeaway from the read was that he was saying, essentially, the multilateral system was designed 80 years ago when the world was a hugely different place. And here we are, 80 years later, but that multilateral framework arguably is still the same, has the same rigidities, has the same inability to respond and react. And I think that is an important context to realize. So I am very much, you know, in terms of the future, how can the policy environment be much more enabling and much more responsive? Not for a second saying that's easy, I am not, but I'm saying the awareness has to be much greater, and the mechanisms for engagement with policymakers and leaders needs to be much more dynamic, which is why we come to these meetings, because you have an opportunity, as for the majority of us are humble taxpayers to engage with the people in the chauffeur-driven cars who, tell us all how it all works, So, good. As I said, delighted to be here, delighted for the conversation. And in terms of maybe scene setting or frame setting, delighted we have Matthew Anderson, who is the executive director at Phytotech in the US. We're not going to hold that against you at all. No, you're very welcome. But please take us away, Matthew.
Thanks a lot, Declan. Thank you, everyone, for being here. As Declan kind of alluded to, I am most certainly from the private sector. I represent industry here. This is the first time after COVID I've had a chance to be a part of a UN conversation, and the United Nations has definitely welcomed me with open arms. So thank you for everyone, the men and women that are here. One of the things that I've enjoyed the most about the ISC for Intelligence series specifically is it's been a conversation, more so than just an oration or standing monologues. A lot of my personal experience has been you have a 30 or an hour minute session, which is just a series of people talking at you and not a discussion. So while Declan has handed the microphone here to me first, I really do value each of the stakeholders here at the table and their input and opinions, and I hope to have a very impactful discussion. I say all that, and then I'll begin a short monologue. I had an opportunity to provide some comments to the multi-stakeholder roundtable number 4 this morning, and I'm going to give a brief summary of those as I think they're poignant for this conversation. So allow me, and then I'll kind of move through them and then give it back to you, Declan. As we gather here for this pivotal Financing for Development conference, it's vital that we recognize nutrition not only as a simple health concern, but as a core economic multiplier. And honestly, one of the largest points for national defense. As desertification and climate change, as well as other issues facing the socioeconomics of the global majority, continue to resonate, the poor nutrition continues to undermine education, productivity, and resilience, particularly in the underdeveloped nations and countries where it's most urgently needed. And yet, investment in nutrition continues to be one of the most profitable areas and sectors of investment available, yielding up to $16 for every dollar invested. At FFD4, we have an opportunity to elevate nutrition as a strategic pillar for economic development and finance policy. This infrastructure investment means that we have an ability to move beyond fragmented aid towards systemic change. Declan referred to the multilateral funding and that might be antiquated. And as we begin to see things like blended finance, private-public partnership, but this word called profit, right, that we all live by here in the private sector, the ability to turn the economic wheel, to produce margin, to create the opportunity for capacity and revenue generation. These are conversations now that are actually being able to be heard in the halls at the UN, where from my experience, it's mostly been focused on grants and kind of a single pathing of financial prosperity. I represent a unique intellectual property platform called Phytotech Technologies. And we have a capability to address these crises with practical science-based platforms to produce sustainable nutritions in the forms of proteins and sugars, starches. And these are incredibly capable to be localized, significantly less water utilization, carbon-positive technologies that produce zero waste streams. And one of the things that I've noticed, again, most is this disruptive or novel discussion really hasn't been had much, and that's because a lot of the innovative technologies that we've heard have kind of failed in that valley of death for technology innovation. What we've learned from the research and development bench pre-scale, pre-implementation, pre-viability. And the stakeholders that are here today, whether they're representing the least developed countries or some of the most advanced technology portfolios and financing, hopefully foster a conversation for us to be able to focus on things like climate smart opportunities, like the ability to host climate resilient technology that has capacity in a localized framework, so we can not only drive the dollars and cents back, but provide the sustainable development goal realizations of water conservation and also revenue production and job creation. So with that being said, I look forward to being a contributor in today's discussion, and thank you all very much for having me.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you indeed for those reflections. I would now like to turn to Dr. Deodat Maharaj, Managing Director at the United Nations Technology Bank for Least Developed Countries. Deodat.
Thank you so very much, and I'm delighted to be here, and thanks for the very kind invitation. United Nations Technology Bank, we have a simple job, and our job is to leverage science, technology, and innovation to help the 44 least developed countries fast-track their development. And we were established as a consequence of a clear recognition.
Sorry, David, can you go closer to the mic? Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, so we at the UN Technology Bank, we were established as a result or a consequence of a clear recognition that established development models and approaches were not working for these 44 countries because they were growing at best, growth rates 1%, 2%, 3%, while the rest of the world, they were galloping. Just some facts on why they are important. The least developed countries account for 1.4 billion people. It's the last remaining unsaturated market on the planet. Okay, so I think that's an important point. Secondly, the work that we do at the UN Technology Bank for the least developed countries, we have done a lot of analytical work and modeling. I just returned from Tanzania. We did our technology needs assessment over a period of 11 months. The reason you do that, it's the least developed country. You want to do it properly, speak with business, the range of stakeholders. We launched last Wednesday in Dar es Salaam. And food and agriculture and food resilience is either normally the number one, number two issue in all the countries that we have dealt with. So that's an important point. I spoke about the population of the LDCs accounting for 1.4 billion people. But when we look at the data in terms of nutrition, for example, or malnutrition, so whilst they account for 15 to 17% of the world's population, they account for 74% of the malnourished people on this planet. Just take a moment to pause on that data and to pause on that statistic. In 32 out of the 44 least developed countries are in Africa. The World Bank and the African Development Bank, they have run projections as well, that every dollar you spend, business or public sector, on addressing this issue of malnutrition, you get a return. The African Development Bank says $15 to $17. The World Bank says $35 for every dollar that you invest. So it makes good business sense as well. It's also estimated that the LDCs in Africa lose between 3 to 16% of GDP as a consequence of malnutrition. So I just wanted to provide some context. So to my mind, there are, I indicated earlier, that is the LDCs are the last remaining unsaturated market. When I looked at Tanzania, for example, where I had served previously, I had lived in Dar es Salaam some years ago, or many years ago. When we think about investing in the least developed countries, we think small, we think poor, we think conflict, and that's not necessarily the case. Tanzania has a population of 68 million people. Tanzania is an integral member of the Eastern Caribbean and Eastern African community, economic community. They are part of SADC, the Southern Africa Development Community. So we are looking at a market size that's moving now from 68 million people to like 300, 350 million people at minimum. So when we think about opportunities, and previously we thought there wasn't the scale, but there are immense opportunities if we frame it along those lines. And why most of you all would know why an economic community is important to make this argument. It is important because in an economic community, you can transport, send your goods, services, whatever, duty-free, tariff-free, quota-free. So if you make a product in Dar es Salaam or Nairobi, other than transportation costs, there are no taxes or anything associated with that. In the work that we have done at the United Nations Technology Bank, the issue of technology is front and center, obviously. But it is about low cost, high impact, robust and resilient technology, whether it's food systems or digital technologies. Because, and that's like one challenge we've had and we've experienced with Western technologies. I mean, we all love the West, but with Western technologies, the prior experience has been high cost, minimal transfer, minimal capacity to continue thereafter. So that's why in development you have this big debate going on about South-South collaboration. And that's why China and India have emerged as very important partners. So these are some thoughts I wanted to share, perhaps to help frame the conversation. I don't think I can do that because I think you guys are much smarter than myself. But happy to continue the conversation along those lines. So we have to reverse the standard assumptions that we have of least developed countries, okay? They represent, I mean, an immense opportunity, and they are eager to adopt and embrace and utilize, with business being a vital partner, low-cost, high-impact technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed, Dud. Very, very important perspectives, and of course, enabling and providing increasing access to technologies for less and least developed countries is hugely important. As you speak, I mean, the world is a complicated place, and I'm reflecting on the fact, I don't have the exact figures, but I believe from recollection that a small single-digit number of millions of patents go off patent each year. And it's just one example of wasted knowledge and know-how, or at least knowledge and know-how that is available that is not made accessible. So there's that, and then I often reflect on the WTO TRIPS agreement, the Trade-Related Intellectual Property Rights, Article 66.2, that provides a legal basis for the technology transfer capability as well. But again, in my view, underutilized. So I think the perspective you bring is critical and really valuable and very, very, very timely, and thank you for that. I now would like to turn to Ketan Patel from the wonderfully named Force for Good. We need that. Ketan, we need that. So please, the microphone is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Deodat, I thought you set the scene perfectly. It's difficult to add much to that scene. Those of you that might have seen a Lancet study recently, in the last few days, would have seen that they examined the impact of the US and USAID, USAID in particular, to see the impact on how it affects human life, just in general. But they were specifically looking at the impact on saving lives. And in the first 20 years of this century, they identified that US aid might have helped 90 million people, saved 90 million lives. So it was a profoundly important thing. They believed the withdrawal of USAID as an institution that funds the biggest issues of poverty, hunger, disease around the world will result in 14 million people dying in the next 5 years. 1-4. Now that's like that's like a third world war, right? You'd have to have a major pandemic or a third world war. It shows how much we are dependent on finance flowing from one part of the world to the other, but also shows that dependency was not something sustainable because it took a policy change, a change of direction from one leader of a country, the biggest country that donates, to actually change the whole system. I think what you're talking about is, of course, that we need something which is sustainable, and it can't rely on aid. So it has to rely on something commercial. In Force for Good, we have 9 major projects that we look at, which we think, if implemented, our calculations are they would solve 90% of the SDG gap, which means the SDGs are achievable. It might take slightly longer than 5 years to do it, to 2030, but it is very much achievable. We base the solution sets on solutions that exist, technologies that exist. So nothing you had to reinvent, no breakthroughs required. The real breakthroughs we needed were the championing of a solution in one part of the world to go to another part of the world, and to do so commercially. To do so commercially means that the countries that accept those solutions have to be willing to allow these people to make money for transferring their solutions and to create the environmental conditions to do so. That's not easy, as we've discussed before, but it is possible too. The second is a massive adaptation is required, which meant that solutions that exist in the global north are often not appropriate to be transferred into countries where the margins are much thinner and the conditions are very different. But what it did point to is that you can transfer many solutions south to south. And what I have seen as we've traveled and looked for these solutions is that two parts of the world see themselves as completely tied to the future of particularly Africa, and that's the Middle East and India, who think that Africa, Middle East, and India have to form an axis where there is a massive transfer of solutions, capital, experience, know-how. If you travel India, what you will see is, of course, that it's a subcontinent that has almost every geographic condition, every economic development condition and issue too. You know, there are deserts and there are tropical forests. There are massive cities. There are urban centers with 2 or 3 slums of 1 million people or more each. You know, it's just a very diverse environment. So the solutions developed there tend to be solutions that they believe can be transferred across boundaries. So we do look there, but we look everywhere for these solutions to see if they can flow. And we find lots and lots of them, and I am shocked how many answers there are which are not getting funded at scale. And so I would suspect our biggest opportunity is to take these solutions, create the factor conditions, the environmental conditions for these solutions to be implemented at vast scales, and we can solve these issues. So I'm enormously optimistic. I am concerned that we will have a gap as USAID lives and millions of people will die of preventable causes. And it's sad to think that the end of compassion is here upon us now. Something good will come of it, but there is no need to make thanks for the end of compassion. Very positive too. We will solve this and millions of people will die before we solve it, probably. Sadly. But we will solve it for the longer term, I'm sure.
No, I'm taking that, yeah. Okay. But huge challenges, but I think cooperation and collaboration is going to be the success factor here. For something completely different, rather a different perspective on the same issue, I'm delighted we have Mei Ling Fung here with us, and Mei Lin has, in my view, a unique set of perspectives, one of which is her perspective on global digital infrastructure. And it may not seem immediately relevant, but I'm absolutely convinced it is a critical aspect of the future and future solutions and how we create the capacity and infrastructure to deliver nutrition. Mei Lin?
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here. I'm a citizen of Singapore, a small island that was very poverty-stricken, $500 per capita in 1965 when it was founded. And we have become the economic miracle. And one of the things that I've learned from that is that when you invest in infrastructure that helps people help themselves, you are not giving aid, but you are investing in people. I'm emphasizing this because I want you to understand. Singapore had no resources, not even enough water. Its only resource was people. And you want to say, how did it happen that investing in people actually worked? You have to create the conditions. And the conditions in Singapore were very unique at the time. It was at the center of global trade routes. It was able to ride foreign direct investment into Asia. At one stage, Singapore received 35% of all FDI into Asia. 5 million people out of 2.5 billion. That is astounding. So I'm tracing some of this because it helps you understand why I think digital public infrastructure is so important. Think of a village, and then think of a village with no roads going to it, and then think of a village with a road going to it. No one in the village with no roads can afford to build the road for whatever they're doing, no matter how great the return. But if there's a road to the village, then lots of people can use that road. The roads today are digital public infrastructure. In fact, the Singapore story of being at the center of global trade routes is fully replicable now because of digital. Every place in the world, if it has connectivity, has the potential to be connected by the digital roads. So what does this mean for some of the issues that have been raised? The less developed countries, the situation that Force for Good is addressing. It's devastating that 14 million people thought they might be able to live and now can't. We have to do something. But what is it that we can do? We have to be aware of the importance of digital public infrastructure. We have to build the roads, not because of charity, but because those people want to help themselves. My friend Melinda was advisor to the World Bank. She said, we used to go into refugee camps, and in the past, they'd come to us and say, can you help us get water? She said, now when we go in, they say, can you help us get Wi-Fi? Because with Wi-Fi, they can help themselves. And so the importance of digital public infrastructure is not only for people to help themselves, but it actually closes the loop for global finance to reach. Why am I saying that? We are moving from the model of aid to investment. And why are we doing that? It's not because capitalism has won, it's because we have the digital information to make sure that we understand what is worth investing in. Think of the situation, a rice farmer. His pipe broke. He can't get the water to the fields. You're all familiar with the Shakespeare thing, for want of a nail, a kingdom was lost. This pipe, which could make the difference for the entire harvest for that rice farmer, that's investable. We should be able to lend the farmer $30 in order to save a harvest that could feed his family for the next year. I'm working today with the chief architect of Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae is probably the longest standing, most prolific digital public infrastructure that has ever been done. Today, it manages $6.5 trillion of flows of about 250 to 200 billion of capital into the US housing market every month. And when I'm saying every month, how does it do it? It crosses the chasm. It uses the data in order to package all these small loans so that global finance, pension funds, insurance can invest in it with confidence. People always say to me, but Mei-Lin, what about the global financial crisis? Well, that was in 2008. The Fannie Mae system has been rewritten 5 times since then. What I seek to do is to do regional securitization utilities for small, medium enterprises, starting with agriculture? Thank you.
No, very important perspectives, and as you speak, then I think it's an opportunity to reflect on the importance of what governments can do, and the two that I've referred to recently are the stabilizers, or as the Americans call them, training wheels, of guarantees and insurance, and that is going to be very important in terms of, and very much part of the future mix and the future response. But of course, that is it's first and foremost a policy consideration. So they need to understand, what the responses there need to be, and I would consider them to be extremely, extremely urgent. But the precedent there is the COVID financing that was enabled, and also in the European Union recently the financing and funding for defence. So why cannot these approaches be enabled to point in the direction of the issues we're addressing here today? Thank you very much, Mei Lin. I would now like to go to my dear colleague Alan Kessler, who will bring an interesting perspective as somebody who operates a business in Africa on food security. So keen to get your perspectives, Alan. Thank you.
Declan, thank you very much for your kind introduction and your wisdom in terms of bringing so much and so many different people together from all over the world in many of the events that I've been to, that you've hosted. This opportunity for me is quite unique in that we are a private sector company based in Africa. We have 3 different businesses. Primary farming. We are literally the people on the ground from early morning till dusk. We also have an agricultural trading business using a lot of aggregation strategies, but also sourcing business locally that can be sold into the United States or increasingly into the European Union, Asia, and the GCC. And then a third business, which is trying to utilize some of the US-related farming assets also in terms of what was originally prototype development, but also might evolve into being scale. So just want to address kind of first and foremost the title of the workshop today, but also one comment that had just previously been made about USAID in the context of this meeting. We're trading agricultural goods, and the US sources about $1 trillion a year of groceries in the supermarket. 82% of those SKUs can be derived on the African continent. At the moment, the market share that Africa has of those 82% of those SKUs is 0.3%. So to think about those numbers, it's about $3 billion on $1 trillion. Now, the USAID problem is a problem. It is a horrible public relations, foreign relations nightmare. It is going to affect many, many people. But the dollar value of the problem can be materially ameliorated, not wholeheartedly supplanted, but ameliorated through a mechanism where Africa and many of the local producers can start to elevate many aspects of what is needed to create an export quality type of production in terms of a food system. And I think with that, be it coffee, be it cocoa, be it the dried fruits from South Africa, be it many type of commodities that I'm sure are even in the mainstream before we even delve into why do people eat what they eat. There are clearly financial opportunities that do lie ahead of us. I think the other thing that we do face in the context of this meeting, and I've been lucky enough to get to know Declan through a private sector role in a global flagship program for food security that was started at the UNCCD, that is clearly developing a lot of momentum in terms of multi-stake membership now, in terms of including many policy, public sector related inputs in conjunction with private sector. But during the context of that opportunity, we look at the Sustainable Development Goal 2 and how that is really the biggest problem in the room, the item that we have to solve. And that amounts to 1 billion people. In some languages it might be 800 million people, but I think of it as approximately 1 billion people. But that is the simple context of food supply. The nuance of nutritional, the true nutritional context that gives balanced behavior is potentially 2 billion people that are deprived of what is appropriate. Multi-nutrients, balanced diet, what is appropriate to body mass index, longevity, and that is a much bigger problem than simply the food supply, which I'm actually increasingly confident we are going to address through issues of pre-harvest and post-harvest and cold chain management and a lot of loss management that I think is improving as logistics improve. But the nutritional content argument is a very complex one. It's complex because I think a lot of the economic incentives are actually malaligned to solving that issue. There are almost 1 billion people globally with diabetes. That is big business. It's big business for pharmaceutical companies, for health systems, for pharmaceutical practitioners, for a whole host of different things that can kind of be incorporated into that. And so the idea is really to move towards a more nutritious environment, but also not just in terms of the food provision, but also trying to solve for some of the refined products that I think are available. And I'm going to come back to just kind of pushing the opportunities on the African continent, because I do believe that the way that we think of the world, that 60% of the world's arable land is in Africa. A lot of the untapped soils, understanding of mineralization in the soils, purification of water, management of organic products, the sun, the natural sun, utilization of renewable energies, low amounts of greenhouse gas, kind of tangential to the growth of what is happening, very low market share in terms of actual emissions on the continent attached to where the food supply is grown. These are many aspects of why I think Africa has a major role to leapfrog and create a much higher nutritional matrix for the world going forward on scale. And then I think I'd also just like to mention that the whole world's food supply is predicated on really just a few crops in terms of the kind of 80-20 rule. You think about soy and maize and wheat and rice comprising such a massive amount, and what are the actual, call it agronomic, optimized production of that. And it's really using a small amount of varieties of a small amount of actual aggregate crops that feed the bulk of the planet. And I would like to continue to challenge my own company, but hopefully many people here, be it in genome sequencing or people that are focused on food supply and policy, that the idea shouldn't just be that we should be focused on how to make higher nutritional content in existing foods, but it's that they're new foods. There's a minimal amount of understanding of many, many superfoods that grow in many parts of, certainly in many parts of Africa, but the developing world. There are new opportunities. We've got a very exciting sugar product that can be used in diabetics. Clearly, nobody ever decided they could make money on it, and so it was never really produced at scale. Fonio, there are a number of cereals that are indigenous to West Africa that just potentially might have never made the ABCD complex in the US, which is responsible for so much food, had an ability to make money in it, and therefore it was never really produced at scale. And so, I think as we start asking these questions, it's important to think about the deliberation of why we actually are utilizing the foods that we are using in addition to what is more of the appropriate and higher nutritional content that can be used. And I want to also just end with one last example. We make cattle feed. Our specialist in terms of our company is focused on the production of alfalfa, which is a 2,000-year-old crop that was grown by Julius Caesar to cross the Alps. And then was brought to the US in the time of George Washington because they felt as though they could expand out west by having more stamina for the cattle. But this product is not really grown in Africa much outside of South Africa. Obviously, a massive desertification problem all over the Sahel attached to overgrazing, which I'm sure everybody in this room is quite aware of. And what's interesting about this is that the actual milk productivity and the beef productivity that is attached to, that is kind of transitioning from the grass-fed type of cattle matrix to an alfalfa-related food regimen has taken milk productivity up by 7 times and the beef productivity up by 5 times in our experience. So we've definitely been able to see the integration in a real-life setting of kind of the nutritional content multiplier effect. And I think when you couple that together with the ability to bring kind of a multimodality approach, we think there's just a host of opportunity, and we hope that Africa can really play a leadership role in leapfrogging the entire global nutritional matrix going forward. So a friend of mine actually, in the context of strategic minerals, was wearing a hat in a meeting last week which says, Africa can help America make America great again. So we hope that, obviously it's a little bit of a parable, but we very much appreciate Africa's role in leading the world in this next step of nutritional variation and enrichment going forward. Thank you.
Thanks indeed, Alan. And I think it now would be probably appropriate to invite Petronella to talk to us. And Petronella is from the Agricultural Research Council in South Africa. So dying to hear, Petronella, where the solution is going to come from. Can we grow them? Thank you.
Thanks, Declan, and good afternoon, everyone. We welcome the opportunity to be part of this conversation, and Alan has actually made my life very easy because I was previously struggling, okay, how do I bring in my contribution? And quite a number of the issues that you have raised actually are relevant in terms of what we wanted to contribute to this conversation. So we're coming in from the angle of food security and nutrition. Just to highlight, you did make reference to the fact that Africa has a lot of potential, and I just want to highlight some of the innovations or solutions that are coming from research and innovation on the continent. And also within the context of this conversation that are worth putting on the table in terms of consideration for technology transfer and scaling in whatever form, because they do positively impact food security, health, and nutrition outcomes. So first, I just want to speak to the role of traditional and indigenous knowledge systems in terms of the solutions that can enhance food and nutrition outcomes. Most of the indigenous foods that our researchers are working on, what we're finding is that they're actually quite rich in terms of being nutrition dense, and they're also consumed with minimal processing. So they have been demonstrated through research to be actually able to impact positively nutrition, particularly for poor households, but they're also generally resilient to climate change effects in most local contexts. Our researchers at the ARC have been doing sweet potato research for about 70 or so years, for example. And through that research, they've delivered about 31 genetically improved cultivars for orange flesh sweet potatoes, but also working very closely with local communities in terms of demand-led breeding. And they've also managed from local communities to collect and maintain about 375 accessions just for sweet potatoes. At national level for South Africa, this research has actually led to a competitive national sweet potato industry that relies predominantly on local technologies, but there's been some significant improvement in terms of human health, particularly for children of school-going age. Some of these orange flesh sweet potatoes has been found to actually have nutritionally significant quantities of vitamin C, iron, calcium, and other minerals. And it helps in terms of combating malnutrition in children. And then if one looks at, I think the concerns around the impacts of use of pesticides in crop production, the research that is done in indigenous rural communities has also demonstrated that there is a lot of knowledge that exists in terms of integrated pest management solutions. Farmers are able to use natural predators because they don't have access to pesticides. Crop rotation, for example, also helps in terms of managing pests and diseases, and also generally using crop varieties that are resistant to pests and diseases. So this, if one looks at how then these farmers are practicing agriculture, there is a reduced reliance on chemical pesticides, and that translates also in terms of positive outcomes for environmental pollution and health risks. And then I just want to also, maybe give another example where our researchers also that we're working with rural communities, we're able through, a variety of research methods to extract about 14 botanicals that are used by traditional communities to control about 28 pests, pests and about 15 crop diseases. And they are using crops such as tomatoes, kale is another one, and also cabbage that, they're able to experiment at that level and come up with these remedies that actually are able to control pests and diseases. And then what that does is then these botanicals are an environmentally friendly, accessible and affordable alternative for farmers to mitigate crop losses that are caused by pests and diseases. But more importantly, they also reduce consumer health risks. And then in the area of livestock health management, the practices that are also being used in terms of indigenous knowledge systems, they integrate modern veterinary medicine. And we've found that they can improve livestock health outcomes whilst also reducing the need for antibiotics and addressing issues such as concerns around antimicrobial resistance. So if one just looks at these few examples, I think there is, like Alan said, there is a lot of potential that remains unexploited. So we're losing a lot of opportunities as a continent, but I think the more we also talk about it and the more we look into alternatives in terms of investment in research, but also investment in terms of knowledge sharing and capacity building initiatives that can accelerate the adoption of such practices, but also scaling, working very closely with the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petronella. And I just want to highlight the fact that you've spoken about, I suppose, what you might call soft issues, knowledge sharing, capacity building to share that knowledge. That's increasingly going to be reliant on AI and digital public infrastructure. So, before you get to producing the food, there's an upstream element to this, which I think is hugely important, and how we factor that into planning, I think, is very, very, very important in terms of policy, in terms of investment, and in terms of sustainable nutritional strategies. And in terms of the research capability that you're evolving, I mean, how do you see that? How do you see that at a continental level? How do you see that as it is effectively a response mechanism, and how much of your planning is determined or decided or dictated by SDGs or immediate challenges?
Okay, so I think it has become clear in the conversations in the last few days and even amongst ourselves as we talk as African organizations that there is a lot of fragmentation and there is a lot of room for Africa to learn from each other as well as other southern partners. It's very clear that we can no longer look always to the north for solutions. There's a fair amount of problems there as well. So I think these kinds of platforms, we should encourage them more in terms of amplifying, the opportunities that Africa has, but also kind of facilitating or at least initiating the development of the kinds of partnerships that are required to position Africa optimally within the context of, providing solutions for SDGs.
Petronella. And of course, the knowledge aspect ties in very nicely with the objectives of the Development Bank and what Deodat has been talking about. So this is, again, a reason why we have to sort of think in the round and propose policy solutions that encompass these aspects. Delighted now to go to Sylvain Ouedraogo, all the way from Burkina Faso, who is part of the SEALS organization. You'll know it's another French acronym. We had one earlier on, BADEA, French acronym, but this is also a French acronym. And the English translation is it's the Permanent Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel. On the face of it, it's very, very specific, but in fact, SEALS has been here since 1973, so the drought has been a challenge since 1973, I have to deduce. But also just from my limited exposure to goings on in the Sahel, I mean, hunger and other forms of deprivation are enormous there. And again, you'll tell us the figures, but there's many, many tens of millions of people starving. But then when you see, well, what's in this case, and again, forgive the Euro context, there are many other contexts, but when you talk to the European environment about, well, what's the response here, the Sahel in particular is not understood as an issue with regard to nutrition, for example. It's understood as a political challenge, yeah? And in many ways it is, but because of this overriding political appreciation of the Sahel as a region and the unique political challenge it faces, then the community, in this case the European Union community, never gets to talk about hunger. Well, it's a slight exaggeration, I admit, but it's certainly not a prioritization. And this is, again, after 55 odd years or getting to. Sylvain, you're very welcome. The microphone is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sylvain, as the client said. So I'm from SEALS. SEALS is the Permanent Interstate Committee for Drought Control in the Sahel. It's a regional interstate organization created in 1973 as a political response of government to the drought hit severely the Sahelian countries in West and Central Africa. It was very big issues for countries, and head of state of 6 countries in the region decided to have a regional organization to mutualize, to synergize, in order to fight, to address the issues related to drought, such as food insecurity and nutrition. You have also the issue of natural resource management. If you talk about agriculture, food, you know that in our country, agriculture rely on the availability, the land fertility, and many other natural resources. And another aspect is related to water management. So since this moment, so SEALS is trying, and up to now, we have built a system, an information system, how to manage food insecurity in the Sahel. And we have built a tool which is internationally recognized and called Cadre Harmonisé. If you go to the website of SWAC, Sahel and West Africa Club, which is hosted by OECD, you will learn more about this tool. It's a kind of tool we use to collect information from the countries in order to release a map regarding to the level of food insecurity in the region. What is the level of food insecurity? Because sometimes it's not the same level in the same country. Why? Because we have one rainy season, and most of the farmers, they are using this rainy season to grow. Depending on how the rainy season is going, you can have a lot of food or not a lot of food. So we are considering floods, the rainfall, and the phytosanitary aspect in order to assess what will be harvested by the end of the year. And we are able to say that we will have a lot of food in this area or in this part of each country. Nowadays, we are working beyond SEALS member state. SEALS is covering 13 countries, Sahelian countries from Cape Verde to Chad. But nowadays we are working in all West African countries because we have been mandated by ECOWAS to do it on their behalf. So we are covering countries such as Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, even Nigeria, where you have issue with food insecurity. And they are using this tool called Cadre Harmonisé to assess and to release a map. And what we have as data from this tool allow government to see what they are going to do and to plan their response, because this tool is like a health warning system. We build it so government are aware that the following months we will have food shortage in this area. Before to reach this, what do we need to do? And they used to have a response plan with different humanitarian actors and different NGOs in the countries, and they put together the means to bring assistance. And we don't only look at the production, the agricultural production, we also consider the market issue, because sometimes food can be available but not accessible in the market. And we are also doing monitoring and giving this information to government for them to see what they have to do. And I was very happy to hear about the integration in the region. So in West Africa, we have also this integration through ECOWAS. We have a free movement of goods and people in the region. So this is what we are doing. And so it's, we still have some challenges. And in the area of nutrition, we noted that despite the fact that we have a lot of potential in the region, the policy at country level are not considering this potential. So with the support of EU and USAID, we have been able to prepare an advocacy document for policymakers to plead for them to take into consideration the nutrition aspect when they are designing their policies. And this document is available and used by different organizations to sensitize and to plead from government to take into consideration this aspect. But as you know, what is the real challenge in the region is the sustainability of some action. Countries, they really need this kind of information system. But you go to some countries, sorry, they don't have they have statistical bureau, but sometimes not connected with this food system. So we are trying to build in all these countries what we call food and nutrition information system. But this food and nutrition information system cannot be sustainable without the government, because we need somewhere they will have the history, and they can have some civil servant collecting data and releasing information. So unfortunately, it's not always easy for countries to maintain. We got the support from NGOs and some other donors to start to collect data and to establish a group. But by the end of a project, it is difficult to sustain this information system, which is really important. And if you go now in some countries like Cote d'Ivoire or Sierra Leone or Nigeria, they are not, Nigeria you have Sahel in the north, but you go in Sierra Leone or Liberia, they are not Sahelian countries. They have a lot of rain, but unfortunately the issue of food security also is there because of flood, because of they don't use proper varieties, or sometimes they have been phytosanitary issues. So we are trying, so as sales, to address these issues. And so now more than 52 years, we are still dealing with these challenges. Thank you.
I would now like to call on Brian O'Connor, who is the Chairman Chief Executive of the ECH Alliance, who will give a health perspective. And of course, nutrition is necessary for health and a productive workforce. Thank you, Brian. Actually, should we take a group photo before he goes? Yeah. David, sorry, could we just retain you for 2 minutes? 2 minutes. 2 minutes, and ask the speakers to just come up here for a quick photograph.
Thank you. If I can get our photographer, Alan.
Brian. Brian. Ladies. Too few ladies.
Let me color this world.
Yeah, this is perfect. Perfect.
Gotcha.
Getting into trouble here.
And then here. Good? Yeah.
Good.
Thank
You are free to go. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No.
Need it.
Yeah, no, it's photos, everything. You know, particularly for the follow-ons.
Yeah,
you know.
yeah.
You say you were there. You know, no, trust me. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't forget. Actually,
No,
just
no.
got it. Yeah. Brian.
It does work. Just sorry to do that. I'll only say a couple of quick things. First, I feel helpless and hopeless. Helpless because of something you said, which is that when you talk about maybe 14 million people dying because of the decisions of a president and a change of policy, I think, why isn't the world standing up about that? And one of the reasons I think, this will be controversial maybe, but I'm going to say it anyway, because it's in Africa. And in many parts of the world, nobody cares. If 14 million people were about to die in Europe or in the US, people would be, this just can't be allowed to happen. But that demonstrates to me the 80-year-old system which was imposed upon the rest of the world by the Western powers, which I'm pleased to say, even though I come from the West, are declining as the power brokers. That's another form of colonialism, which, as we know in Africa, there's a great feeling still about colonialism. So that's where I feel helpless to be able to do anything about that. But I appreciate you raising it. Where I feel hopeful, though, is having the privilege of sitting here and listening to all of you experts coming up with hopeful solutions. When I listen to the fact there are solutions, and not just solutions, but as you know, the Chinese love this saying, which is Weijie, which is crisis and opportunity. And every crisis is an opportunity. That was about the only Chinese word I learned, by the way, in 12 years living in Hong Kong and China. But it is the mentality which matters. And the last thing I want to say, because this to me is part of a series, as Declan has very cleverly over many years got us all on the same journey, the same caravan, if you like, going around the world. And I think it's a wonderful one to be on because it brings together people, first of all, I would never have met. I represent more to do with healthcare because we have built up a global health connector, try to connect our own dots inside our sector. And believe you me, that is not easy. I then look at all of the other things that are going around the world, like all you do, and I think, we're not really connected with you either. So that's another silo possibly, which is why in about 10 minutes' time, I'm told, we're about to have a session we're running, which is convergence, trying to bring science, health, finance, and the economic impact, which is often forgotten, but was mentioned here today, together in one place. And we'll continue that in New York during UNGA. The thing that strikes me, though, is, without getting into great detail, my visits to Africa have taught me a couple of things. One, Africans themselves have to believe that they are, in fact, one of the new world powers. Not in terms of militarily or anything else, not only in terms of population, but in innovation. I first learned the term frugal innovation in Africa. It was then repeated to me in India, where we also work. And we're actually assisting the transfer of innovations and frugal innovations from India to Africa and vice versa. And I guess the thing we should be looking at all the time is, what is the economic benefit Because when we listen to the opportunities you're all talking about, yeah, there are problems as well, but the solutions create the opportunities. And people in Africa should understand that what you're doing already. And Petronella was talking earlier about some things which Declan questioned you on. And that is, I keep telling our African friends, stop thinking about this as being built in Africa, for Africa, etc. That almost suggests another isolationist continent, such as we're getting in North America at the moment. What we should be saying is, do it for Africans. Prove it on the ground. You have a great test base there, but we should then be looking at exporting that around the world. And we, as a Global Health Connector, can facilitate that. And I encourage you all to sort of, we will keep in touch with you, whether you like it or not. And if you do like it, you should join us in the UN when we do our sessions with Declan at the Science Summit on the 22nd, 23rd of September. You'd be very welcome, because I think you could all contribute genuine solutions and give us all hope. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is a great crowd. I really like Malin. She has good stories. I don't really know what to contribute here. I mean, we've all used resilience a lot, and I think I've colonized the word, and colonization's bad. I'm going to say a couple unrelated things first. I think it can't be left unsaid, the USAID story. And the way you said it was pretty sad. I think it's also sad that we got to a place where we were that dependent. And then a good psychologist said something to me of, you know, even if it hurts, when you get out of an abusive relationship, you'll thrive afterwards. So, took an American to say that one. Okay. You know, one of the things that resilience has come from, I don't know, has anybody at this table not said the word resilience in the last 36 hours? One, it's a sign that we're nervous, that we need to be resilient. Two, it's something that Pilar, where are you, Pilar? It brings us together. If you're an engineer, if you're a food security person, probably if you're a ninja, you're thinking about resilience. And our view on this has been, this seemed very important, let's figure out what it is. And our little history of resilience was looking around at all the definitions and roadmaps of how to build a resilient community and kind of finding out they don't exist. There's really beautiful and laudable sustainable development goals. Has anyone tried to use them as a direction to start your community? It's tough. And the planetary boundaries are these things that remind us that we're crossing bad things in our world, but they aren't giving us direction. What was interesting is, as a group, when we looked at all of these things and kind of reduced them down to what they were trying to say, these 7 dimensions, and I don't want to be the dimension guy right now, but there are 7 easily spoken dimensions that if you had to go build a community, it's like, gosh, I can't leave any of these out. And they're about stewarding your environment and making sure you have regenerative resources. They're about having good governance. And so one of the things I think we need to start developing is checklists for resilience, so that when a community needs to start to develop itself, and God, Singapore, I'm going to use this over and over again, even though I think I've heard you tell the story. Yeah, what if you had to start on a new culture, and it was built for 2050? And if you do go to resilientagenda.org, you can go look at a map of what 2050 looks like, and it's depressing. 2080 looks worse, and that's the optimistic view. 2080 pessimistic view looks like 80% of the world in deep trouble. And for all of the people in the green zones thinking, we're in a green zone, if you're in a red zone, you're heading to a green zone. So the world's going to get tricky. And I think we need to start to think about like what this redesign of our community looks like. And you know, what I heard here was that I couldn't figure out this was a nutrition meeting because people are talking about roads and water and healthcare. And so the unsiloing of how we think, I think this is where we are headed because this is a platform we all have to be on, otherwise we all sink. And there was an earlier meeting that, as usual, Declan put together sort of impromptu, talking about how to preserve biodiversity in the rainforest. And what came up, what was really interesting was, you know, if you lose 10% of the rainforest, you might lose all of it. You can't just, and so this is the same thing here, which is like, which part of our culture are we going to sacrifice and think the rest will survive? And nutrition, this any way in is the right way in, because we're going to have to do it all. I think the most important thing was, for me, is that we're too calm. I'm tired. Inside I'm burning. There was a person sitting where you're sitting in the first meeting from South Africa. She had the right tenor. She was yelling. And so, you know, I guess you said it also calmly, like 14 million people died. I think we need to get more like screaming about the stuff. We have a hot snowball burning down on us in the next couple of years. And every problem we hear, food security, water security, they're not going to get better under the natural circumstances. And so I think what I'm encouraged by this group, but I'd push us further, is what are the actual big moves we need to do now that are not, they're like, do you give your cow alfalfa or not so it can get over the hill now? And so for me, I think resilience needs to be paired with alacrity and seriousness. And we're all in it together. I learned this whole thing for me started, I'll tell you, driving, I was living in South Africa, near Kosi Bay, the Maputo crossing. And in South Africa, if people don't recognize it, it's actually a pretty developed country. I think it's more developed than America right now. It has nice roads. And you take this road to Mozambique, and it's a very nice road, and then you get to this border crossing, and if anybody's been across it, there's no roads on the other side, and there's this big sign in Mozambique that says, "Estamos juntos," we're all in this together. And my mind changed, honestly, when I saw that sign. And so I think to us, the resilience is being together here. We have a limited time to do this right, so let's do it fast and well. I'll start with nutrition, wherever you want me.
Thanks so much, Eli. We're almost about to conclude. Before going to Matt, sorry, Ketan.
Just add some, sorry.
Please.
Can I just add something just which... That's good. Heard something extraordinary which should give all of us hope. It's a kind of a confidence booster for our species in some ways. Desertification is attacking so many countries. And there's maybe something you know about, but it was new to me about a year ago or so. But China is building a Great Green Wall. And it's 4,500 kilometers long and about 15 kilometers wide. It varies, but it's about 15 kilometers. That know-how is transported to Africa. It's building an 8,500 kilometer wall to stop desertification. You see, we are completely capable of doing anything. We just choose not to, right? So it's just weird.
These buttons are tricky. You can tell. You press it and then it turns off on you. Yeah. In closing, you know, I'm a chronic entrepreneur, right? I started my first company when I was 20, erstwhile youth. I was in regulated products and controlled substances. It's been an uphill grind the whole time, bootstrapping every dollar, learning how to raise money, God forbid actually making profit, and then figuring out that that's the flywheel that allows anything to happen. As I'm certainly still wet behind the ears in these conversations, and you sit on one side and you say, it's really grim outlook. It's that same part, right? It's always darkest before the light. And in many ways, it could be called crass capitalism, but I think that's going to be the savior. I know that my energy is going to be focused on profitability and everything that we engage in driving profitability, so those stakeholders that are involved can have proof case that there is success beyond, so you can mobilize governmental spending, so you can bring the private sector in, so everyone can become celebratory, so you can play the role of kingmaker for the stakeholders that are at the table that need the halo effect, because their, you know, powers that be need to have positive benefits or attaboys. And at the same time, we can use that rising tide floats all ships, so that the resilientagenda.org 2050 and 2080 scenario only continues to get better. And I think that, well, I've only had a brief opportunity to communicate with many of you. Boy, oh boy, does the brain power overrun, and so does the passion. And it seems like many of you are tireless in your efforts that put forward, and Declan, get excited to continue to join you on this journey, because without a shadow of a doubt, you know, God willing, we'll all be here in 25 years. So we'll all be here by 2050. Let's make sure it's the most positive outcome possible. So yeah, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. To be back. Great to see you all. Delighted that we're having a focus on health, and not just any health. I mean, under the leadership of Brian O'Connor, who is the chair and CEO of ECH Alliance, I think we have an opportunity to look at health from a global perspective, a truly global perspective, and I think that's very, very appropriate within the context of this UN meeting, the Financing for Development Summit. And of course, I often reflect on the fact that health is not one of the 6 United Nations transitions, astonishingly. And if you want to know what they are, that's the narrative between the SDGs and what comes next, which is currently the Pact for the Future. However, having said that, I mean, I am the eternal optimist. And of course, health is there in many, many respects. We had really fascinating meetings and dialogues at the World Bank earlier this year and in Geneva at the WHA. Clearly, health affects everybody, so I think that's a good point of departure for this afternoon's conversation. And that conversation, I think, is very important in terms of how does health figure within financing for development over the next decade. And of course, in that, I always like to encourage people to reflect on a global context. And in this case, the global context means what the European Union is doing in parallel in setting its priorities. So we need a strong health agenda. We need a strong, inclusive research agenda for health. And that has to be, in my view, that has to be really supported and sustained by policy mechanisms, policy priorities, which is the weakness in the system from where I sit. Brian, the microphone is yours. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Declan. First of all, welcome to those of you in the room. I just want to say welcome also to our virtual audience. I gather it's over 100 people from around the world are listening to us. And I apologise for the short delay. We had a little technical problem, as you always seem to do, just as you're about to start a meeting. But I'm really grateful to everyone for attending today's meeting. This meeting is called Convergence for a reason. Over the last couple of years, as I worked with Declan and Pilar and so on, I've realised that there's so many silos in the world. I work mainly in health, and my God, are there silos there. There are people who think they are the world. I keep telling them they're not. But if you're running a big organisation with hundreds, maybe 1 million people being employed in a particular organisation in the UK called the NHS, I can understand why you might think you are the world, because you're doing so much good, but then you look at your whole structure and you say, how do people from outside break into your silo, right? How do you get out of your silo and understand what's going on in the world and don't reinvent the wheel? That's an example of what we are trying to change beginning here today at this meeting. So this is a meeting where we want to put this proposition to you. It's not one that's new. It's one that's been around forever. But I'm fed up with people encouraging us all to stop being in a silo. Because all that does is we go, you're quite right. And what do? We stay in the silo. What I've realized working with Declan, especially over particularly the last 12 months, is when I look at the science community that he has built, the Science Summit, I then went with him to the World Bank Spring Meeting, the first time I've ever been at a World Bank Spring Meeting. I went particularly to understand what the finance world thinks of everyone else. It was fascinating. I was in meetings with yourself, Meili, and what struck me was, it was fascinating. I learned a lot. What I learned was we are all in parallel tracks on freeways, autobahns, motorways, whatever you want to call them. And we're doing great work. Everyone is doing great work. So I'm not here to criticize people. What I'm saying is, but that great work is within their own silo. Now, a lot of people may disagree with me, and I don't mind, because I know I'm always right, because as a silo, I'm naturally always right. But what I want to say to you is that today is me saying to you, I believe we need to connect and converge what we do in health, what we do in science, what we do in finance, what we do in the economic impact of what we do. Because in this changed world, I don't think we have a choice. I think many years ago, the transition happened or started. We sometimes don't know things have happened until they become obvious. Most things are not obvious. until many years later. So we used to talk about, one of Declan's normal phrases is the global south. Remember we all talked about the global south? And that's because 80 years ago, the West decided they would colonize the world again by setting up financial institutions. I'm hoping some of this is controversial because I'd like to have a discussion about this afterwards. If it isn't, I'll be really disappointed. So feel free to disagree with me. But the reality is, having set that structure up and has worked for many, many years, what we now find is that at a meeting we just attended half an hour ago, we're told that because of US aid, the decision to close US aid, the likely impact in Africa is that 14 million people will die. Think about that fact. That's a report just published yesterday, I think. What do we do about that? We get angry. What else do we do? Not a lot, much as we'd like to. But if, as I said at the earlier meeting, if that were happening in Europe, if that were happening in America or wherever, we'd all get really angry about it and maybe try to do something about it. Because it's happening in Africa, that's the colonial rule. Now, I'm not saying I can do anything about that specifically. But what I did hear at the meeting before was a lot of hope. We had financial institutions. We had the private sector. We had people who are looking at what can you do if we converge all of these great initiatives on finance and science and health and the economic impact and try to work across those motorways, freeways, and so on. Because right now, to try to work across them, there are very few crossovers in these motorways. You would die trying to get them all to work together. So we, as the Alliance, the Global Health Connector, are determined to get out of our own silo, because health is a huge sector, but it's still a silo in many ways, and try to connect with individuals in each of those disciplines. And so today I want to have a discussion about those disciplines. I want to hear your views on whether this is another one of my crazy ideas, and by the way, I should tell you, I've had lots of them, and I'm going to continue to have them. And one of my colleagues, I saw him on LinkedIn this morning, Blethen Rees, who's with us, our Deputy Chairman. We heard a quote at one of the meetings yesterday. I may have got this wrong, Blethen, if not, jump in. It was something about strategy without finance is a hallucination. That was a great quote, because sometimes you need these succinct quotes to get a message across. That's why we don't have keynotes at this. That's why we don't have slides. And by the way, we won't have them either when we go to the UN, UNGA, in September, on the 22nd, 23rd of September, because we want discussions. The smaller the meeting sometimes, the more output and outcomes we get. So this is a journey apart, a step on the road. It's not the end of the road. We think it's the beginning of a road of convergence. So I'm going to ask some of you to jump in and tell us whether you agree there should be convergence. Once we get agreement in that, which I hope we will, I hear from some of your messages to me earlier, we will. What I then want to talk about is, so what? We all agree. And what happens? You all go home happy because we agreed something. What I want to know is, so what? What are we going to do next? And my job at the end of this is to tell you what I think you have told me are the next steps. So I need your help to tell me what I should say at the end of the meeting. The reason we've only 1 hour of this meeting is to inject a sense of urgency as well into this proposition. So before I leave, I have to mention some. It's always a danger, you know, you want to talk about people who are online. They cannot say anything back to me, which is a change. But if I don't mention some of them, they'll be really upset. I won't mention them all, but we have people from USA, from Africa, from Latin America, from Europe, from Australia. Our old friend George Margellis, one of our ambassadors in Australia, he seems to get up. I don't think he ever sleeps, actually. He's at every event we ever go to, whatever the time zone. So you're very welcome, George. I want to welcome particularly our friends from Ukraine. We have an ecosystem in Ukraine. We work very closely with them, and we don't want them to be forgotten with all the other stuff that's going on in the world. And then we look at India, and we look at all of these other great continents and countries around the world. So I welcome all of you again. And I'm going to start by looking around and saying, for example, to this lady who's just enthralled us in the previous session, I want you to say something of what you said in the previous session and tell us do you agree that we should be converging, first of all, and then tell us maybe 2 or 3 next steps.
Yes, we should be converging, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But I want to say that I represent the internet community, and it's an astonishing thing that the internet has been adopted around the world, not pushed by any institution. The technology existed, and then it was pulled by each country. We want to connect to the rest of the world. And I was the business partner of Douglas Engelbart, who was one of the pioneers of the internet, but he believed in networked improvement communities because he grew up a lonely boy on the Lewis and Clark Trail in Oregon, and he had no way to connect to other people, especially with the kind of intellect that he had in Eugene, Oregon. When he was 12 years old, he rebuilt a Model T Ford from scratch. It was abandoned in a field. And that experience really gave him the sense of capacity that he had. In the end, his thinking about how the internet could support our collective wisdom fell by the wayside when his whole team left him to invent desktop computing, personal computing. And he said, please don't do that, because it will take us to a dangerous place where we're all in our own heads. And so the internet was always conceived as a place where networks of communities could learn and share from each other. And I'm here to speak up that all of that still exists. The communities that did that, the National Research and Education Networks, are still all out there. And the scaffolding exists for us to be the network of communities that we were intended to be. And it's bottom up, it's not top down.
I'll eventually get the right button here. That's a good start. I'm going to jump around the room and confuse you all, which I like doing. But I know each of you have got certain things to say, and don't feel, remember this is a discussion. It's not a broadcast. The point is, it's a discussion as opposed to people broadcasting to you. So we need your interventions and your view. Can I come to you, Carlos? You just arrived, and you said, I said, just tell me what you think. So if you can find a microphone there, maybe you could give us your view on this idea of converging these four, at least four of these disciplines. What's your view? That one there, there's always a danger with the bottles. Just say who you are and then give
Yes,
your comment.
my name is Carlos Parra. I work in Seville.
Yes.
It's a good opportunity for me to attend this interesting debate. I'm a member of International Medical Informatics Association. I'm chair of Health Information System Working Group in EMEA, and also I'm a member of the board of European Federation for Medical Informatics. I am the treasurer of EFMI, and also a member of the board of Spanish Society of Health Informatics. In a worldwide level perspective, I have experience working in open science and how can develop use health data for research at worldwide level. And I think we must continue how can make the sustainability of the progress of the research in the context of to share data for the health research. But in any case, we must take account the need of the value of data, for example, for all countries in the world. No? We must work in develop the infrastructure to share data, to apply fair principles, and so on. But in any case, we must take account must be the opportunity for all people in the world, for all countries, not for short, funding and researchers in some specific countries in the world. I think it's my first approach.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll come to you in a second, Raul, because I'd like another Spanish voice involved in this, but you've just arrived, so I'll give you a second to get your breath. Bran Wong, I'm jumping over to you to see what you think. Should we be converging these disciplines?
Does this work? No? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, thanks for having me, and great to be here. So I'm Brian Wong. I split my time between working in global health diplomacy and then the other half of my time working with health tech startups, implementing innovations around the world. And I think very much, yes, we do need convergence. I think that's at the core of what I do and what we're doing here today. I've just come from a panel on health financing. So again, it's the merger of health and finance, and was in Geneva recently for the H20 summit, which was about G7, G20 health and financing, and how we blend those things. But I think I'll just reflect briefly on kind of my experiences kind of in these intersections, kind of fostering strategic partnerships between public and private sector. And I think I'll highlight on kind of three key insights that I think are relevant to the conversation today. So the first is around how I think investing effectively in health really requires, and has been mentioned just now, robust, timely data and scientific evidence as guiding principles. I've worked on various digital health initiatives with Africa CDC and FIND, and we found that evidence-based, data-driven investments were really essential, not just for effective resource allocation, but also for convincing financial institutions and donors of the really tangible impact of health interventions. And similarly, I've done some work around digital transformation in the NHS in the UK, where I live, around digitizing primary care services, and having strong scientific data really demonstrates improved patient outcomes and kind of cost efficiency, and that helps to really unlock sustained financing and political buy-in. The second point I'd like to make is that inclusive and blending financing models are really critical to scaling impactful innovations sustainably. As mentioned, I hold various advisory roles with health tech startups, and that's kind of demonstrated how combining venture capital, public sector grants, and kind of innovative crowdfunding mechanisms even can really rapidly scale solutions and serve to reach marginalized and underserved populations in the UK as well as in rural communities in India. And really crucially, these kind of blended financing approaches really allow us to deliver not only kind of measurable health outcomes, but also robust social and economic returns that then attract further investment. And lastly, I think that the third point I'd like to make is that kind of systemic convergence through integrated governance frameworks and cross-sector partnerships is really essential for sustainable health financing. So I've just wrapped up a project working with the Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative, RVMC, through which we kind of witnessed firsthand how really aligning regulatory standards, industry capabilities, and financing under this kind of coherent governance framework can really create an enabling environment that then will attract sustained investment and that can drive long-term economic resilience. So just in conclusion, I think aligning finance with governance, science, policy through this kind of convergence approach, as has been discussed, is really critical to achieving our collective sustainable development objectives. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Rahul, now you've got your breath back. Can I come to you? Could you just introduce yourself? I know you, but others may not. And if you can get a microphone there, we could start. And just, if the first question is, do you agree that we've got to bring these disciplines together? And then give us your thoughts on the next steps, what we might do with that, please.
Okay. Well, first of all, apologies. Coming from Fides here is a real challenge. But in the context of convergence, now much better. Okay, but first of all, I am Raúl Rosales. I work as senior fellow at Imperial College Business School and co-director of King's College Net Zero Center. I'm a doctor in civil engineering, and I developed all my career in the financial industry for more than 30 years. No, I can say I am a financial guy, if I'm Anyway, but let me say just like 3 points about convergence. What are my thoughts about this? The first thing I have to say is that in the current context, it is something quite critical, convergence, critical. The second point is that we need to take into account 3 points. The first one, cross-sector policy alignment. We need to develop a framework that align for several sectors: health, science, finance, and economic policies. We need to align that. Ensuring, for instance, in the space of health, that the public health and environmental data inform fiscal decisions. Okay? This is not happening. This is 1 point. And of course, it supports sustainable scientific research and health innovation. The second point is integrated data integrated data, and decision-making platforms. We need that to make it happen, the previous point. So I'm talking about establishing what I call shared data ecosystems and AI-driven analytic tools. This is starting to happen now in certain economic sectors, okay? For instance, in smart farming, with carbon markets, it's starting to happen now because we need the technology. And it's all about data. And also, this data will come out with critical information for the risk management process of everything afterwards, and finally, financial decisions. And it does affect, again, health sector, pandemics, climate shocks, economic instability, whatever. The third point is what I call interdisciplinary governance and investment models. And I would like to link with your last point, if the financial modeling, which is the last thing. Because if the first 2 points are not right, you can, Excel can support whatever you want. So we need to create the right governance bodies for that, and funding mechanisms to address this, and for this kind of interdisciplinary mandate collaborations. We need these three things. And maybe your question is, well, that sounds very nice. How to do that? We need to work on this kind of what we call in engineering, systems, systems thinking and whole systems approach. I think you are familiar with these terms. Whole systems is all about how to operationalize that. Okay, we need to, anyway, I leave it with this, Brian, sorry, thank you.
Gracias. Thank you very much indeed, Raul. I've made a note of your points. We'll not forget them. I'm going to surprise someone else. Matt, I heard you at the earlier session. Would you mind just giving your views on this convergence idea, and then just a minute or two on what you think? I heard you earlier, and I think you've got some specific ideas on how you might converge some of these disciplines.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that someone said it was de-siloing. It might have been you. But I think that, yeah, the world doesn't exist in silos, so solutions can't either, right? Yeah, I think there was a great example, Melee, that you provided, the village without a road. No one person can afford the road, but the whole village could benefit from the road. I think that holds so true. My background's in supply chain for regulated products. So, you know, whether you're moving medicine or you're moving a controlled substance, it takes the recipient, the logics in between it and the manufacturers. Those are a lot of different stakeholders, and they all have different needs. They all have different requirements, and they all have different conditions of satisfaction. In the terms of medicine, the ultimate result is healthy populations that have vaccine, perhaps. In regards to nutrition, it's the availability of the ingredients, the compounders or manufacturers, and the ultimate delivery for a nutritious population. So I think that the more that new multilateral frameworks or more financing structures, or Declan, the way you've put it, policy, can be framed to bridge or provide opportunity for convergence, I think it might be very dynamic to allow these problem statements to be approached by cohorts that are disparate, that maybe have come together for a united cause. And in that, maybe it acts as a new catalyst to provide new perspective on long-standing issues. And I think it's really interesting that this is a topic of conversation that's coming up now, as you see the USAID fall short of their commitments. And back to that statement I said, it's always the darkest before the storm. Eli, you said, you know, in crisis comes opportunity. Yeah, well, in crisis comes convergence, and maybe it's no longer a nationalistic perspective of America or Europe or Africa, but it's the human population, right? And then we're one species, and we have to perform as such. So maybe that's 2 cents from the cheap seats there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Cheap seats. I got your instant. So I've got a number of other people. Cece, could you? There's seats at the table if anybody at the back wants to move up, because some of you I know have got things to say, and I want to have the microphones available for you, so we could do that. Can I come now to you? Just introduce yourself and give us your take, please.
So it's nice to actually go after a few of the speakers that have actually set the scene. I'm Rizwana Mia. I come from the South African Medical Research Council, and you know, to follow on what you've been saying, and especially where the last speaker just said, we are a human species, we are a single entity, and that we should address gaps that can actually enable everybody in ecosystems. And the previous speaker spoke about, you know, investment in converging thoughts around ecosystems and solutions for that. And so, you know, in South Africa and much of the global South, there's a paradigm and there's an inherent gap that we have to look at and we have to address. And there's a disparity, a very big disparity when it comes to a human species. Especially we see that in Africa, our populations in Africa have not been able to generate data on their genomics, on well, much of the ecosystem has to be developed, has to be enabled from infrastructure right through to the basic science and generating knowledge on these populations. So you find that data is fragmented, disease patterns are understudied, and populations are underrepresented in genomic reference databases. With, I think now that we've calculated, given all of the flurry of activity in human genomics, I think that global genomic databases only represent now 0.8% of the African population genome. And this is now leading towards how do we enable an entire continent to improve healthcare when we are driving AI-driven, data-driven healthcare in the global north. So with that, I'd like us to think about how we redefine science, data, finance, governance, and converge to build resilient, inclusive health systems and healthcare initiatives. And at the South African Medical Research Council, we are trying to pioneer a national initiative where we are trying to converge all of the investment government has made in terms of our infrastructure, scaled programs that have in other sectors that are going to facilitate a national human genome program and the development of a national archive for our country as a health resource, so that we can create a unified area where we can find phenotype, genotype data and enable a personalized medicine ecosystem, a learning ecosystem, and an evidence-based medicine ecosystem. So I'm going to continue after those comments later. Thanks.
Thank you. So to keep the gender balance right, and I need to come to another gentleman who I heard speak earlier. Do you want to give your microphone there, have you? Introduce yourself. I mean, I already know you, but I think the world should know you as well. But I'd like you to, if you could answer the first question is, do you believe in convergence? This is not a religious meeting, by the way. Well, maybe it is, but perhaps go ahead, please.
Thank you. My name is Eli Spencer. For the purposes of this meeting, I'm a physician scientist. I don't actually know the answer to your question. So no, to be a contrarian. I guess the opportunity is, I mean, if we don't converge, we'll die. So I guess the opposite is yes, we'll converge. Can I diverge for my part and not say something I've said before? It's also something I'm uncomfortable with. I'm going to say I a few times, and I usually like to say we and things like that, but I'm going to talk about something I'm doing. But first, I'm going to poll the room. How many people think we could have universal, essential health care that covered 80% of the common diseases a person would encounter? You could keep people alive for 24 hours, and we could do that in the next 5 years. Raise your hand if you think it's possible. 2, 3, 4. Okay, a few. How many people think it will happen? None. Okay. What's the cost of that in your mind? Is it $1 trillion, $10 trillion, or $100 trillion? Somebody say numbers. So if you do the math according to America, which is you take the amount of money we spend on every American and you multiply it by nearly 8 billion people, you get 14 to 20 trillion dollars. And that sounds silly. So that's not how we have to do it. The convergence of human need and really the democratization of medical knowledge through AI and resources. It makes it such that today we could have universal essential health care for everybody, and it's today. And here's how it works. I think people have a feeling of it. There are people wearing watches that do medical work. There are people in this room who have portable anti-shock therapies called EpiPens and albuterol inhalers, and we didn't really notice, but most of the things that doctors have that are special, they're not that special anymore. They've commoditized, they've come down in price, and usually the only blocker is either you don't know you can get it or you need a doctor to give it to you. Or, where's Matt? We haven't figured out the logistics to make the prices low enough yet. So a project in my lab, we started with a challenge, actually at the X Prize, but this has been my career, which is what would it take to get universal essential health care for everyone on the planet? And so we did a deep dive on it. We put it to the X Prize, and in fact, the doctors at the X Prize just went and tried to assassinate me. I'm a doctor, and it turned out I was bigger than they were. It didn't work. And we said it picked up no traction. So we made the challenge that our students and our group of lunatics could make it such that everybody would believe it. And so here's the story. Over the last 2 years, we built a project called the Lifesaver. It's essentially a hospital in a backpack. You're familiar with these technologies. We put things like portable ultrasounds, little automated defibrillators. It turns out this thing that sort of overweight people use to help them breathe at night, when it has a special code called a backup rate, it's actually a ventilator. In America, they're expensive. Everywhere else, Singapore, where we found one for $40, high quality. So all the essential things you need to stay alive are small, portable, affordable, and the real problem is either not knowing you can get them. Once you get them, you need the doctor. No, not anymore. You can have embodied AI that can tell you what's in your kit, can tell you what to do. So we bought all this stuff, we put it in a backpack, we put it together, and then NASA heard about it and said, hey, you know what, we're going to Mars. And it turns out that's a place where we don't have a lot of doctors and we don't have a lot of other things, and we might need a little thing like that. And we had the opportunity not to go to Mars because Alon's got that wrapped up. But we went to what's called the Mars Analog, which is in the North Pole. And this is, I didn't get to go, my backpack and my robot dog got to. And we sent the Lifesaver to the Mars Analog in Devon Island in the North Pole. We did our probes, we proved it could work, and then catastrophe struck. And the actual mission required medical equipment that they didn't have. And so the oldest living person on this team, and we can't say this person's name, but you would know them, they had a life-threatening emergency, and they were supposed to be medevaced out of the North Pole until NASA heard, the NASA doctors heard what we had, and they said, hold on. And they diagnosed this person, treated this person for severe sepsis, and this person did not have to be airlifted a very long distance. And right after that, the team leader fell off an ATV and had another terrible accident. And the belief now, we're past that. And we made a little cute movie with a, like, you can dance party to it. And so for me, the convergence of need, technology, and knowledge is now here. And I think what I want to say is there are probably a lot of these, I didn't think we could have them. And we need to go move past that to like, we've got it, let's implement it. I'd also argue for this USAID thing, what's stopping anybody from filling that gap while 14 million Africans are dying? If you're really saying that, get the fuck off your seat and go do something. You wanted me to swear, and I want to be Irish.
First of all, the lesson from that is do never ever travel with him, because it's quite clear that everywhere he goes there's people who have accidents or illness. So I'm not going your next expedition. Very dangerous. But what I would say is that your heart monitor going off? Anyway, what I want to say is convergence, yes, there are convergence at all sorts of levels. And I should tell you quickly that I also was chairman of a company that went for the same X Prize all those years ago. Our role was from Northern Ireland, the University of Ulster, was to do, if any of you are old enough to remember Star Trek, not Star Wars, Star Trek. I'm certainly old enough. You remember Bones, the guy? every time somebody was injured, he ran this thing over them and he said, you need a new liver, you need a new leg, I'll get both, right? And we ended up being third, I think, or fourth in it. So we developed essentially a one tool to do that. That then translated into a defibrillator, which is a wearable defibrillator, which is the size, less than the size of a sticking plaster, now sold throughout the world. So this is where I agree that if you converge and you think differently, do not be hung up and the doctor has to sign off and everything. That's why more and more countries begin to use pharmacists, who are an unutilized resource, in my opinion. But that's another level of convergence. To try to keep us moving along, because we've got about 15, 20 minutes late, and I still haven't learned enough lessons from you as to what I'm going to say at the end of this, but that doesn't worry me. Coming to you next, and then we'll come to you, Petra. Is that all right with you? I'm going to give you 2 minutes notice of it. You're going to speak in about 2 minutes. Do you want to speak first?
After
Cece, please jump. Say who you are and tell us what your thoughts are.
Hi everybody, sorry, a bit late due to traffic. I'm Zizko Zlakidis, I'm the head of the lab services and biobanking at the International Agency for Research on Cancer at the World Health Organization. So my worry in the convergence is that we haven't really found the commoditization model. So even if it happens, we don't really have the way to put it into the market. So one of the examples that I can give you is the CT scanners. So they're getting smaller, more agile, more mobile, but the need is there. We still need upwards of 50,000 scanners in Africa alone, and we don't see them being produced at mass. And the reason is because once you have them and you have it installed, you still need to connect all the other dots in the system so that it becomes commoditized. It's a big issue of trying to push through the technology but reach to the regulation so that the political decision is taken, so that it actually becomes meaningful and implementable.
No, just briefly, Matt, it's silo breaking is the word you're looking for. Silo breaking, yeah. And just on the money thing, listening to the cost of this and cost of that, you may or may not be aware that the cost of global fossil fuel subsidies is $7 trillion a year. So, my mantra is the problem's not the money. It's loads of money. It's not being spent on the right thing, and it's certainly not being spent or prioritized. $7 trillion per year. Think about it. And I would argue that Mei Lin has educated us a lot on stuff like digital public infrastructure. And Raoul said it's all about the data, which I completely agree. But in the area of data regulation, we are seeing very, very strong divergence. There is no convergence. There's the EU trying to regulate for the rest of the world. I mean, CSIS and Rita and others know a lot more about the impact of this, but it is diverging increasingly, and many of the communities that are being impacted by this don't even realize this. And this is a huge impediment in the health space, in terms of access to data, use of data, and of course, if these devices are data enabled eventually, yeah, but eventually, and as well as the development and evolution of drugs and therapies, all data enabled, but the regulatory environment is diverging and making that more distant rather than nearer. Thank you, Brian.
So, we're beginning to get the discussion going, and we're learning a lot, particularly the way people think and what they mean by convergence and divergence. So that's the whole point of a discussion. No one's right. Everybody's partly right, and we have to work out then at the end of this meeting what we do next. So I'm going to come to you, Petronella, if you don't mind. I did give you a 2-minute warning. So first, the question of convergence. I've heard you speak a couple of times over the last few days, and I can see where you're heading in your country. Convergence, what do you think?
Okay, thanks, Brian. So I wasn't expecting to speak in this session. That's why I delegated Rizwana. But I just want to take it from a different angle, because I'm listening to what Eli is saying and what everybody else, quite a number of the colleagues around the table have been saying about just how many solutions there are out there, and the fact that, you know, we have so much going that we should not be having 14 million people dying and, you know, all the other problems. And I'm also just thinking back to my own village in Zimbabwe, for example, where I come from. And I realize that we can have, you know, all these magnificent solutions, but if one is in a context where there is bad governance, poor leadership, and weak or a terrorized civil society, then we will never get the kind of, you know, impact that we want to get in healthcare, but also in all the other dimensions of sustainable development. So I think I just want to echo, but without the anger, what the lady that was sitting here said yesterday, that we need to talk about all these other things that are not necessarily, you know, directly related to science, related to health, but that actually affect the kind of impact that is to be held on the ground. And then also, just maybe for the private sector to also, in terms of the solutions and the modes of delivery, to consider how to still get these solutions to people where the government itself is actually not an enabler, but a disabler, but still there is a market on the ground, and, you know, the solutions, if affordable, people would be willing. I mean, anybody can pay everything they have for health. So there is always going to be a market, but sometimes it's easy to forget that, you know, there's a whole lot of other factors that prevent impact. Thanks.
Thank you. Just let me talk briefly about Zimbabwe, or Zim, as I learned to call it in Africa, Zim. What's really interesting, one of our members there, Dr. Admore, is trying to create the connected smart village when you talk about villages, because this is about enabling them with your infrastructure so that those people in villages have Wi-Fi, for example, telephones and so on, and they are then able to communicate without walking long distances to see a doctor. They don't actually need to see a doctor physically in many cases, and therefore they can continue to have a safe birth, etc., etc. And what we're trying to do with our partnerships around the world with, for example, the GSMA, who represent 800 telecoms companies around the world, we're trying to encourage them to look at, for Africa, for example, of a connected village concept, which says we need to get Wi-Fi into that village. Look at what they've done in Rwanda, where by December this year, not in 10 years' time, they will have what they call a digitized population, right? This is where they have understood your point, mainly about a digital infrastructure. Is it perfect? No, but it's a lot better than it was before. And I think that's important. To your point about scanners and things, one of our other members in Africa, Baby Checker it's called, you may not have heard of it. It's where small handheld ultrasound devices are in use in villages to check on pregnant ladies. And those scans and so on are sent through the internet directly to, you don't need to walk 4 hours to see the doctor. So the fact you have more safe births, the fact that those people grow up and are productive, because people forget about the return and the productivity gains you get from that population. There are solutions everywhere. I agree with you. I think we sometimes don't look at them. We're too structured. We're too institutionalized. I say this, I don't think I am, and I'm determined not to be, and I don't want any of you to be, but I think all the points you make are good ones, but we can't allow any concerns about those to be the overriding factor. We have to look at the bigger picture and say, we need to make this work. We'll come on to financing and return on capital investment in just a minute, but I want to bring another person in. Sylvain, do you want to speak, please, from Burkina Faso? Please, just introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. So I think that the topic we are discussing is interesting for our countries particularly, how to make decision or how to guide policies. I think that for us, we need really to have science-based decision to guide policies. And for that, we need data. And I know that in the region where I'm coming from, and mainly from my organization, we have different experiences on that decision, science-based decision. I can quote the example of pesticide registration. We have a common regulation where we used to collect data, scientific data, the effect on environment, the effect on human health. And then policymakers can make a decision to restrict or to ban the pesticide. Sometimes if you have the development of resistance in pests, you need to have scientific data before to decide. So we have this kind of experience. That's why I believe that we need to have this convergence. But so people, the policymakers, they have to look at scientific data and guide their decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Siobhan. Elena, would you like to, if you can find a microphone somewhere, and just give us your reaction, please, to this?
Can you hear me? So hi, I'm Elena Lattis from Columbia University. So I just jumped in about the half hour ago. So for one, yes, I agree. I do think, you know, kind of like you even diversify personal portfolios, and when I'm looking to support my global program and domestic program, there's a diversification of funding, you know, and especially this has been important being at an institution that is taking hits from all different sides these days. I do agree before that data is essential, but I often find data also can be limiting. I can talk to ministries of health to the cows come home about how a malnourished child will die, you know, and not be able to receive cancer therapy if they're not sufficiently nourished. Death rates, I don't feel, are the numbers we need. So we need to be more strategic about what numbers. Cost is always, you know, essential, but that often doesn't. I would say one other thing is, you know, this whole meeting, I've heard the word innovate all throughout. We talked about this a little bit, but I really think that as we converge and come together, it's not necessarily about innovative solutions. Yes, I'm a scientist. I love innovation. I love, you know, the science I do. It's interesting. There's solutions to be had, but not everything. When it comes to saving lives, not everything is about a new fancy solution. Sometimes it's just access. Sometimes it's really basic. And I think that we need, as we get, you know, one of the challenges I think is when you're looking at donors or prospects that want to invest in this, they also want to invest in something that's sleek and sexy and new. And, you know, again, a lot of our solutions aren't, but do save lives. So I think that's probably a big challenge we have ahead of us.
Thanks very much. I'm going to say this, and this might again be controversial. You and I talked earlier about innovation. I think it's the most overused word in the English language, maybe in other languages as well. I just think, why the heck does everything have to be new and innovative? It's a buzzword that everybody uses, and I often wonder what the heck it actually means. There's a whole lot of things invented. We talked about patents and IP and so on earlier, about the way they're then wasted and nobody utilizes them. There are a lot of things we already have. We should use what we have. I run some companies that are innovative, and we use it as buzzwords and marketing words and to raise money from private sector people and so on. But for God's sake, just let's have a think about what we mean by that. So that's one of my hobby horses. That's English for one of my rants. So I'd like to move on. Could I ask you, I think it's Carthia, is it? Would you like to give your input, please? Just say who you are and give us your response if you can, without knocking all the glasses over. There you go.
Hi, I'm Karthi, and I work for an organization called Tawaki Health. We're a regional advocacy organization working across Africa for more equitable health policies and financing. I completely agree with everything that was shared here and the 4 pillars that you mentioned for convergence. I think we definitely have to converge. But I would add a 5th, or maybe like a cross-cutting channel, I don't know what you want to call it. I don't think it's particularly controversial. I think it's something that most of us sitting in this room would agree with. But I think it's something that's not articulated often enough in this space, and that is communities. How are we converging with communities, people as not just sources of data, not just included in validation studies, but as co-creators of solutions? And I think if we are able to include communities from the beginning, convergence will happen naturally, because people, they know what they need, they know how solutions work, they know that if an innovative machine is coming into the clinic and the clinic doesn't have enough power outlets, they can say no from the beginning. They can co-create that solution with you. So I think when we're talking about these, we have a tendency to naturally institutionalize, I think all of us, regardless of our best interests, but if we are able to include communities from the beginning and have that be a core part of how we work, I think that will change a lot of things. And to your point about funding models, I do think there are examples that we can look at, like the Global Fund, that has a more systems approach in its funding. Even though it is the Global Fund to fight HIV, TB, and malaria, I think it works much beyond the name to really strengthen health systems, to prioritize digital health programming, to prioritize community rights, gender, human rights in its programming. And its governance model includes the implementing country, the donor country, communities, implementing partners. And of course, it has its flaws, but I think it is a really good model that we can work on. And as we were talking about where does global health go in the future, it is something that we can build on. Thanks.
Thanks very much indeed. I'm going to come to you, Rita. If you could, you're from a research background, so if you could give your input to that. And then I'd like just to give you a warning. We're only about 10 minutes left, so I've still got to be educated for my 2 or 3 minutes at the end. And then I'm going to come to Bleddyn Rees, our Deputy Chair, to talk about communities, just particularly our ecosystems and so on, to reflect on what Carthy just said. Over to you,
so very, very quickly, conscious of time, Rita Lawler, Cancer Research Centre Manager. I, in a past life, was a computer scientist, so I completely understand the value of data, but I'm going to throw out and play devil's advocate. Has anybody actually tried to put some different data sets together? It is an enormous nightmare. It really is. And it brings me to the actual point that came to my mind at the very opening of the session when you talked about people working in silos. And I don't think it's that they intend to work in silos, and I do hate the word silo, but it does describe exactly what's happening. I think sometimes they think that they're not understood, or they don't know how to explain, or because they think others won't understand, or there isn't time. There's an awful lot of that going on. But if you use the data as the example, even within the same profession, and again, professional defect, work in pathology, try and ask 2 pathologists to write down the same diagnosis. You'll get a very different descriptive. It'll mean probably the same thing, but it will be very different in its look and feel. And that's within the same profession. Then you introduce different professions. Even within the healthcare system, they're not going to be able to talk to each other. So if we're looking to converge and start to bring in other professions that are not in the medical healthcare, we need to be speaking the same language. And I don't mean the languages that are acknowledged worldwide. I mean we need to be communicating. And I will use the example that I've used since 2011 with regard to the European Commission legislators or regulators when they drew the first draft of the GDPR, which is the General Data Protection Regulations for anybody that doesn't know that horrible 4-letter word. They stated that scientific research was not as important as public health. Let that sit with you for a moment, just so that you can understand. That's where, if we want to converge, we need them to be understanding that scientific research is important, public health is important, how we can affect the financing of. So we need to find a way to communicate with each other. Convergence or not, we need to be trying to at least speak the same language or have an AI bot that's interpreting for us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Maybe the secret is we leave it to AI. and we all just relax. Have you noticed, by the way, many of you go to Zoom meetings these days, and there are so many blank screens because Read AI or some other artificial intelligence is actually substituting for the person who couldn't make it to the meeting, and we all read our AI notes afterwards and begin to think that human beings will stop speaking to each other. That's a possibility as well. Bleddyn, I want to come to you and just talk about, I want to particularly the communities bit, and maybe a word or two on convergence, please.
So when we started the ESH Alliance, we naively thought we were breaking down barriers between public, private, and voluntary, not realizing that we had to break down those barriers in each of them before we could communicate and connect the three. Our vehicle for doing this was to create communities, but communities of all stakeholders you need to transform health and care. So the system, as in the ministries, the hospitals, primary care, regulators, and then industry, and any industry involved in healthcare, so not just hospital providers, but social care providers, pharma, tech, med tech, and then industries nobody knows are involved in healthcare, like energy, automotive. And then we put in the universities, and the universities give us three things: the teaching schools for expertise, the engineering schools for innovation, even though you don't like that word, and the business schools for ROI and other analytics. And then we throw in local authorities and housing, and we're looking for the voluntary sector, so everything from a two-person drug counseling to a national charity, International Diabetes Federation. And those communities are about transferring best practice, lessons learned, and failure from place to place. So they are geographically based. So they're either regions or entire countries. And we started with 4, and we weren't sure whether it would work in Europe because of the different funding mechanisms for healthcare systems, and also the legal structures of healthcare systems were very different. But today we have around about 85. And I suspect all around the world: North America, South America, Asia, Europe, Africa, and India. And I think we could easily double the number that we have if we had the resources to support them. But what we have found is that fundamentally people are decent. They want to help each other, and the organizations in our communities will try and help each other, and they'll do it for free. So if we're trying to work on, for instance, menopause, and we're looking at some of the treatments and the planning for it, one ecosystem will give their work to another ecosystem voluntarily. And I think that the power of convergence is to actually realize that we can really get people to work together in ways that we can't really imagine that they would do. But if you think about your circle of friends and what people will do to help each other when things go wrong in families and things, it's no different, really. So that's the basis of our community. And I would just say a couple of things. So on data, I think the thing that we sometimes forget is the data quality. So that actually when you get scientists in a room, or you get certainly people who are involved in running healthcare systems, I invariably find they attack the data. And so part of the problem is that data quality, and there's a need for cleaning data and actually improving, and so just missing fields of clinical data and data sets. So sometimes the data quality is ignored. And the other thing I'd say is data scientists, so that the tech companies, whether it's Google, Microsoft, Amazon, are hoovering up the best data scientists, and public health and healthcare systems need data scientists. So there's I think for universities, training the future data scientists and actually trying to hang on to them in systems is going to be very important. And then final comment from me, 3 enablers, listening to all of you. I just think we have to have trust. We need to realize that part of making this convergence work is around building trust between the subjects, the sectors, the people. And then it's about ambition. So I just think that we shouldn't be negative about this. We should think big. And then the final thing for me is we need energy. So there are so many reasons why things won't work, but we have to sort of just run at the wall, have a bit of concussion, get back up and go at it again. You know, it's requires determination and energy to do what we need to do.
Thank you, Pledden. We're now at the stage where we have, according to Declan, my mentor here, about 4 minutes left, so I won't take 5 minutes, obviously. I'll take about 2. First of all, it's very interesting. I really learned a lot again. I always learn a lot. The problem is you learn so much, you then, how the heck does all this fit together? So I tend to be quite practical. My wife does not agree, by the way, but I think I'm very practical. And that is that I think the practical step we are going to take as the Global Health Connector is this. On the 23rd of September, in New York, during UNGA, we are having a Convergence Day. It's already set. We're going to have it, whether anybody likes it or not, because we do. But I would invite all of you, if you're in New York, and many of you know are going to be there, to come and join us on that day, because this will be the next step in the journey of trying to get convergence. Let me tell you what I think is missing out of this conversation, and that is the fact that yesterday many of us attended a capital markets session, which only Declan would have thought up. And I think it was one of the most interesting sessions. We now find there are solutions, there are financial solutions. Private sector looks for return on investment. People said, stop talking about aid, start talking about investment. Rita, I think, said that yesterday. The reality is there are pension funds throughout Europe who have huge amounts of money to invest. They get a return over a long period of time, not a short period of time as some banks would want. But actually they're already financing through pension funds opportunities and real projects in different countries across the world. So they see a rate of return. They've done all their risk assessment, done all of that. So as you said earlier, money is not the problem. It's the convergence we need to connect some of those financing mechanisms to our needs. So we have to, as a group, be able to do an elevator pitch to say, I've got this, you should invest in this, right? You will get a return of X, Y, Z. You have to speak the language before the banker will even listen to you. We all do that when we're looking for an overdraft or a mortgage. We need to, as a group, and that's one of the elements that will come out of convergence. We will have financial people at that day. We need you to join us. Second and last bit is, we will produce from this meeting a series of outcomes. We will send them all to you. This community exists already. We need you to continue to input between now and September. It's not, let's wait for the next event. We will produce that in the next week or so. We need you to engage with us and correct us where we go wrong, give us your additional thoughts, focus on the things you're interested in, because it is the collection of each of those ideas. We won't solve everything, but at least we're on the road to try to solve them. So I'm grateful to you all and grateful to the people online. I'm going to finish off with passing over to Declan, who'll give us his closing remark.
No, just really to say thank you very much, Brian, and to all our speakers. And yeah, we learn a lot, and I'm fascinated but very ignorant about the convergence between Western finance and Islamic finance, for example. You know, and I learned yesterday that Islamic financiers don't charge interest. You know, so FYI. So I mean, there are many conversations to be had. We can still learn a lot, but of course there is an urgency. There is. And there are many impediments, and as I said, you know, huge opportunities for convergence. But let us not be ignorant of what Rita has told us. And I think divergence in this area happens because there is no transparency, there's no communication, there's no outreach, there's no inclusion. So we have to be aware of this. Brian, thank you very much. Photo, please, and thanks to all our speakers. If I could have everybody up here, please. Yeah, photo. And our photographer could come this way. Whatever you're drinking, or taking a coconut flavored monster.
Okay, all right. So soon after that, we can then schedule and
We've already started.
Sylvain,
So you've already
Sylvain,
started
hello.
the website.
Eli.
Photograph first. My problems are over.
Yeah, that's it.
Tina, don't be shy. Come on.
We don't need
There will be
anymore.
Yeah,
It's one of your sons, is it?
Talk to Lita.
Yes, apparently, yeah.
He was the photographer.
Trade secret. Yeah.
Don't
It's
be
our
shy.
photographer.
You're none of your business.
You're all so tall.
Anyway, thank you. I love your stories. Love stories.
Why are you not coming to Converge?
Are you too shy? Come on, you can't
Come
be
and
shy.
Converge. Quick.
Part of this community.
Is that close enough?
Everybody can breathe in, at least I
Andrew, are you close enough?
Because I may need to.
Closer. Is that good?
You sure?
Have a quick look. Can someone just take a quick...
Do you not trust him?
I do.
You
do. Is it, Andrew, is that good?
Andrew, you do what you want.
You're happy?
Ignore your father.
I bet you he knows like the best.
Is he the one who's sending
Exactly.
Is he the one who's sending photos?
That's right. She's coming.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well done. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Good. Eli, are you joining us here? Yes. Everybody, we're having our resilience session, please. Continuation of this important.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Great. And you're a friend of?
Spain.
Fantastic. No, thank you for the introduction. Very sharp. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
No, thank you, Carlos.
to
Make
stay
sure you
here.
stay in the community. You'll get an email from us.
Okay.
Contribute.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is you another section now?
Yes. Stay.
What is the section?
So I want
Resilience. Eli.
I got like an early morning, maybe 6:30. I'm
You
gonna
do?
be here for like an hour. And leave.
So are you coming to dinner?
I'll come for dinner,
Yeah,
but I'll
do.
just do 8 to 9,
Yeah.
and then I'll leave because I have to get the 6:30.
No.
And then, but it's been fantastic, always fantastic. This meeting.
Isn't it great when you bring
I mean, all of the engagements, I think we've done so well. I have sent you some stuff, but I think we need to talk about a model because it's hard for us to access blended finance. Hard for us to do what we were proposing to do with this program.
No, but let's model it. Yeah, let's
These are
model
your
it.
kids.
Yeah. Bring them to work.
Nice. You make them work for you. You're so bad.
Training, on-the-job training.
This is the holiday.
Yeah, it's a holiday.
Shame.
When I was their age, we were out cutting grass all day long, for
Yeah, I know.
$15 a day. Or
We
whatever.
never had a holiday.
Never had a holiday. Yeah,
Yeah,
This-
these
they're-
millennials, they're so entitled. They're like,
Exactly. The
oh,
whole,
we need a holiday.
they get up in the morning, need a holiday. We're tired.
Shame.
Where do you like go? Okay, stay with us. Sylvain, don't go anywhere yet. You're sitting there.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
We need to go.
Yeah.
Are you got another session now?
Yes, on resilience with Eli. You love this.
Right now.
Have you met Tina?
Okay.
Rizwana?
So I'll go back to my seat.
shall we? Shall we begin? Pilar, you must join us. All right. We're going to do this a little different. And to prove that, the first thing we're going to do is stand up. Introduce yourself to the person on either side of you. Declan?
Sir.
Eli, nice to meet you. This is now a community. No fetishizing what a community is. We are one. I've essentially lost the title of this. I know it has to do with finance and resilience. And we were going to be a bit fleet on our feet. Can I do this? Like a rock star? Nah, I'll do the lean. So we wanted to, at the end of this hot week, imagine something different. The first thing I'll do is say the obvious. So it's been 109 degrees here. That's not normal. Touche, all of you who survived. But it's a sign of it's going to get hotter. And so, actually, one of my nicknames, I've become Mr. Resilient, but at home, one of my nicknames is Grumpy Buddha. And so I'm going to call this one out, too. I'm worried that we've been too calm in our discussions, at least the ones that I have been part of. And it's partly because we're tired. Only one person screamed, and I'm totally proud of her. We talked about who it is, but we're not allowed to out her. But we should be screaming in some ways, and you don't get anything done when you scream, so I'm not literally proposing that. But I think, we have it inside how dangerous the world is about to become, and I want to really set that up. It's not 50 years from now. It's happening now. The fact that USAID could drop out and 14 million people could die says our world is dangerous. It's not going to get better. Today's going to be the easiest day of most of our lives, and the next day is just going to get a little bit more complicated. So for our session, what I thought we would do is imagine that we are a community. And what we have to do is invest in creating this new community that's going to make it through 2050 and 2080. 2050 is, as Professor Derek over here said, we are closer to 2050 than we are to 2000, okay? There is, we don't have a monitor here, but if you want to look at some numbers and some of our story, go to resilientagenda.org. If you were to go there and you scroll down to the resilience or climate versus finance graph, you'll see that the world looks not that scary on a map today. In 25 years, it will look incredibly scary. And the gap between those who are in danger and have the adaptability and the finance to be able to deal with that is terrible. One of the saddest things you'll see is the green zones, the resilient zones. Those were probably the oil producers. It's a weird thing. The people who got us into this, hi America, hi Russia, hi Saudi Arabia, will do oddly well in these 50 years, and the rest of the world will suffer. It's not true, because you can't have a green zone over here and a red zone over there and think the red zone's not going to go run to the green zone. There's going to be even more problems. So it puts us more into this convergence and like we're all in this together headspace that I'd like us to be in. And so I want us to imagine something. We, this group, have to build a community, okay? And we're going to do something like a keep, quit, start. When we go build this community, what are the things we have now that we need to bring along on that community? What are the transformative things? The things that haven't been said today, the leapfrogging things, the things that say, I don't want your shitty healthcare system, more of that. I want something new and different that is 100 times better. And what are we going to have to defend against? Who do we have to keep out? What do we have to be realistically thinking about? So this was, I think, according to my team, my job, right? Am I close to being done?
You should say the different factors of the
So, okay, so, well, the definition of resilience is going to be tough. For us, let's say, let's bounce back better and let's thrive. One of the things I will say is that it was a job of mine and some others to try to figure out if there were some good roadmaps to build communities, and we looked, and we couldn't find them. And not to offend, because we love the SDGs, but if you read them, they are not a roadmap to build a resilient community. They're a set of aspirations. And there are other things like planetary boundaries or Sendai recommendations, and none of them really helped if I had to do this imaginary build a community. When we put them together, though, 7 relatively sane dimensions popped up of how I might, like a checklist of what would a resilient community look like. I think I'm not going to do the 7, but we'll give you a hint of a few of them. You might think of, am I doing environmental stewardship and resource regeneration? Am I thinking about knowledge and learning? Am I thinking about civic engagement and governance? How's my built environment and infrastructure? These are the kinds of words that I would like to use as we describe how to build communities, like, well, I'm going to need roads and infrastructure. I'm going to need clean water. Let's get more direct. So in our definition of resilience, what we're actually looking for is an address system or a navigation system that can tell us how to get there. And so we've started this conversation with 7 dimensions, and they have names that sound sane. Call it today, we're kicking off that becoming a discussion. The names may change, the dimensions may slightly change, but what we need is an address system for people to build resilient communities and a checklist to see when you're not. Am I off where I need to be? It will be defined together, and where are you? You know, it will be defined like the internet, which is that I don't think the internet was really invented. There's a theory called the knowledge value collective. People came around a need for knowledge, invited it in, and we need this now for our resilient dimensions and our community building. So we want to make this as much a real discussion as possible, and also a place to either say the thing that you think has been unsaid and needs to be said, and you can put that on paper with your name on it or not. Derek, our CTO for this operation, has created a bit.ly, and he'll tell you about how to get online and add to this. And what we want to do, just like was said before, is start the conversation here. And Declan and team here, this is the start of what we're calling a 5-year resilient agenda. I think that's enough for me. Now, team, what's next? I think, yeah, so to get us in the mood, we will go through the keep, quit, start kind of idea, but we're going to do a couple of little case studies, little stories that get you thinking maybe different, or maybe you've heard these before, but they get you thinking, oh, I want to tell my story. And we'll have opportunities to tell the stories or write the stories down, and then we'll talk about it. I'm going to start left to Dr. Danzig, who's probably not going to tell you what you think she's going to tell you.
Well,
and if people want to sit down, you're welcome.
It just might be easier. When I think about resilience, I wanted to start with one inspiring way I'm thinking about resilience, or how a country is thinking about resilience. Answering the question, how do we maintain our cultural vitality as we leapfrog into the future? And it's an improbable country. It's a country I've had the privilege to serve in a number of different ways and help during the pandemic, and it's Bhutan. And His Majesty the King, this is a story that only happens with enlightened leadership, and I don't say that lightly. I say that with deep respect. And he made a call in November introducing this plan for growth, engaging every individual in the country. Every individual and institution needs to play a role in national self-reliance. Hearing people that were there at the address that were about to get on a plane and go to Australia and participate in the brain drain, they said, I think I just signed a contract with His Majesty. I'm staying, I'm going to help. So this was very meaningful. And so this is to me what genuine leadership looks like, one ingredient. And then what's the action to proactively adapt and change to a fast-changing world? Thank you for the optimistic view setting it up, Eli. The Prime Minister then responded with a visionary economic plan and roadmap to increase the GDP tenfold by 2050, so in 25 years, less a day. And at the heart of this is something called the Gelifu Mindfulness City, and it's the shorthanded the GMC. It will adhere to the principles of gross national happiness, and it's a place to foster innovation and economic development while maintaining Bhutan's commitment to mindfulness and economic stability. And there's 7 dimensions. You have 7 different dimensions. One is spirituality. It's a key differentiator. It's a key identity of Bhutan. Health and wellness, education and knowledge, green energy and tech, finance and digital assets. You may have heard about some of the good news that had come in that dimension in the last few years. Agriculture, ag tech, and forestry. This is a country that has 72% of its country under forest cover, 60% is constitutionally protected, and aviation and infrastructure. This is an open book. This is participatory. This is inviting the world to come in and bring their ideas. So if there are innovative solutions, we hope to maybe test some of these and bring them to Bhutan.
Thank you, Lisa. We're going to go through a few of these quickly there, if you haven't noticed, prepared. And then what we're going to do is ask people to come up with their own, and we'll probably write them down. I'm going to turn to Dr. George. Would you tell us a story, Dr. George?
Hi, everybody. I'm really delighted to be here, and thanks to Eli and Declan for having me for a day at the Financing for Development conference and the side event. So my name is Tina George, and I'm a practice leader for human development based in Nigeria for the World Bank. So I actually, I'm working with Eli and team on, am I allowed to talk about it, about the Lancet Commission on Resilience. And so some of the things that we've been thinking about is data and technology enabled and how that enables resilience. And I want to tell you a little bit of a story from Togo. So I've been working in West Africa for the past 7 years or so, and what Togo did during the pandemic. I think we all know that we live in really unprecedented times, and the whole polycrisis of climate vulnerabilities, the aid architecture globally, this whole, I would say it's sort of a perfect storm. And this impacts not just economies at large, but communities and individuals or households down at the bottom level. Now, Togo is a very small country. It has about 8.1 million people, and about 60% of the population live below the poverty line. And so during the pandemic, this is already 5 years ago now, what Togo did was it went out and created a really quick mechanism for social assistance within about 10 days or so. And this was called Novisi in the local language, in Ewe. And Novisi means solidarity. And so what they did was that they had a high-tech and a low-tech approach. So in the low-tech approach, they used USSD. I think maybe many of you might be familiar with USSD, or maybe not. This is from the Nokia 3310 and 3330 days, if folks remember that. But in many countries around the world, when people use feature phones, it's much cheaper to use unstructured supplementary service data, right? So you say star 855 pound, and if you send that message out, you then get a response, and it's much more cheaper than an SMS. And frankly, SMS is a 1970s technology that we still use and is very expensive. But this is what they did. They set up a USSD line, and they'd just done a biometric census. So this is going to the digital public infrastructure piece that Mei-Lin was speaking to. So they'd done a biometric census. They were actually in the process of building a digital identification system that we were financing. But since they had that, they had really recent data, and so they had biometrics on the entire adult population. And they'd also collected employment data. So they used something, what we call categorical targeting. And so what that means is that you have, if let's say you said, I need assistance, you raised your hand and said, I need assistance by sending a message out using this USSD code. You also put in your ID number. And then they would use the location that you were, that you sent that message from, because it was under lockdown, and there were 2 very specific areas that received assistance. And so they used that to then determine, okay, you might be potentially eligible for assistance. So that was sort of the targeting model that was used. Very simple, and a number of people received assistance. And then they moved to a high-tech approach, because this only looked at 2 small areas within Lomé, which is the capital city, and an adjoining urban area as well. They wanted to know who were the poorest individuals or households within the poorest areas within Togo. And so they reached out to Berkeley, to NASA Harvest, to Innovations for Poverty Action. We supported them from the World Bank, the Agence Française de Développement, the French agency supported them. So we had a whole group of people and Give Directly, a very important partner as well. So everybody crowded in. And so the first thing that they did is they created a poverty map of Togo. And the poverty map was created using, so they had a census, a household survey data, which was called E8CVM. And so the household survey data basically gave them the base data, and then they used satellite imagery. They used geographical data such as roads, infrastructure, where hospitals, clinics, et cetera were. And then they estimated where poverty was located in terms of pockets. So they just generated a poverty map and used the household survey as training data to see whether the poverty map actually was true or not. And then what they did was, once they created the poverty map, they now needed to know. So this told them, so the lowest administrative unit is called a canton. And so they have 397 cantons in this country. So they then found out these are the 100 poorest cantons within Togo. So if you look at this poverty map, this is where poverty is located. So now you want to know who are the poorest individuals or households within those 100 poorest cantons, because we want to know who should receive assistance. So then you get into the next phase, which is they sent out phone surveys to a sample of people. And you might all know that when you have something called call detail records, which is a record of how you interact, it's some metadata on your mobile phone habits. And particularly with people without the income or the means to be able to spend all that money on data or calls or other things, it can serve as a proxy for your wealth or your poverty levels. So if you're always, going out there and doing missed calls, you're not sending text messages, but people are calling you, let's say, it is an approximation that you might not be willing. It's a revealed preference of how much you're willing to spend. And so they use the call detail, anonymized call detail records, to say what was the poverty level of these individuals who were mobile subscribers. Now, they wanted to do the training data around it as well, because that's what the phone survey did. The phone survey then looked at the consumption. So if the consumption of these 5.8 million mobile subscribers fell below a certain level, then that gave them the threshold. And so they created a white list of about 750,000 individuals who were in the bottom poorest. So I'll just cut all of this short by saying this white list then gave them the possibility for anybody who then sent out a message saying, I need help to this USSD code, to then get matched against the white list, and that would then kick a notification to them saying, yes, you are potentially eligible for assistance, and then a contactless digital payment would then come to them. All of this is based on these digital public infrastructure principles, right? So this is digital payments, this is digital ID, this is using data, and not just data from one source, but from multiple sources. So big data, government administrative data sets, survey data sets. So they created this really nice model of how to collaborate and partner to be able to provide social assistance for a shock. Why do we need this? You know, we need these sorts of solutions because shocks can happen at any time. And typically when countries or economies try to respond to shocks, a very long time passes before you're actually able to get to people in need. So you want to be able to be prepared to anticipate that shocks will happen. And you want to be prepared with your white list of potentially eligible people. Not everybody is going to fall under it. But you want to have those sorts of mechanisms in place. And so this is one example of a country that actually created mechanisms for resilience in a low-income, low-resource context, data-poor environment. This was not a high-tech environment at all. And this was an inspiration to us. We financed them for $100 million to scale this up and to create a social assistance and economic inclusion package for the Togolese people. That's it from me. Thanks.
So we have the cutting edge of technology for the trailing edge of society. We have a mindful city. These feel like things that might travel into our community. We'll just do a couple more, but while this is happening, I want people to get this out. Everybody should have a pen and paper. I want you to start to think, and I want you to write down the leapfrog technology that you want to bring on your boat, on your community that hasn't been said, that people don't know about, or that you want to talk about. While you're doing that, we'll have two more little inspirations, and then I want to start to pull them from the crowd. Going along this idea that you might want a mindful city, you might also want mindful people. And so I was going to ask Ramesh Rao, Dr. Rao, we don't have to go to mind power, but maybe we could talk a little bit about how people understand probabilities.
Thank you, Eli. I teach probability to my engineering students and found myself doing that when the pandemic shut us down. And it dawned on me that dealing with uncertainty requires you to reason with uncertainty. This is the subject of probability. And we teach it in a very mathematical way, very rigorously. But that's not how humans actually do the calculations in their mind. So there is this whole field of subjective probability. So there are these fallacies that we are wont to fall into that I think we need to be cautious about. So I think as we prepare for a more resilient future, we need to be mindful of the need to be able to reason probabilistically. Let me give you two examples. We have this proclivity to see patterns where there aren't patterns, right? And this is sometimes the reason why we buy into conspiracy stories and so on, because our mind seeks to see a pattern. So here is a simple example. If I were to tell you, this is not a quiz, if I were to tell you that I was flipping a fair coin, so not a trick coin, a fair coin, and I flipped it 6 times, and I'm going to now name 2 sequences of what would come up and ask you which one is more likely. Sequence number 1, all tails, right? All 6 tosses, you get a tail. Sequence number 2, you get tail, tail, head, head, tail, head. Is the first one more likely than the second one? The second one is more likely? How many of you think the second one is more likely? Second one is just mixed up tails and heads. Let me make it easy. They are equally likely. But you pick up the pattern, all tails is a pattern you pick up very easily. And you don't believe it, right? It can't be. You could do this experiment with, 100 tosses. 100 tails are just as likely as any mix of, tails and heads. So we fall into various traps. The other one that I want to say, which I think was also very applicable during the pandemic, is, there are prior probabilities and there is new information. So some of us are wont to hold on to prior information. You don't change your mind. You believe that holding on to your beliefs is the right thing to do, that you should not let go of your beliefs. And then there are some of us that have no sense of the past history. We just run with the most recent information. Both of these are wrong. It's not Bayesian to do this. There is a very precise way in which you put the two together. But most of us intuitively don't follow this, right? And it's often the basis. So I feel as we venture forth into this unknown, I would like to make sure that we learn probabilistic reasoning.
Thanks, Ramesh. Now we're going to go into some ringers in the crowd. After I pass my note. So, there's been a lot of negative things said about America. I want to say we brought the world's cutest couple here. Can I embarrass you? Matt and Blair, what did you write down as what you want to bring on and transform a community with? Use your mic, Luke.
Good idea. Apologies, it's been a long day. So the first, free energy, i.e. over Unity energy technology, electrogravitics, piezoelectricity, red mercury technology, whatever you want to call it, energy without scarcity. I want to bring that forward.
This is like a video game now. I'm looking at you. You're looking at me. I think you wrote something down. And then, for the friends in the room, we'll say your name, and then if you want to attribute this to yourself.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just didn't have a pen. So this is I was thinking something that produces water, whether it is desalination, something that produces water from the humidity, something that gives us water in a supply that's not limiting.
A pattern may start to emerge. So we have limitless energy, and we have free water. Nobody said these things in the last 2 days that I've heard, so I'm glad. Can I talk to my friend from Zimbabwe who now lives in South Africa? How about this blindingly blonde gentleman to my right? What would you bring on your ship?
Well, some friends, I suppose. I'd be a little bit dull without them. Is that sufficient?
That's not enough. Sure it is. Can I pick on you, Maylin? We're building a community.
Do something together. So I'm just going to say this because earlier on in the earlier session, 2 sessions ago, we talked about USAID. 14 million people are going to die. And so let's do something about it. Let's just do it. I don't mean just run out, but he's got the lifesaver thing. I'm from Singapore. The Port of Singapore Authority has 72 ports that they either own or operate. the president of Singapore has said we're in the perfect long storm. So I think we can recruit Singapore to help on this. And we should start doing something. So Ramesh knows that for the internet, what mattered was rough consensus and running code. The internet happened because people wanted to do stuff, and they didn't want to sit around talking.
Can I take the liberty of calling what you said a culture of action? And what you said is, yeah, we don't do things alone or want to be alone. Elena, would you like to tell us? This is this kind of meeting.
Well, you know, the nutrition hat. I would want a computer that gave me water and 1 egg a day. So I have nutrition, I have news, and I can Zoom with my friends.
Okay. Declan, Karen, you have gotten out of almost everything.
No, but I'm still thinking.
You want to join Zimbabwe in thinking a little longer?
Yeah, just a little.
How about Burkina Faso?
Thank you. So, for me, what I want to do is we used to say that another Sahel is possible. I want it to happen. Yes. Because nowadays, when we talk about Sahel, it's a matter area. But unfortunately, when you come there, we have a lot of potential. We have animals, we have rivers, but unfortunately, so the way we are seeing Sahel, so we want to change it. Thank you.
Am I allowed to come in with something?
Absolutely.
Yes, I would think that we would need to take a good governance structure with us, because, and I think we were talking about this yesterday, even in the best run societies, it just devolves into chaos at some point. And so good governance is something, it's that elusive thing, and I would argue that for the Sahel. I would argue that for others as well, because, you know, frankly, there are extractives at play in West Africa. And so, you know, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be on the record here. I guess people are online. But, yeah, you know, so good governance is really fundamental, because as a community, we need to be looking out for each other and addressing those issues of income inequality. I would say, yes, sure, USAID is gone, but really as a community or as the government of X country, what are we going to do about it? You know, I'll tell you what Nigeria did when USAID pulled out. Immediately, they put an ad hoc budget of $200 million to support the health sector. $200 million immediately they pushed into the health sector because the budget was being passed at that time. And so they categorically asked us to say, no, we don't have a problem because we are going to put our money in it. So, you know, it requires that sort of political leadership, but I would argue there does need to be a lot more leadership and governance all the way down to the local level, from the top to the bottom. Thanks.
Before going to somebody else, there was a conversation last night, and I don't know how to do this other than to out that we had the conversation. We asked our dinner party the same set of questions, and all of a sudden this will make sense, but hold with me for a moment. When Ramesh was asked what he was going to take into this future, he said interspecies communication. And this could lead to interspecies teamwork. And you might define AI as a species, plants as a species, animals as a species. Wait for it. Derek said, do you know what the longest running democracy in the world was? And it was the Venetian government. And they had figured out the most obscure, seemingly inane, and it seems like incredibly effective form of governance that really made it hard to cheat. And so to what Tina's saying, we want to give a name to this. We were going to call it resilient governance. But it might be inclusive, and it might have AIs in it, but it might have other species. I didn't know a way to get that out quickly other than to put it together. So we can move to a volunteer army here now, and if you're just coming in, we're asking you to say, we are a community. We're about to build a community that needs to last through 2100. And we're asking right now what transformative technology, institution, way of thinking do you want to bring into this new community? I think I have a hand raised over here.
So I'm going to be greedy and want two things, because they're related. I want free internet and a free smartphone for everyone.
The second was a smartphone?
Yes.
All right.
I did do some hard thinking. So I would bring two things. A universal medicine that cures everything in humans, livestock, plants. And then the second thing is a conscience that everybody has to take in.
I might introduce into the record a way we could talk about universal medicine that maybe people aren't thinking about is bio-AI. Generative AI today has been trained on the history of human babble, and that's why it's doing some good things and it's doing some bad things. This exists today. Bio-AI is trained on the signatures of life, which is not babble. There are companies doing this now, and faster than anyone will be able to catch up, we will start to control the only technology on the planet that we didn't invent, which is nature. This is the thing I'm bringing on my boat, and we can do it together. I think when we really invest in AI is obvious, but also in bio-AI, we can start to see this net positive energy in universal medicine. If anybody wants to pick up more on this conscience and mind thing, it might be worth talking about. Do we have new volunteers?
Yeah, just upon reflection, it's not what I want to bring, it's what I don't want to bring.
There is a whole section on that.
Money.
No money?
No money.
Rita.
So again, I'm going to do what he did, and I'm bringing two things. I'm bringing adaptability and a Swiss Army knife. And the reason I say that is because I think the adaptability is we don't know what's going to happen. And if we're going to be resilient, we have to be adaptable. I mean, that's what nature teaches us. And unfortunately, I think we forget that because we don't know how to be adaptable to things. We learn how to do something and we learn how to do something, and that's all we know how to do. And so that's why we're not resilient anymore. And the Swiss Army knife is basically a metaphor for back to basics. Because I think before we developed technology and everything else, people knew how to do things exactly the way they needed to be done. And it was like last year at the UN Science Summit when the Undersecretary presented as an engineer how he was trying to tell his mother all of these new technologies and all of these great things that and to retrain her how to do things she'd been doing forever. And actually, she was already applying physics and science and everything else in her own naturally informed way. And I think it's going back to we overcomplicate things. And so I think that's what we need to really go back to the actual lessons where we knew what things were about. So that's my...
There was an impromptu meeting just 2 hours before this, pulled in by Declan, that looked a lot more at indigenous wisdom and sort of the keepers of the earth. I'm wondering if anybody who was in on that conversation could talk about what we might want to bring. Are there methods that merge indigenous and original knowledge and new business ways that might be useful in a new community? I see a hand up right in the middle.
Not on that, but what I would bring, radical empathy, not just active listening and clarity of language, but also the courage to act, to do something.
Did you also say radical empathy? I like that. You can add compassion together there.
Hello, everyone. My contribution would be digital seed banks. For us in agriculture, the whole seed bank system is extremely needed for us to change how we document our seeds and how we keep the seed banks. So that is a huge gap that we are facing. So I know it's a very grassroots approach, but you know, as you are documenting different needs, I would ask if you could include that as well.
That's tremendous. I mean, we've talked about like trying to preserve cultural vitality and heritage, and natural vitality and heritage are related. And if I'm getting what you're saying, if we have bioprinters, but we didn't keep track of the information, they'd be useless. But if we can cache the world's beautiful beans and different sprouts, and this is what you're saying, yeah? Digital recognition of real seeds?
Yes,
Oh.
because the whole seed culture has been disrupted. The way communities access seed, you know, long ago, what communities did is that they traded seed amongst themselves, and that was disrupted with big business. So if we can find a way to digitize that, I have no idea how. I'm just saying, you know, to the experts in the room, if you can add that to the needs list that, you know, for food security, nutritional security, that is extremely important.
That's great. Now, Dr. Lumos over here said that he would bring friends. Do you have a go?
So I got inspired by the digital seed bank because my background is in agriculture, and I know that a seed as a unit carries huge amount of data with it, and I'm also reminded of some of the work that we are already doing in terms of some of the indigenous crops, in terms of DNA fingerprinting, which is information that you can be able to package, you know, and add to that list. But I think something that I think maybe in different ways a number of people have also touched on is just some kind of a digital marketplace for ideas. Because I think a lot of what we are talking about is not necessarily unheard of, has not been done, but it's about how, and maybe some of the conversations that took place just a short while ago could apply, how we bring it all together. How do we make sense of the different elements? And by the way, I also don't like using silos in the negative sense, because I think it's a very useful piece of agricultural infrastructure. But I think there is space for something that you know, where you can, it's a repository, but at the same time it's where we can all just go. A lot of what we talk about in some of these platforms is about how do we exchange, how do we learn from each other, how do we make sense of the different experiences from different regions, and et cetera, et cetera. And if we can be able to access this, you know, easily, you know, for different reasons of survival in the future, I think that would be a very valuable input.
I want to riff on that. my work with Engelbart actually brought me to really recognize the power of the Oxford English Dictionary. So you all may have seen the movie, The Madman and the Professor, but the difference is that the French dictionary is, somebody says, this is the word, this is its definition. The Oxford English Dictionary was this idea that we should have citations of every kind of use of a word. So like the word set goes on for pages and pages, because in 1300 it was used in this sentence, in 1432 it was used in this sentence. So this idea of, it actually is probably why the English language is adapting and evolving all of the time. Because you're not saying there is a one definition, and then sometimes we go back to old definitions and bring them forward because they're useful now. So the riff on what you're saying, and Engelbart actually talked about it, we should have trading posts where we have all of the uses of digital technology. And because storage is cheap now, you can actually have that. And so, like for the digital seed bank, nowadays we don't have to think about having a place in Norway. We can just have, I have a seed, I'm here. If you want to see that seed, here's how you do it. If you want to touch that seed, here's how you can do it. If you want to grow that seed, here's how you can do it. We can do this now, so that digital trading posts means that all of this information, for the Oxford English, they never imagined that you could have a dictionary that could list all of this. But we have to imagine now we can have a dictionary that can have all of human ideas. And it is on us on how can we navigate to find what we need. So let me riff one further on this. So I helped to invent CRM, Customer Relationship Management. And the problem that it was solving at the time was Oracle had sold to the Fortune 500 and it needed to sell to all the small, medium enterprises. Except that the sales cycle was 1 year for a Fortune 500, and for SMEs, there's a million. So what we did is we thought about a pipeline, the whole pipeline of all the small, medium enterprises. And the whole issue is, how do you get each business to go up the pipeline until they could actually buy a relational database? And I'm going into all of this because this is actually how technology went to small, medium enterprises in the 1980s and 90s. Nobody knew how to use computers. You didn't have anything. So you had to kind of work out, was there somebody who's really persistent enough to go through and actually try and use a relational database in their small, medium enterprise? There was all kinds of reasons why they wouldn't be able to do it. And our problem is to find the small number that could actually do it. So we've got a similar situation here, which is there's the whole pipeline of the 8 billion people in the world with ideas and growing up, and I want to solve this problem, or I hate that. And I can imagine that we could actually track all of that and have like a Google Maps. So I, as a 3-year-old, want to be X. Okay, turn left here. Oh, you went the wrong way. Try something else, right? And say, oh, I hate that. No, so we can possibly actually have this pipeline that helps people navigate, and it's not, you're not alone. You're navigating by what everybody else has tried. I want to be a doctor. Well, what about, how did doctors become doctors in Burkina Faso? How did they do it elsewhere? And we can be collectively intelligent about everything that's gone on.
So joke, silos aren't always bad. The ID doctors in the room will tell you why saying STI isn't always funny. So, and I'm also hearing, hey, here's looking at you, Mark Zuckerberg, maybe we should make social networks for useful things. And this is sounding also like we needed, the dictionary sounds like the Farmer's Almanac on our, when we build this future community, we're going to want a pluralistic record of the things we need. Who else, if we were building a community that was going to be resilient for the next 100 years, what would you bring? Yes, Blair.
Free education. I think you can't do anything without the intelligence to do it, and that's, I think, part of the problem is there's unfortunately too much ignorance because it's expensive to not be ignorant.
Let's let the shuffle happen for a moment naturally. There's somebody in the back who I want to call on. Yeah, you. Well, come to the front, represent the youth. So we're building, you missed this part, we are a community right here. Sit wherever you like. We have to survive and thrive. So what do you want to bring into our community?
I'll be completely honest. I just got out of the car and through security. The security guy recognized me and let me through. It was a miracle. I need a little bit of context.
How do we give you more context? So, well, and maybe just to restate what's been happening so we're all caught up here. I wanted to get us out of the fetish idea that communities were something else. We tend to think they're poor people under bridges with a different color than us. We stood up and introduced ourselves together, and now we're a community. And we gave ourselves the task, and I gave a little bit of a stark example of 2050 and 2080 don't look good for a lot of people, no matter how you look at it. And so our task here is to build a community that's going to fare well for the next 100 years and more, 1,000 years, but realizing what it looks like. And what we're asking people now is to bring the thing on this community that hasn't been said. Oh, so we have an immediate inspired answer. Please go.
Okay, everyone's going to hate me, but this is the most important thing. It's love, it's caring, it's reciprocity, which is the sort of technical term for giving a shit, caring about others, the things that make us human. Or at least that's what we describe it as, but in fact the animal kingdom is much better at it than we are for the most part. We need to recognize that the glue between us should not be how much can I get from this interaction, or how can I avoid being killed by the person next to me, but it's the caring aspect that we all imbue, we all live from this. Community is created through repetition, through ritual, through trust, and trust usually comes from knowing one another. So we have all the information on each other. We can check each other's profiles, we can know each other's histories, but knowing someone's heart requires spending at least a few minutes in their company, trusting what the heck they have to say, and recognizing that none of us are perfect, none of us have all the answers, and that we will not survive if we don't learn how to radically create community around the things that we care the most about. And that's it. It's intentional. You have to make the effort. Don't wait for the other person to talk to you. And you have to go beyond the transactional nature that the last 200 or 300 years of society have taught us is the only way to communicate. We have to go beyond that.
May I add something to that? Look, happiness is inside yourself. Everybody knows that. When you're happy, you can share positive energy with other people. Very simple. People that you like, obviously. People you don't like, you don't share the positive energy, you politely walk away. Subconsciously, you do that anyway. If you really think about what you're doing, you'll recognize it. Now, in the financial world, I work with trust my whole life, my career, let's say. I'm a wealth manager, right? A portfolio manager and all that stuff. It's a big thing to trust someone else with your money, right? This is basically what I do. I'm a regulated person in Switzerland. And to win that trust from any new person that's introduced to me, that doesn't happen after one conversation. It's what Indrani says, you need to spend time together to get to know each other. And the more you get to know each other, all of a sudden you know how you can also do business together because you start trusting each other. It's that way around, not the other way around. If you can make $100 million in 1 minute, I had some moments where I thought that could happen. It didn't happen, but I also thought, yeah, but if that other person, I don't like that person, I can make $100 million in 1 minute, but it's not going to make me happier. Because I don't have a good feeling about this person. However, if you turn it around, and it's the same here, that I think we all have like a common goal. We want to do something good. We all have maybe our own agenda a little bit, which is fine. Just be honest about it and try to work with the collective, because we all bring something to the table. All have different backgrounds, and if we share positive energy with each other, then the rest is relatively easy.
Hello? Yeah, I completely agree. I wanted to add on to that I was born and raised in a city, and because of that, I had a very particular attitude around meat and food and how I received that food. I became vegetarian when I was 7 because it seemed to me completely immoral and wrong to hunt, to consume meat of any kind. Basically, to eat anything that had a face and a heart seemed entirely wrong to me. It was very black and white at the time. And then when I was 9 years old, I was invited by the Gwich'in indigenous people to attend their biannual spiritual gathering in the Arctic village 100 miles above the Arctic Circle. It wasn't until I actually sat down with a hunter that I really, truly understood that these two ways of being are not incompatible, that you can take from the earth and also deeply and truly love and respect it. And what it's about is how close you are. It's about how connected you are. It's all about connection. Because the hunter would go to the porcupine caribou, and the way he explained it, one of them would present itself to him to be killed as a sacrifice, because they had a sacred agreement, the Gwich'in and the caribou, that the Gwich'in would protect the herd as a whole in exchange for a caribou here and there to keep them alive and to sustain them. And the caribou was also at the heart of all their music, all their folklore. Even in the Christian church, instead of a normal altar, they had just a window looking out over the wilderness. So I completely agree that what it takes is really a deep human connection with somebody to understand that. And that's changed the way I go about my activism, and also completely changed the way I think about our relationship with the planet in general. My goal is to develop a sort of speakers bureau in the future of young people from around the world, both at the centers of legislative power, like Washington, D.C., and also people who are on the front lines of poaching and global warming and all the terrible things that are happening to the planet, people that are witnessing it firsthand. Because it's only when we truly build that bridge between us, when we truly create that understanding, that we'll be able to work together, I believe. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
You started it with love. I don't think if we did the normal format, we would have got to love. And can we, you missed Ramesh presenting, well, I think I spoke for him, the Interspecies Communication Council. I mean, I think that our indigenous people already knew that, and we're having conversations between species for a long time. There's some artists in the room. I don't know if it prompts it, but like, I think we're starting to figure out if we're going to build a community, there are things that we're going to want. We're going to want people. There's animals in life, and we're going to love all of them. But there's other things that kind of keep you from just shutting down, like there needs to be some meaning beyond that. Is there any form of art or culture we might want to bring on this ship? Anybody want to comment on that?
I'm a filmmaker working on using the platform of storytelling to radically shift the conversation, to allow for people of all kinds to share their stories of how they are solving the problems, how they are regenerating the planet. Because we've focused so much in our media world, we have a pathology of imagination. So many of our stories end in apocalypse, and those are the fantasy ones. The reality is often presented very starkly, and the fantasy as well. But we have the opportunity, we have the greatest accumulation of skills, of resources, of people, of technologies, of wealth. We can create whatever future we decide we want to. And it's often the artists who lead in that process, imagining what that might look like. But I invite everyone to draw on their own artistic capacities. We all have them as kids. They're often beaten out of us by the time we grow up, and we become line towers or filler in of boxes. But I invite you to live outside of the boxes, because that's where creativity lives. It's in all of us. It's the divine spirit that animates us. It's why we like watching movies, because we want to be inspired by the possibilities. And we have to create the future that we want. Otherwise, we will get the one that we don't want, that we're afraid of. And it's a choice of hope versus fear. And let's go for hope.
Let's go for hope. Are there other things that haven't been said that people want to add? I think your mic's off.
Your mic's off.
I said I'll give it a change and not contribute about agriculture, and I'll speak about something completely different. Unifying things like the meaning of dance around the world. Because if you think of, let's say, Tahitian dancing or flamenco or African dancing, there's a very unifying concept that of the navel and where the dance begins and its significance. I find a lot of times in the West that, let's say, if you look at, if someone doesn't understand dancing from a certain region, they'll look at it maybe like it's vulgar. But if it comes from Tahiti or somewhere like that, it's looked at as interesting. However, if you really study a little deeper, it's all the same. But it's just being stereotyped in a negative way because it's from a certain region. But if there's more education about the origin of dance, of those cultural dances from different parts of the world, I think that can be a very unifying thing. So I think I would like to see a little bit more of that.
You know, it occurs to me we were given many special things that we beat out of ourselves. I mean, kids exercise, they dance. We love through dance. We communicate through dance. We learn through play, curiosity. There's a love. What kid doesn't love everything around them? It feels like we have all the things we need, and we forgot them, or they've taken it, and they're coming out again. So they maybe want to go in our community. Petronella?
Occurred to me that I think Ubuntu as a philosophy is very appropriate to what we're discussing here. For those that don't know it, Ubuntu is I am because you are. Thanks.
I'm so glad you said that. And it's, you know, people say you can't predict what people will say. It's important that you come together and let them speak. I want to keep running on this for a minute. There might still be some air left in the room. If we missed Ubuntu, we would have been ashamed. So is there any other things? Oh, I don't see you. What? Oh, Matt.
So this might catch some controversy, and I might say it wrong, but an evolution past organized religion, spirituality, and an advancement of it, I think that AI might enable us the mass translation might enable us. A lot of the ancient traditions say very similar things. And the evolution of science and mathematics beyond what's been currently written, right? You can't solve a new problem with current thinking. Those sorts of things line up, you know, whether you call it the law of attraction, Abraham's law, whether you call it karma, whether you call it noetic science or M theory, right? Desire and faith plus intention creates energy, right? We saw that with 28 grams when someone passed away, their soul carried weight. All these things are real, and they've been told all the way back from the Mahabharata, the Christian tradition, and the Deep East and the Tao Te Ching. I think that there's much truth there, and that's been put back into arcane studies and sectored into boxes of religion and sequestered away in the basement of the Vatican and other places around the world. And I think that there's a lot of self-empowerment and empowerment of people with the evolution of that storytelling. So maybe evolution of religion.
The spirit comes with us. Dr. Loomis, would you have anything to say about this?
I do. I think the preservation of our history and our current ways of life, our past ways of life are really important because the world's going to change really dramatically. And being able to have empathy with where we've been in the past and the range of possibilities that we have today. So it was astonishing to me that most of the written works of the Renaissance through the scientific revolution in Europe haven't been translated into modern languages. And so that's European languages, that's Neo-Latin. And so all the beautiful works written in Florence during the Renaissance, when they're translating Greek into Latin and producing the Renaissance, that all their works haven't been translated before. And this was this blew my mind. And so when you think about that's the state of things in Europe, and you turn to Sanskrit, where sure, we're training some Sanskrit scholars here and there. Ramesh, I happen to know you've got a few years of Sanskrit under your belt. But all of this knowledge that we just don't know how to access anymore, suddenly we can today. I mean, artificial intelligence is making all these linguistic barriers fall away, and we don't really know yet how to manage that, but at least being able to preserve what's rotting away in different basements and libraries, and it goes beyond just the written heritage, because the oral heritage is fading incredibly fast. And so figuring out how to capture the lived experiences and the folklore that's not going to be there in 50 years, because we just don't have the kinds of festivals anymore where it's being passed on. And then beyond even the human transmission of knowledge, there's this ecological knowledge that is also extremely likely to be gone very soon. I mean, the coral reefs that we've been working on. So to be able to scan, sort of eco-scanning, this OASIS project, to be able to capture the vitality of intact ecosystems before they go. And so this, I might call history, it's maybe too dry of a term, but being able to capture those lived experiences in whatever format they are and whatever sort of species they are, seems to me something that we definitely want to have available to us in 2080.
Can I add to that the importance of indigenous languages and other languages that are at risk, but particularly indigenous languages, because entire cosmologies are embedded in these languages. When we lose them, and we're losing them at a very rapid pace, when we lose them, we lose a whole system of thinking, a whole way of looking at the stars, of measuring the extent of human possibility. We have whole systems of medicine, of plant knowledge. All of these are tied up in the linguistics. So I'm working on a project in partnership with the Oki Language Project of the Blackfoot Nation. We're empowering indigenous communities to record their own languages, to have the technology and the skills to spend time with their own elders, and then to have a database where they have the sovereignty, they have the ability to choose if they're going to share it and in what terms. But it's important that we keep it, and that embedded in that is, of course, the plant medicine knowledge, the animal knowledge of nature, which is so place-specific, the bioregional knowledges. There are whole species that only exist in one valley or on one mountain, and so those custodians of knowledge may have pieces of DNA knowledge or biomes that will never come again. We have to keep these intact and also facilitate communication between all of these different knowledge holders. That's critical.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Just because no one has mentioned it yet, music is a very, 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 very powerful tool. I myself have felt that. You listen to a song, you end up in tears by the end of it. You can't even quite put to words what it was about the song. Sometimes it's not even the lyrics, it's the chord progression, or it's, you know, the way a little melody trails off, or the, you know, the note they end on, whatever it is, something really, really connects with you. I actually did a lot of research into the field of ecomusicology, which was something I didn't even know existed until last year, for my capstone project for school. And what I learned was that there's deep psychology and science to support our reaction to music. People dismiss it as something sort of artsy-fartsy and maybe not a solid tool, but the truth is, it touches so many people. It reaches out at such a deep level. It's sort of an arrow to the heart for so many people. And there's this study that was conducted at the Nara University in Japan, where they brought a ton of college students over, and they divided them into two groups. And one of the groups listened to what they said was chill-inducing music. So this was music that they had listed beforehand as songs that made them feel very strongly about something. And the other half listened to, I can't remember exactly, something very generic and not good. And after this, they played something called the Dictator Game, which is a game that was developed by psychologists to sort of measure altruism in a person. And the idea is you're given a lot of like game money, and you can allocate it to the other players or keep it however you wish. And the study showed that the group that listened to this chill-inducing music showed extremely higher levels of altruism afterwards. So I think that really goes to show that it's not just some like metaphysical, like spiritual, like that's all amazing and true, but there are people who won't listen to that. There are people who only listen to, you know, statistics, and statistically, music reaches people and music works. And I think that's true of most art forms. So yeah, thank you.
Music's in. I'm going to say one. I'm going to say a hard one. I want to bring violence. I don't know which part of human nature we can throw out well. And I think we need to find ways to accept and love parts of human nature rather than try to cut them away from us. And I worry that if we go on this new community and decide we're going to not bring violence, it will come anyway. And so what I'd rather find is ways to redefine it and make it beautiful and make it less harmful. And, you know, jokingly, as a relatively large man, if you ever saw how I greet my Scottish friends, I've outed myself, it doesn't look safe. But without it, we couldn't properly bond. And so we also may need to defend ourselves. And so I'm going to say we need to think of a new way to bring violence into our community. I want to ask, and I'm looking at somebody, I'm going to see if he figures out I'm looking at him. What are we going to do about trade and finance on this new community we're building?
I wanted to comment, but I felt like an alien in this conversation because everything was dealing with moral behavior. And unfortunately, in the world that I work, which is finance, quite oftentimes immorality is intrinsically built into it, but it's a necessary evil. You know, you can have the best vehicle in the world, a BMW, Bentley, whatever, But if you don't have the fuel in it, you couldn't get from point A to point B. That vehicle becomes useless. And I think in a community, all the various things that we mentioned today is vital, and it's beautiful, and there's cohesion in it. But there is still a need for that fuel to generate, and unfortunately, in the world we live in, and for the foreseeable future, it is finance. The one thing that I believe has been missing in our schools is the education of how currency is created. And as a consequence, most of us, I believe, do not understand really how the world functions, because they don't understand how currency is created. And in that understandable naivety, we are constantly in need. And there's only certain sectors of society that are able to understand it and control it. I've been fortunate, I guess, to work on the other side of banking. I've been in banking world for over 38 years here. But this side of banking that we work is completely outside of the normal way of thinking of banking. But if you do understand how currency is created, you begin to understand how to create wealth and how to also maintain wealth. And that is missing from our environments because it's no longer taught in the schools, and it ought to be done in order for, not to the extent where we become greedy, etc., but just to ensure that things are functionable and we all can benefit from it.
It's one of the main things that divides people, and financial literacy doesn't mean that you become greedy or selfish. It means you learn how to work within the systems, and access to finance is really a critical missing link for so many communities. And divisive kinds of structures like credit scores and things that arbitrarily measure past levels of wealth as opposed to fiscal responsibility in the way that they're supposed to, have become structures that really limit so much of the world.
Thank you. I really love this conversation about building community and building trust and the human connections. It's really beautiful and it's really inspiring because I don't hear a lot of it in my day-to-day job, I would say. So it's wonderful. Thank you so much as well. I wanted to comment on a couple of things. One is on this notion, I'm going to come to the financing part of it, but first on the AI piece, and we talked about this a little bit as well. I really do believe that, to your point on indigenous languages and AI being this incredible opportunity, perhaps there's also this opportunity to go for communities to have data sovereignty, so that you don't have these massive stores of data that are controlled by few, and wealth to be accumulated by a few. But to have communities have the opportunity. And so I read this really wonderful piece in the MIT Review some time ago about the Tereo language, the indigenous Maori language, and how they're building a nonprofit, or they had a nonprofit back in 2022, to document the language and to use natural language processing to actually, teach people how to pronounce and enunciate certain words as well, because it's becoming forgotten. But it's completely nonprofit, and it's also based on consent, because you have to consent to then provide your data, and then there's no possibility of that being sold back to you. So that brings me to the financing piece, which is for this lovely community and this resilient community to work. We really do need to solve this issue of income inequality. We are really in a staggering place as regards income inequality. And here we are sitting in Sevilla But where I sit, I'm normally based in Nigeria. It's, the levels of poverty and the levels of inequality are quite mind-boggling all over the Sahel and West Africa and beyond. And I think we really need to find a way to solve for income inequality, not just talk about poverty, but to talk about how do we share, how do we have that conscience, and how do we adapt, and how do we work together towards this. And that's a huge responsibility that needs to go beyond this room. So I just wanted to put that in there as well.
After you.
Well, no, this hasn't been brought up, but this obligation to community and justice, I just wanted to double down on that, and then watch this.
Thanks, Eli. No, absolutely intriguing discussions, and just two things occurred to me. One is, I believe that the Secretary General will launch a Beyond GDP report today, approach. So, very important for reasons which I think are hugely obvious. So I think that's worth just reflecting on. And secondly, just in light of this conversations we've been having and your work at the Commission level, I suppose I'm interested to see how we can orient this discussion and process into the post-SDG agenda. And the Pact for the Future is on the table. That will design whatever comes next. I call it we are in the post-SDG process. So I'd be very keen to see how we create awareness of resilience. I think the awareness is really accelerating, so I think it's there. So how do you get beyond the awareness, or move beyond the awareness into practicalities? And we do live in a democracy, or a series of democracies, I think, although I'm very happy to talk about the fact that I think we're in the pre-post democratic era. I think that's where we're going, I believe. I'm not sure what it's going to look like, but I think we're heading there fast without even thinking about it. But anyway, meanwhile, we're still here. How do we influence that process towards a resilience agenda, a resilience policy? And I suppose the obvious question is, we're approaching it, how do you do that? What is it, at intergovernmental level, at international level, at continental level, at state level, at community level? I think the community really is the defining group here, and I think the issue for me with the wonderful objectives of agenda set by the UN is their implementation. They fall down on implementation. I think that's the reality. And I think we need to look at that. And I think the approach there, arguably, on the one hand, in terms of looking at groupings, I think it should be defined at community level. But that then needs to be reconciled with the very, very important issues of global infrastructure. And I'd point to global digital infrastructure and other public goods. How do you do that? Yeah, and that's building resilience, I believe, from a structure standpoint. But then, does it need governance sort of stuff? Does it need regulations? I'm not saying it does or it doesn't, but I'm just asking. And of course, it does need funding and finance. But going back to my comment about the $7 trillion a year on energy subsidies, I'm saying, money's not the problem. The problem is, we don't know what to spend money on, or we're not presenting the reasons. The guys who succeed in getting this money for subsidies are good at what they maybe should learn how they do it, and we do that,
Just one moment of, what do we call this, an advertisement. So this community, we're asking you to be founders of this resilient agenda. That's Derek is going to pass around a piece of paper, old-fashioned. Put your name and email on if you want to. There is no social pressure, but we will be watching you and seeing who doesn't put their name. For those online, I think there's over 100 people online. Derek, how can they sign on to this? Is there an easy way?
We have a document where we're putting all our notes from today, and that's at bit.ly/Seville 2025.
Could you tell us how to spell bit.ly?
Yeah, bit.ly.
And complete the sentence for those with short memories.
That's right, and it's Seville 2025.
Okay.
That's right.
So for those of you online, please, you're welcome to put your ideas there. This is a living document. You'll also find the Resilient Agenda, which is resilientagenda.org, where you can learn more about this. And then I want to give it to you, and then we're going to shift gears to the dark side for a few minutes, and then we're going to, yeah.
Because I didn't contribute what I was going to bring, and it's maybe obvious, but I'm going to bring my best attitude and my resilience mindset. And it relates to the work where we are going to be a community, we'll solve at a population level, but at the end of the day, we're comprised of all of our individuals and our best intentions and our best actions, because we're going to have to collaborate, we're going to have to compete, we're going to have conflict, and we're going to be able to work through them if we are aligned in our best principles, or at least figuring out what they are. So I'm bringing my best attitude.
Bring it. Will you say the last positive thing we're going to bring on this community?
I think we have to bring infrastructure that is doing no harm. We have to build with nature, learn from nature, and not destroy nature in the process. And green energy is essential. And green building is essential. Urban planning, we're going to double our built environment in the next 10 years. And we've already destroyed half of our natural environment. So we have to change our processes to use the expertise of those who can cross those bridges, who figured out how to do no harm, how to use green energy, to allow us to have the massive abundance of AI and knowledge building that can solve all these problems without destroying the world in the process.
I love it. Voted on the island. Let's segue a little bit. And I hinted at it with my not tongue-in-cheek bringing violence with me. If you don't bring it and talk about it, it's going to come out in bad ways. But also, our men and women in the army who defend us, they use violence. It has a place. And when you want to impart justice, sometimes you need to do things you don't want to do. And honestly, I think the caribou that presents itself is still going through violence. So I want to use that as a segue. So these are we've talked about all the things that we're going to bring into this community. I want to argue that finance is the mechanism that once we know what we want, we can start to think about how to get it. But first we had to talk about the positives and the things we wanted to. So now, and let's not let this take over the conversation, because I want to leave maybe 3 or 4 minutes like usual to sum this up. But let's talk about the things we will absolutely not bring or allow. And you can say it in however humble or violent way you want to, the things that we need to defend against. It's open, and I'm not going to lead this part. No racism, not tolerated.
You have to speak louder. I don't think they heard you.
Wait, no, you have to speak into the mic so 100 people online and the record can hear this.
Work your mic. There we go. Ignorance and a lack of acceptance.
So ignorance requires education, but we covered that one. But would you restate the first one for the record?
No racism in the new community of the future.
Absolutism or totalitarian. Absolutism, I think, covers it.
You're okay with dictators, but no absolutism.
Right.
Copy that.
Speciesism.
Yeah.
We can't just focus on humanity, because we need the rest of nature, and nature doesn't need us, so it's up to us to keep nature around.
Are we going to let the AI in?
Oh, AI is amazing.
Yeah,
Green AI, though, it has to be
but
green.
it's going to be a species at some point, right?
That's fine. It'll be smarter than us.
No rankism. Rankism.
Yeah.
Because, in rural communities, you don't have racism, but you have very high rankism.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that is very, often ignored in these structures.
And extending it to species too, right? Across all.
Naturism.
So a positive view of that? Okay. What else is not coming?
So, this has been a great opportunity for me. I'm hearing reflections of aspects of something that I want to express. You need to have the right mindset. To be slightly funny, you can't trust humans to preserve humanity. The human mind by itself is perfectly capable of going down a path which destroys all humanity. So we have to learn how to use our mind, and not assume that it will always serve you well. So it takes a certain kind of discernment to figure out how to put your mind to work and when to restrain it. So I actually think your comments about music, your comments about dance, are part of what it takes to keep your mind healthy. It's not just engaging in more arguments. It's engaging more aspects of life that actually restrains your mind and keeps it pointed in the right direction. So mental fortitude and being aware of it. And sometimes this manifests itself through spiritual beliefs, sometimes through religion. But if you look at it in a more neutral sort of way, I think it's knowing your mind.
We called this mind power at dinner last night, and the Dalai Lama made a fun joke that's not at all a joke, and he said, Westerners, you get PhDs in your brain, but you don't even have a first-grade education in your minds. What do we need to defend against? I mean, it's a nice thing to say no racism, but what's going to be, do we need an army to defend against things? Do we need police? Do we need justice? What do we need to defend against? Besides ourselves.
I've been thinking about this, to Blair's point on the education. How do we teach the children today who are going to be 25 years old in 2050? So children born today are going to be the youth of the future. So how do we teach them to be resilient, to be adaptable, to learn that fortitude and that the approach to living that doesn't, that's going to take us to a better place. How do we do that? I don't have any answers. It's not a curriculum. It's not our current methodology. So everything that we're saying we're not going to bring along is a product of what we are passing on to the next generation.
We have to
it's
teach
quite
by
simple.
example. It's all about living by
How do you
example.
scale that? This is just us. How do you scale something like this?
Films and storytelling, that's what the arts are for. It's a way to influence far beyond a single life.
It's like we need a memory.
Yeah, AI.
And absolute honesty, self-reflection on every action that you do, and empathy. If you can teach your children that, that's enough.
Can I put one into the record? And I'll be the person to swear yet again. There's no other way to say this. It's part of my rules and my teams. No assholes. Sorry. You can't be an asshole on my team, and I don't think we should have assholes in our community. We may have to realize there will be, so we'll figure out how to have temperance to that. But,
and I think if we're bringing all of that with us, we won't have anything to defend against. We will have to do the work of sustaining, of maintaining things like empathy, understanding each other. But I don't think we would then need a policing system because we will have what we need from each other.
let me red team right away. I think I would not bring too utopian thinking. I love that if we did achieve all these things, we might not need some of the things to defend against. But nature doesn't really optimize on efficiency and assuming everything goes right. It optimizes on redundancy and assuming things will go wrong. So not to be argumentative. Does that make people think about other things that we need to defend against that haven't been said?
Anarchy. We need rules.
I see this very bright-eyed, well-dressed person staring at me, and I think Pilar has something to say.
Yes, it's just on the subject of the children, so that touched myself a lot because I have 3. So on children's, we talk a lot about education non-stop, like actually like we know how to educate them while we've been educated on the traditional system, so actually we don't know. Yeah. So children's, you just have to leave them alone. And they know. Actually, they know much more than us. Just leave them alone. Just keep an eye on them. It's not leave them alone like don't pay attention. Just keep an eye on them, and you'll see that they know all of this that we are talking about. Because it's impossible how we pretend to educate them for the new era while we already have been educated with the traditional system. So I know we all have a very good intentions, yes, to do that, but we are not able, we won't be able. So just leave them alone and just, but observe them. They know everything. They play, they dance, they ask you questions when they are 3 years old that they are amazing, you don't know how to respond, and they are super curious about everything. And just leave them. They can be super intelligent, but we just say to them, no, stop, this is the lesson you have to learn, and just sit down and listen to the teacher. So we just, break everything. So I don't know the answer. Maybe just for me would be just leave them alone, but observe them. We can learn a lot from them.
This feels a little bit like trusting in nature that we're hearing across other things. And so maybe another way to say that about the things we don't bring along is adult arrogance, that we're going to tell the world what it is, and maybe we could listen better.
I got the last. This is one last one. I promise I won't just keep pressing my button and talking. And it's nice to be in a minority from the States, and sitting in an international forum. But privatized prisons, for-profit prison systems is just insanity, and we live amongst that in the United States. That's not welcome in the future, in my opinion.
That's a whole giant thing of stuff we don't want to bring. And I think America invented a whole bunch of things we don't want to bring, but this is like the meatification of our entire society and just it's worse than the Matrix. I'm into not bringing that and a few other things we invented. Prison industrial, maybe the military industrial society. Are there more itches? Anybody squirming and they need to say something? Wow, did we get it out? Do you want to be in this community together? I do. I like you. I'm in. Do you want to say one more thing?
Yeah. I think a radical level of communication is needed. This kind of soul-searching efforts. I think that in order to overcome the multiplicity, the cascading crises that we're facing in our world today, in order to be alive, to have a community, we have to overcome the separations between us of doctrine and education and place and space. We have to be able to share our vulnerabilities, which is terrifying but necessary, and we have to not judge each other.
I like that. And, I had the honor of meeting now, I don't know if he'd let me call him a friend, and this is public, but David Brin is a sci-fi writer who wrote a book called Earth, which was a sci-fi book about a near-future Earth that was destroying itself and figures out how to undestroy itself. And we asked David, we're like, what's the non-fiction version of this book? And he had a very straight answer, and he said transparency, negotiation, and positive-sum games. And this feels like it echoes that. Were you going to say something, Declan?
No, just that we should wrap it.
That's where I was headed. So Declan is I'm going to call you close to Yoda here. You have some magic in saying things like policy and finance matter, and I'm learning. And so he named this session, and I'm running it. But when I thought about it, realizing I know nothing about finance, I called Tina in Nigeria and said, Tina, what's finance? She said, well, Eli. But as I'm understanding, this is the mechanism to get the things we want. And so I thought we should talk about what we want. knowing that I know nothing about finance. But this gives us a North Star now for our financiers to figure out the mechanism. And this is the beginning, the official beginning of a resilient conversation. And there is a 5-year, and you can go see it at resilientagenda.org. We have written this down as an invitation to be together in this. And there's the regeneration.
The regeneration generation.
Generation, and this is a feeling of something we can all own and be. So we can be resilient together and have an agenda, and we can be regenerating together. And so let's take that heart into the next 5 years, and anybody who wants to be on this community ship with me and the rest of us, I invite you. Our next party is UNGA in New York. And stay in touch. And then I just want to thank you. This is a humbling, beautiful experience and a really special one. And I'm glad to be here with you. And Pilar and Declan, direct thanks. And we honor you.
I know we bandy the word inspiration around a lot, but I think your inspiration on this subject has been hugely, hugely impactful, valuable, and I think is going to underpin many of the discussions and will take place. So thank you, Eli. Photo?
Oh, photo.
Photo.
Let's do it.
Please. Come this way. The resilient photo.
And photographers must be part of photo too somehow.
Inclusive.